Chapter 1342. Zhangchen, you've really angered me. Emoing was thoroughly enraged. An ancient power that seemed to originate from the great desolation suddenly gushed out from his body like a tidal wave. A ray of light appeared between his eyebrows. It was a black light, and one could see a fist-sized black bead swaying inside it. Endless evil aura seeped out from the black bead, exuding a horrifying aura. Evil origin. That bead is the evil origin. This bastard is the incarnation of evil. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. A trace of greed emerged in his eyes. This Emoing was more terrifying than he had imagined. He was the incarnation of evil. That evil origin was a good thing. It carried all of Mo Ying's essence. This strengthened Jiang Chen's determination to kill Emoing. As long as he killed Emoing and obtained the evil origin, he would be able to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm after refining it. Ka. Mo Ying's fleshly body underwent another transformation. His bones emitted a dense crackling sound like firecrackers. His mountain-like body doubled in size once again. At this moment, Emoing had completely transformed into the embodiment of evil. It's the incarnation of evil. This Emoing really has the evil origin. Now that he has turned into the evil body, his combat strength is much stronger than before. I'm afraid the commander won't be able to withstand it. Damn it. How can this bastard of the devil race be so terrifying? His chi is much stronger than before. If the commander doesn't have a more powerful trump card, I'm afraid he won't be a match for him. Look, I don't see any panic on the commander's face. He is still very confident in dealing with this. Mo Ying's transformation made the emotions of the human race tensed up again. The evil body was too powerful. They couldn't help but worry about it. The only thing that made them feel at ease was the confidence shown by Zhangchen. Zhangchen, let's see how you are going to resist my evil body. Mo Ying's voice buzzed deafeningly. An enormous pressure assaulted Zhangchen's face. Suddenly he stretched out his big hand. It was the evil hand which could corrupt everything in the world, turning every existence under the heavens and earth into a part of evil for his use. The appearance of sinful physique was like a plague. It was enough to affect many people. I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Emoing, you are already very proud of yourself for being able to force me to this extent. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, come out. With a shake of his arm, the Heavenly Saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand transformed into a dazzling golden halberd. After the huge halberd appeared, it exuded a violent aura, exuding a strong aura of Zenith Heaven. This Heavenly Dragon Halberd was a pinnacle existence among Zenith Heaven immortal weapons. Its power was comparable to ordinary king weapons. Relying on this Heavenly Dragon Halberd, Ouyang he went on a killing spree and made a name for himself in One-Line Sky. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd itself was powerful, but the real horror was when it was used with the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. This was the real reason why the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was famous. Come, regretless falling dragon. Jiang Chen raised the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd with both hands. The dragon marks in his chi began to roar. Endless and merciless energy began to pour into the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd like a tide. The halberd suddenly roared, and the silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. Regretless falling dragon. This was the second style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was able to display the second style. Moreover, it was the second level of the second style, which was equivalent to the fifth level of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Its power was many times stronger than the first style. Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. Zhan Long displayed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of dragons and violent dragon roars. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd went berserk. Under the infusion of the ocean-like energy from Jiang Chen, the combat skill itself directly turned into a mad dragon. The mad dragon carried an indomitable and unrepentant aura as it charged towards Emoing. What? Seeing this, Emoing exclaimed on the spot. He could feel the terror of Jiang Chen's move. It had already brought him a strong sense of danger. It was the threat of death, an unprecedented feeling. Mo Ying's sinful hand was cleaved in half by Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd on the spot. It was completely vulnerable. In the face of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, Mo Ying's combat strength was hindered, and he was unable to display his true combat strength. The gap between the two sides was immediately widened. Regretless falling dragon, that was the will of no regrets. Every move was without regrets, advancing forward courageously and endlessly. Die. Zhou Xian turned into a god of death, like a god of war descending from the sky. This move combined all of his combat strength. It was his most powerful trump card. It was not difficult to kill Imoing. Even if Imoing was in the state of sinful body, he was still not a match for Zhou Xian. Imoing roared wildly. Endless demonic waves formed a large barrier, blocking the attack of the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Qila. However, the lethality of the heavenly dragon combat halberd was too strong. The barrier formed by the demonic waves could not resist at all and was torn apart. At the same time, Zhou Xian raised the heavenly dragon combat halberd and chopped down at the fastest speed. The halberd's fiery light streaked across Mo Ying's body. Half of Mo Ying's huge body was directly cut in half. Ah! Mo Ying let out a blood-curdling scream. His sinful body was broken, which meant that his source had suffered a heavy blow. This was an irreparable wound. At least, there was no way for him to recover in a short period of time. Oh my god! Lu Qingshan and the others were truly shocked. They never thought that Zhou Xian would have such a violent and terrifying heaven-defying means. At the last moment, he directly turned defeat into victory and seriously injured Mo Ying. Such an outcome shocked them, but at the same time they felt incomparably excited. One by one, the way they looked at Zhou Xian changed and became even more respectful. Zhou Xian, Mo Ying roared. He hated this name, but there was nothing he could do about it. He dragged the remaining half of his body, turned around, and ran. He knew very well that if he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have the chance to escape at all. Today he would probably die here. It's too late to escape now. After Zhou Xian used the regretless falling dragon, he still did not exhaust his energy. After all, he was not the same as before. His energy was too huge, enough to support him using the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Under Zhou Xian's control, the heavenly dragon combat halberd once again turned into a beam of light and caught up with Mo Ying in the blink of an eye. The sharp halberd streaked across Mo Ying's neck. With a Qila sound, Mo Ying's hill-like head was cut off by Zhou Xian's halberd. At the same time, a black bead was shaken out and automatically fell into Zhou Xian's hand. Buzz. Chapter 1343. Mo Ying was killed just like that. Not even a speck of him was left. The evil origin was snatched away. Zhou Xian's mighty heavenly dragon 9 strikes had killed Mo Ying. As a matter of fact, the reason why Zhou Xian was able to win the battle wasn't because of the heavenly dragon combat halberd, but because of the restraining effect of the dragon transformation skill and flame on Mo Ying. Under such restraint, Mo Ying couldn't even display his full combat strength. Otherwise, even if Zhou Xian had the heavenly dragon combat halberd, he wouldn't be able to kill Mo Ying, who had the evil origin. Young master, roar. Seeing the tragic death of Mo Ying, a lot of the experts of the evil clan exclaimed. A few late golden immortal leaders rushed at Zhou Xian recklessly. They knew how important Mo Ying was to the evil clan. Now that Mo Ying was dead, it had completely aroused the anger in their hearts. Furthermore, they found out that after killing Mo Ying, Zhou Xian's qi began to weaken. It wasn't as powerful as before. They chose this moment to attack together. It was the best time to get rid of Zhou Xian. How could De Huang Dog let them succeed? Immediately he turned into a golden light and darted out. At the same time, the late golden immortal experts of the human race followed suit. Now that Mo Ying was dead, the morale of the human race was high. Zhou Xian was the hero of the human race, the god of the human race. At this time they couldn't allow anything to happen to Zhou Xian. Hong Long. The experts of both sides clashed fiercely. It was hard to tell who would win. Zhou Xian held the black evil origin in his hand. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He raised his head, raised the combat halberd in his hand and swung it at the demonic army. Kill them all. Ha, ha, ha. Along with Zhou Xian's order, the human army was in an uproar. One by one they raised their immortal weapons and charged at the demonic army. Zhou Xian was very good at seizing the opportunity. He knew that this was the time when the demonic army's morale was at its lowest. Naturally, he would take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the evil clan. This was a great opportunity. Roar, roar. demons and devils danced wildly, and an earth-shattering battle instantly unfolded. This battle was destined to be incomparably tragic. Although the momentum of the devil race seemed to be tyrannical, but in fact because of Mo Ying's death, it had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. As long as Zhou Xian was still alive, they were destined to be afraid. Moreover, even if Zhou Xian didn't make a move now, Tyrant and De Huang Dog were more than enough. Especially Tyrant, he could play a crucial role in such a chaotic battle. The edifying light floated back and forth among the demonic demons, edifying each and every powerful demonic demon. Then the edifying light turned around and killed their own kind, causing the already chaotic demonic camp to become even more chaotic. Behind them, Zhou Xian stood in the air, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the battlefield in front of him. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He liked the feeling of being able to judge the world, and he liked the feeling of looking down on the world. Although using the regretless descending dragon had consumed a lot of his energy, it wasn't a big deal. It was too easy for him to recover. Go. With a wave of Zhou Qian's hand, the Zulong Tower flew out of his body and hovered above the battlefield. The terrifying portal opened, absorbing all the demonic demons that were killed on the battlefield. Currently, the 28th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed. After this battle, it wouldn't be a problem for it to condense the 29th floor or even the 30th floor. Zhou Xian didn't participate in the battle. Sometimes humans also needed to temper themselves. He took out the origin of sin that he had obtained from Mo Ying's body and prepared to refine it. The number of dragon marks in my body has already reached 830,000. Advancing from the late divine immortal realm to the half-step golden immortal realm is a very difficult hurdle, but with the infinite power of the Zulong Tower and the constant absorption of energy and the addition of this origin of sin, it shouldn't be a problem for me to advance to the half-step golden immortal realm. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. Once his cultivation base reached the half-step golden immortal realm, his combat strength would rise to another terrifying level and he himself would rise to another level. After the origin of sin entered Zhou Qian's body, it immediately became agitated. Intense sin qi entered Zhou Qian's limbs and bones, trying to control Zhou Qian's mind and corrupt Zhou Qian completely, but it was hard for the sin qi to cause any trouble in front of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill and the thunder fire acted on the origin of sin at the same time. The sin qi in the origin of sin was immediately removed, leaving only pure energy for Zhou Qian to refine and absorb. As the origin of sin was constantly refined, the number of dragon marks in his qi began to rise. While refining the origin of sin, Zhou Qian had also recovered to his peak state. With a flap of the dragon wings on his back, he flew straight to the battlefield. Edifying light was shot out, edifying a large number of demonic devils. Retreat, retreat. The demonic devil leader roared. Mo Ying was dead. Zhou Qian was just too powerful. Given their current situation, if they continued to fight, the final outcome would be unimaginable. It was unknown how many of the evil clan would die today. It was even possible that the entire army would be wiped out. Brr, brr. Innumerable demonic devils roared in unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were no match for Zhou Qian at all. Staying here would only make them his prey. The army of demonic beasts and demons began to retreat madly while the human race chased after them. At this time, all the human race were extremely excited. They had never felt so happy after fighting against the evil clan for so long. Zhou Qian halted his steps and didn't continue his pursuit. Today he had already obtained the greatest benefit. The evil clan had suffered a great loss. He was afraid that they wouldn't make any big moves in a short period of time. Furthermore, he didn't kill all the demonic devils because he didn't want to provoke the true anger of the evil clan. He wanted to buy himself some time. The war with the evil clan was destined to be a long one. The qi in Zhou Qian's body began to stir restlessly. As the origin of sin was refined, the number of dragon marks in his qi had finally reached 850,000, successfully advancing to the half-step golden immortal realm. A large number of immortal metastones were consumed by Zhou Qian. Chapter 1344. The evil clan suffered a crushing defeat. Countless of them were killed. The survivors fled like stray dogs. The last city in the periphery was also taken back by Zhou Qian. Once again, the great unification of the periphery was completed. The morale of the human race was high. Each and every one of them couldn't contain their excitement. Zhou Xian became famous in the evil abyss after this battle. Not only did he become the hero of the human race, but he also became the greatest threat to the evil clan that they wanted to get rid of even in their dreams. Even Immerse was killed. Lord Commander is really mighty in this battle. You guys didn't see the scene at that time. Lord Commander transformed into a true dragon and killed Immerse. It was too shocking. Yeah. I have to say that Lord Commander is the most heaven-defying genius I've ever seen. I never thought that he could kill Immerse. That's Immerse we're talking about, a peerless demonic genius who possessed the evil incarnation. This time Lord Commander has shown his divine might and dealt a great blow to the evil clan. I'm afraid they won't find trouble with us in a short time. Zhou Qian's name was being discussed everywhere. For a time, Zhou Qian's fame in the evil abyss was almost on par with the evil lord Yang Bufan. After killing Immerse, the morale of the human race was completely boosted. Without a doubt, Zhou Qian had become the #1 hero and meritorious minister of the human race. In the city of evil, Yang Bufan personally led a generation of high-ranking officials to welcome the triumphant return of Zhou Qian and his two brothers. This was the first time in the entire evil abyss that there was such a high standard of treatment. Only Zhou Qian could cause such a great sensation. Brother Zhou Qian, you really surprised me. It seems like I've underestimated you. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. What he said was right. Although he had always admired Zhou Qian, judging from the current situation he had still underestimated Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was much stronger than he had imagined. Initially he thought that even if they won this war the human race would have to pay a heavy price. Never had he thought that Zhou Qian could kill all the demons and devils effortlessly. What was more unexpected was that Zhou Qian had killed Immerse, which really boosted the morale of the human race. Helping Brother Yang fight against the evil clan is this Zhang's duty. Now that the evil clan has suffered heavy losses, I'm afraid they won't be able to make any big movements for some time, but the evil clan will definitely not swallow this insult. I'm guessing that their higher-ups will launch a well-planned counterattack. When the evil clan truly retaliates, I'm afraid it will be the time for us to launch the final decisive battle with the evil clan. Zhou Qian said. You're right. It's the same as what I thought. So we can't stay idle during this period of time. We have to prepare for the final battle. Yang Bufan nodded. Although the evil clan had suffered heavy losses this time, Mo Ying's death had also aroused the cruelty and fury of the evil clan. Once they launched a counterattack it was destined to be sharp and unprecedented. Therefore even if the evil clan didn't strike now, it would only be a short period of peace. The storm would eventually come and the next final battle would probably take place in the sky above Evil City. I've gained a lot of benefits from this war. My cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds, advancing to the half-step golden immortal realm. I just happen to need some time to meditate. Zhou Qian clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. Brother Zhang, just go and have a rest. No one will disturb you, said Yang Bufan. The more he looked at Zhou Qian the more he liked him. At the same time he understood that befriending a man with great luck like Zhou Qian would bring him endless benefits in the future. Zhou Qian brought Tyrant and a Huang dog back to the courtyard. Anyway, there wouldn't be any more battles in a short period of time. Zhou Qian didn't like noise. It was good to have a few days of peace and quiet. Little Qinzi, your advancement speed is just too fast. Tyrant said speechlessly. Comparing his advancement speed with Zhou Qian was always a blow to his confidence. The war with the evil clan is indeed a great thing for me. Not only has my cultivation base advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, but the Zulong Tower has also reached the 29th level. There are only 4 levels left before I reach the 33rd level. I hope that I can successfully condense the Zulong Tower to the 33rd level before the final battle with the evil clan. At that time I will be able to know some secrets of the Zulong Tower. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. He had always been looking forward to the Zulong Tower, especially when he reached the 33rd level. He knew that the Zulong Tower must be hiding some big secrets. Although his cultivation base had advanced, Zhou Qian now had to face another problem. The problem of immortal metastones. I don't have many immortal metastones left. After I advance to the golden immortal realm, I will have to find a way to get more immortal metastones. Damn it. This rate of consumption is really indescribable. Zhou Qian sighed. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit. Back then he had obtained the life savings of Ouyang He, but such a huge amount of immortal metastones was only enough to help him advance to the early golden immortal realm. If the deceased Ouyang He knew about this, he was afraid that he would die from anger. Little Qinzi, I wonder what's going on in One-Line Sky Dao. Those guys from the three major powers must be looking for you everywhere. Huh. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. The thought of how the three major powers were looking for Jiangchen made him feel very happy. Now that my cultivation base has reached the half-step golden immortal realm, my great divination art has become stronger. I can use this opportunity to divine the situation in One-Line Sky and see if I can find any clues. Jiangchen said. Back then he had wreaked havoc in the ancient tomb and killed too many geniuses. One-Line Sky must have been in an uproar, and this debt must have been pinned on his head. The three major powers would never let this matter rest. Jiangchen closed his eyes and secretly cast the great divination art. He was able to divine some things in the dark. But at this moment, just as Jiangchen cast the great divination art, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Jiangchen could tell that the voice belonged to Tianjizi. It was a voice formed by the fusion of his will. Zhoosh. Jiangchen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of dazzling cold light shot out from his eyes. The qi in the entire courtyard turned cold. What's wrong? Tyrant and De Huang Dog were startled. For Jiangchen to be in such a situation, he must have divined something. It seemed like something big had happened in One-Line Sky. My master is in trouble. Tian Muyun has driven me out of Tianyun Pavilion and imprisoned my master. My master has used the great divination art to resonate with me, compressing this information in advance. Once I cast the great divination art, I will be able to sense this information. Chapter 1345. An invisible anger began to brew in Jiangchen's body. His expression suddenly turned indifferent. De Huang Dog and Tyrant, who knew Jiangchen better, knew that Jiangchen was truly angry at this moment. That's right, Jiangchen was furious. He could receive the information sent by Tianjizi using the great divination art. Even if he was in the evil abyss, he wouldn't be affected at all. Therefore, after he left One-Line Sky, Jiangchen knew everything clearly. The reaction of the three major forces was within his expectations. But Tian Muyun's reaction was beyond his imagination. What exactly happened? De Huang Dog asked. The three major forces couldn't find me anywhere, so they went to Tianyun Pavilion to exert pressure. Tian Muyun announced in front of everyone that he would expel me from Tianyun Pavilion. He even injured my master and imprisoned him. He wanted to use the news of my master to lure me out. What a good Tian Muyun. It seems like it's time for us to lay our cards on the table. Jiangchen's tone was incomparably cold. He originally planned to return after settling the matters in the evil abyss. At that time he would lay his cards on the table and fight to the death with Tian Muyun. But now it seemed like he had to go back as soon as possible. Although he and Tianjizi didn't know each other for a long time, they had a true master-disciple relationship. Now that his master was in trouble, Jiangchen naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Humph. That kid is a ruthless person. He's jealous of your talent, so he wants to get rid of you as well. A guy who even killed his own master, what else wouldn't he do? De Huang Dog let out a cold snort. Therefore, I must rescue master as soon as possible at all costs. A person like Tian Muyun is capable of doing anything. If I don't show up soon, master's life will be in danger. Just like what you said, he can even kill his own master. Such a maniac would not hesitate to kill others. That's why I have to rescue master as soon as possible at all costs. Jiangchen said, having made up his mind. Little Qinzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant asked. Although he hadn't been to One-Line Sky, he had heard a lot about it, especially about the people and matters related to Jiangchen. He basically knew about Ouyang He, Tian Muyun, Tianjizi, and the other important figures, as well as the reason why Jiangchen went to Tianyun Pavilion. Based on his understanding of Jiangchen, Qin wouldn't be able to sit still after knowing that his master was in trouble. After all, although Jiangchen was ruthless to his enemies, he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Tyrant had never doubted this. If Jiangchen still remained indifferent after knowing that his master was in trouble, Tyrant would feel that something was wrong. Let's go back and save him. Let's go find the evil lord. Jiangchen strode towards the exit of the courtyard. In order to get out of evil abyss, he had to rely on Jiangchen. The passageway to the outside world was controlled by Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian didn't help him, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Inside the city lord mansion was Zhou Qian's private residence. Under normal circumstances, outsiders weren't allowed to enter, but now that the situation was urgent, Zhou Qian didn't want to waste any more time, so he had to come and disturb him. "Come in." Yang Bufan's voice sounded from inside. Immediately the door opened automatically. The perception of an immortal king was very powerful. He would be able to sense it immediately when someone approached his residence. Zhou Qian strode in and saw Yang Bufan sitting on the throne, looking at him with a smile. "What's the matter, Brother Zhang?" Yang Bufan asked. "There's indeed a very important matter. I have to go back to One Line Sky Dao." Zhou Qian didn't hide anything. He told Yang Bufan everything that happened in One Line Sky, including how he befriended Ouyang He, how he promised Ouyang He to help him get rid of Tian Muyun, how he entered Tianyun Pavilion, and what happened to Tianjizi. There was nothing to hide from Zhou Qian. He could see that Zhou Qian really regarded him as a friend. In that case, Zhou Qian naturally had to show his sincerity. Besides, he needed Zhou Qian's help to return to One Line Sky. "Humph! You even dare to kill your own master? I hate this kind of ungrateful people the most. I, Yang Bufan, have killed countless people in my life, but they were all my enemies. People like Tian Muyun aren't capricious at all." Yang Bufan harumphed coldly, seeming very angry. Yang Bufan and Zhou Qian were both emotional people. They had their own bottom line when doing things. Tian Muyun's actions had exceeded their bottom line. Such a person made them feel deep disgust. "Now that my master is imprisoned, he's on the verge of death. If I don't show up as soon as possible, Tian Muyun is likely to attack my master. So I have to go back now. I hope Brother Yang can help me." Zhou Qian clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. "Just now, you said that Tian Muyun has already reached the half-step Immortal King realm and has extraordinary talent. If you go back with your current strength, I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to save your master, but you will also be in danger." Yang Bufan said. "There are some things that I have to face. I, Zhou Qian, will never do anything that I will regret. Even if I'm not a match for Tian Muyun, I still have to go back. If I wait until I'm strong enough to fight against Tian Muyun before I go back to save my master might have already met with misfortune. There are some things that I have to do. Once I've done it, I won't regret it." Zhou Qian said faintly, full of lofty sentiments. Tyrant and a Huang dog nodded secretly at the back. The reason why they could become friends with Zhou Qian was because of Zhou Qian's friendship. They believed that if either of them was in trouble, Zhou Qian wouldn't hesitate to go forward even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire ahead. "Good. Yang Bufan didn't choose the wrong person. Brother Zhang is a man who values friendship and righteousness. Naturally, I will help you. Also, I'm going to One Line Sky with you. I'd like to see what kind of abominable bastard Tian Muyun is." Yang Bufan suddenly stood up from his seat and said that he wanted to go back to One Line Sky with Zhou Qian. This stunned Zhou Qian. This was something that he had never thought of. "Brother Yang, this isn't very good. The current situation in the evil abyss isn't very good. If you leave now, it might give the evil clan a chance." Zhou Qian said with a frown. It was true that Yang Bufan had good intentions, but the situation here wasn't very optimistic. Chapter 1346. You don't have to worry about this. I've had a lot of dealings with the evil clan. Now that you have killed Mo Ying and inflicted heavy damage to the army of the evil clan, although this will infuriate them given their habits, they won't make a move in a short period of time. Their higher-ups should be making their final preparations to start a fierce battle with us. We'll go to One Line Sky. It will only take us half a day at most. At that time I'll help you kill that Tian Muyun." Yang Bufan said casually. From his words, he didn't put Tian Muyun in his eyes at all. Of course, this was normal. Although Tian Muyun was a rare genius in One Line Sky and also a legendary figure, the gap between him and Yang Bufan was obvious. The gap between a half-step Immortal King and a true Immortal King was unimaginable. Yang Bufan was now a true Immortal King expert. Even though he was only an early Immortal King, he was already strong enough to sweep across One Line Sky. In other words, killing Tian Muyun would be as easy as pinching an ant. "Little Chinzi, since the evil lord has decided to help you, we might as well let him follow you. At least your safety will be guaranteed and there won't be a problem in rescuing your master," said Tyrant. Tyrant said. He agreed wholeheartedly that Yang Bufan could follow Zhou Xian. There was nothing better than this. All right. In that case I'll accept Brother Yang's kindness, but I have promised Senior Ouyang that I will kill Tianmuyun with my own hands and help him revitalize Tianyun Pavilion. So Brother Yang doesn't need to kill Tianmuyun. You'll just follow me and act as a deterrent. Zhou Xian said. Killing Tianmuyun was his own business. He didn't want Yang Bufan to intervene. This was his promise to Ouyang He, so he had to fulfill it himself. Moreover, he was going to rule Skycloud Pavilion in the end. Therefore he had to settle the grudge between him and Tianmuyun personally. Only then could he truly establish his prestige. The reason why he agreed to let Yang Bufan follow him was because he wanted to save Tianjizi. If he went back now, Tianmuyun would certainly stop him, making it extremely difficult for him to save Tianjizi. But if Yang Bufan followed him with Yang Bufan's deterrence, saving Tianjizi wouldn't be a problem at all. Alright, I promise you that I won't kill Tianmuyun. I won't do anything when you're not in danger. Yang Bufan nodded. He only followed Zhou Xian this time to protect Zhou Qian's safety. As for the private matter between Zhou Qian and Tianyun Pavilion, he wouldn't intervene. He knew that Zhou Qian was a very principled and an extremely strong man. Killing Tianmuyun was the biggest goal of Zhou Qian in One Line Sky. It was better to let Zhou Qian do it himself. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Zhou Qian couldn't wait any longer, because he didn't know how long Tianjizi had been imprisoned. This news should have been transmitted by Tianjizi before this. If it wasn't for the great divination art he wouldn't have sensed it. Since the evil lord is following you, we won't go back with you. We might be able to help if we stay behind. De Huang Dog said. Initially he planned to go back with Zhou Qian, but now that Yang Bufan was following them, it was unnecessary for him to go back with Tyrant. Staying behind could be considered as helping Zhou Qian. After all, they were extremely grateful that Yang Bufan was willing to help Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian nodded, then followed Yang Bufan into the spatial passageway leading to One Line Sky. With an immortal king personally controlling the spatial passageway, the speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while both of them had already arrived at One Line Sky. The place where they appeared was similar to the place where Zhou Qian appeared last time. It was within the range of Yen City, a considerable distance away from Tianyun Pavilion in the center of One Line Sky, but this distance was nothing to Zhou Qian and Yang Bufan. They could reach it in a few breaths of time. Let's go. I'll stay by your side. I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Bufan said. He was clad in a black robe. His angular face looked incomparably handsome. He had completely concealed his qi following behind Zhou Qian. No one would have thought that this was such a terrifying figure. There had never been an immortal king in One Line Sky. Without any delay, Zhou Qian sped towards Tianyun Pavilion. He was now a half-step golden immortal expert. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion apart from Tianmuyun and Daoist Yufeng, no one was a match for him. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was still the same as before. Nothing had changed, but the atmosphere of the entire Tianyun Pavilion seemed a little dull. The few disciples who were guarding the mountain looked listless. Obviously, the matter of Zhou Qian and Tianjizi had greatly affected the atmosphere of Tianyun Pavilion. AI. Do you think senior brother Zhou Qian will show up? Who knows? If he does, he will die for sure. Elder Tianji is really pitiful. He has been imprisoned by Sect Master Tian and is now in the law enforcement hall. This is really disappointing. Even if senior brother Zhang appears, he won't be able to save Elder Tianji. Instead, he will lose his life. I hope that senior brother Zhang won't come back. That's right. I also hope that senior brother Zhang won't come back. Given senior brother Zhang's speed of advancement, he will grow stronger sooner or later. I hope that senior brother Zhang will only come back when he becomes stronger. The few disciples who were guarding the mountainside. They were all talking about the matter of Zhou Qian. It could be seen that their hearts were now on the same side as Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's position in the hearts of all the disciples in Tianyun Pavilion was now very high. Even the outer disciples who had been harmed by Zhou Qian in the past felt the same way. Most of them had already regarded Zhou Qian as their idol. Every young man had a dream, and that was to worship the strong. Compared to Tianmuyun, they worshipped Zhou Qian more. Just as the few disciples who were guarding the mountain finished their words, two figures suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate and stopped not far away from them. The few disciples were shocked. When they saw who it was, their faces changed dramatically and their mouths were wide open in shock. Jiang. Senior brother Jiang. The leading disciple stammered. He couldn't believe his eyes. They were just talking about Zhongchen and Zhongchen had really appeared. Senior brother Jiang, why did you come back? One of them asked. Where is Elder Tianji being imprisoned? Zhongchen didn't have time to argue with these people and asked immediately. Chapter 1347. Yangshu. Zhongchen uttered this name coldly. If Tianji Zi fell into the hands of Yangshu, it would not end well. Zhongchen secretly swore that if anything happened to Tianji Zi, today would be the day of Yangshu's death. This time when he came back he would make a scene in this Tianyun pavilion. Ignoring these guarding disciples, Zhongchen quickly flew in the direction of the law enforcement hall. No one dared to stop Zhongchen's return, and the guarding disciples dared not to stop him either. Everyone could see that Zhongchen was in a state of anger. If they stopped Zhongchen at this time, wouldn't they just make trouble for themselves? They would die in vain. It seems that there will be a good show today. Brother Jiang is back with a helper. Alas, Brother Jiang is too impulsive. He really shouldn't have come back at this time. What's the use of bringing a helper? If he angers the head he will not be a match for the head. The guarding disciples were worried about Zhongchen, but they were sure that Tianyun Pavilion would not be peaceful today. When Zhongchen was in Tianyun Pavilion, it seemed that it had never been peaceful, not to mention that Zhongchen had come back in anger now. On the way to the law enforcement hall, one had to pass through the outer court, the inner court and the core courtyard. Many people felt a strong aura and anger floating over from the sky, and many people saw the shadow of Zhongchen. I think I saw Brother Jiang come back. Am I hallucinating? Yes, it's Zhongchen. That's right. It's Zhongchen. Zhongchen has really come back. He has gone to the law enforcement hall. It's over. The law enforcement hall is going to be in chaos today. Zhongchen must have come back to save Elder Tianji. Let's go and have a look. It seems that Zhongchen is really angry, but the head has already expelled him from Tianyun Pavilion, so he is no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. An outsider who trespasses the law enforcement hall will be killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked. For a moment the entire Tianyun Pavilion was in an uproar. Because of the sudden appearance of Zhongchen, the deathly silent atmosphere instantly burst into an uproar. Most of the disciples thought that Zhongchen's return was somewhat impulsive. It was basically useless to return in such a rage. It was almost impossible to rescue Tianji. Outside the law enforcement hall was a large square. At this moment there were several powerful disciples in the square. They were the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and their status in the Tianyun Pavilion was relatively high. When they saw Zhongchen suddenly appear, they were incomparably shocked and immediately went up to stop him. Get out of the way. Zhongchen said lightly. Senior brother Jiang, please don't make things difficult for us. You are no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. This is the law enforcement hall, the most important place in Tianyun Pavilion. A disciple said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. With their arrogance, it was rare for them to speak in such a gentle tone. However, now that they were facing Zhongchen, they couldn't be tough even if they wanted to. I don't want to kill you. Get out of the way. Zhongchen's tone began to turn cold. A disciple still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by another disciple. They automatically moved to the sides, leaving a path for Zhongchen. Senior brother, we are derelict in our duty to let him in. A disciple said in a low voice. Idiot, is dereliction of duty more important or your life more important? If he wants to kill us, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. The senior disciple glared at the man. He knew his limits very well. Looking at Zhongchen's expression, he knew that there was no way he could stop Zhongchen today. If he insisted on stopping Zhongchen, it would be no different than courting death. Zhongchen strode forward. Every step he took on the hard ground produced a sound like a war drum. Wherever he walked, the ground would crack. Yang Bufan followed behind Zhongchen with his arms crossed, as if he was here for a sightseeing tour. Who is it? Powerful silhouettes flew out. They were the elders of the law enforcement hall. A few of them were golden immortal experts. Each of them was furious. The law enforcement hall was the most important place in Tianyun Pavilion. It represented the dignity of Tianyun Pavilion. No one had ever dared to come here and cause trouble. But when they saw who it was, they couldn't help but be stunned. Zhou Xian, I never thought that you would really dare to come back. An elder said in surprise. Cut the crap. Hand over my master. Zhou Xian didn't want to waste any more time. His tone was incomparably cold. Humph. Zhou Xian, how dare you? Is the law enforcement hall a place where you can behave atrociously? You are no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Trespassing into the law enforcement hall will only result in death. Tianjizi has been crippled by the Great Elder for insulting the sect master and being disrespectful to the Great Elder. An early golden immortal elder harumphed coldly and spoke to Zhou Xian complacently. Pong. Upon hearing that Tianjizi's cultivation base had been crippled, Zhou Xian could no longer suppress his anger. With a loud bang, it spurted out from his body. The anger turned into a substantial flame, burning on top of Zhou Xian's head. Zoosh. Zhou Xian moved. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of that elder like a ghost. That elder didn't even have the chance to react before he was completely controlled by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's palm turned into a blood-red dragon claw, grabbing onto the elder's neck. The threat of death instantly filled the elder's body. This was the first time in his life that he had ever felt such a terrifying feeling. Zhou Xian, what are you doing? The other elders immediately put up their guard. What did you say just now? How's my master? Zhou Xian said word by word. Both of his eyes had turned completely blood-red. Currently, Zhou Xian was on the verge of exploding. Tianjizi's cultivation base was crippled by Yangshu. This was an outcome that he couldn't accept. I said that Tianjizi was rude and disrespectful to the Great Elder. The Great Elder has already crippled his cultivation base. Zhou Xian, don't be arrogant. This is the law enforcement hall. If you dare to make a move here, you will only end up worse than your master. That elder said viciously. Even though he was being controlled by Zhou Xian, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. In his opinion, Zhou Xian wouldn't dare to kill him. Boom. Zhou Xian was infuriated. He exerted force in his palm. A wave of destructive energy gushed out like a tidal wave. The elder's head exploded with a loud bang. Blood sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. Zhou Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this person. Tianyun Pavilion would have to undergo a major cleansing sooner or later. Tian Muyun had been running the place for 2 years. He already had a large number of trusted subordinates. The law enforcement hall had long been under his complete control. To put it bluntly, all the elders in the law enforcement hall were Tian Muyun's trusted subordinates. They were Tian Muyun's subordinates and would listen to him completely. Zhou Xian wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy for killing them. Chapter 1348. Zhou Xian was thoroughly infuriated. There was a sense of self-blame in his heart. He had come back too late. Tianjizi had met with a mishap. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Tianjizi wasn't dead yet. Even so, it was enough to infuriate Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian rarely got angry, but now Yangshu and Tian Muyun had succeeded in infuriating him. Yang Bufan, who was at the back, shook his head and looked at those elders of law enforcement hall with a trace of pity. He knew very well that given Zhou Xian's means, none of these guys would have a good ending today. He was afraid that blood would flow like a river today. Pong. Zhou Xian's killing of the elders without any mercy immediately set off a wave of commotion. No one had thought that Zhou Xian would be so bold. This was the law enforcement hall. Ever since the establishment of Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a disciple who went to the law enforcement hall to kill an elder. This was the first time. Zhou Xian, how dare you come to the law enforcement hall and kill an elder? Tianyun Pavilion has never had such a crazy disciple like you. Have you become so lawless? You don't put the rules of Tianyun Pavilion in your eyes at all. An intermediate golden immortal elder spoke aloud. He was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had met such a lawless disciple like Zhou Xian. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. The rules of Tianyun Pavilion are useless against me. Zhou Xian said. His body exploded all of a sudden, transforming into his dragon form. This showed Zhou Xian's attitude today. He wouldn't let this matter go. Someone was destined to pay a hefty price for the injury that Tianjizi had suffered, and it wasn't just a single person who had to pay the price. Brr. His anger could no longer be suppressed. Zhou Xian let out a dragon roar towards the sky. The entire Tianyun Pavilion shook. Terrifying energy rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. Cracks appeared on the ground as if an earthquake had just happened. Oh my god. Senior brother Jiang has gone mad. He killed an early golden immortal expert in the blink of an eye. I've never seen senior brother Jiang so furious. Something big is going to happen in the sect today. I think senior brother Jiang's strength has become even more terrifying than before. He has already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. Now that sect master and Daoist Yufeng are in seclusion, I wonder if there's anyone in the sect who is a match of senior brother Jiang. Elder Yangshu's cultivation base has already reached the peak of late golden immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Even if senior brother Jiang has advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for Yangshu. Plus, there are still 2 late golden immortal elders in the law enforcement hall. I think it won't be easy for senior brother Jiang to save Elder Tianji today. Let's go and watch the show. I hope that senior brother Jiang can save Elder Tianji. This matter is sect master's fault. He can imprison Elder Tianji, but he shouldn't have let Yangshu imprison Elder Tianji. Because of the incident where Jiang Qin killed Chu Yuan, Yangshu has been holding a grudge against Elder Tianji. Now that he has seized the opportunity, he won't let Elder Tianji have an easy time. AI. Many disciples shook their heads and sighed. Jiang Qin had already won the hearts of the disciples because of the incident in the ancient tomb. Countless disciples had a good impression of Jiang Qin, so much so that most of them were standing on Jiang Qin's side. Many disciples flew towards the direction of the law enforcement hall. Today was destined to be a good show. The Tianyun Pavilion was destined to not be peaceful today. At this moment, the square of the law enforcement hall had been ravaged by the energy released by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, who was in his dragon form, moved again. With a sway of his body, he appeared next to the intermediate golden immortal elder who spoke just now like a ray of light. His powerful chi instantly locked on the elder. The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. Without any real contact with Jiang Qin, one would never understand how powerful Jiang Qin was. Even though his cultivation base had already reached the intermediate golden immortal realm, when he was locked on by Jiang Qin's chi, he felt as if he had fallen into hell. Even his soul had turned cold. He tried to resist but found that under the oppression of Jiang Qin he didn't even have the ability to resist. Impossible. How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? I'm an intermediate golden immortal expert, but I can't even resist in front of him. The old man was extremely shocked. He could even feel the threat of death. Release my master. Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes were like a devil king. He stared at the elder without blinking. With just a glance he had sentenced the elder to death. Jiang Chen, don't act recklessly. This is the law enforcement hall. Your master has been imprisoned by the hall master. Only the hall master can release him. The elder was a little scared and stuttered. If it was before, he still had some confidence that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to attack him. But the death of the elder had completely destroyed his last bit of confidence. The Jiang Chen standing in front of him was a truly ruthless man, a devil who killed without batting an eye. Then you can go to hell. Jiang Chen struck decisively. The sharp dragon claw pierced through the elder's chest, crushing his heart. How dare you? The elder could feel his life force slipping away rapidly. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He was a highly respected elder of Tianyun Pavilion with an incomparably distinguished status. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone die in the hands of a disciple. Wah! The other elders' expression changed drastically. Each of them couldn't help but retreat subconsciously. They looked at Jiang Qin as though they were looking at a devil king. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were all golden immortal experts, but all of them were early or intermediate golden immortal experts. None of them was a match for Jiang Qin. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. Motherfucker. This is the true character of senior brother Jiang. He's ruthless. He's always like this in the ancient tomb. Senior brother Jiang is the true character of a hot-blooded man. No one wouldn't dare to kill their master when their master is in trouble. If it was me, I would also do the same. Unfortunately, I don't have his ability. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion witnessed their elder being killed. Not only did they not get angry, but they were also incomparably excited. Such a performance could be considered as a miracle. Perhaps only Zhou Xian could do this. Hong. Chapter 1349. Zhou Xian, what are you doing? Are you going to start a massacre here? I hope you don't make a mistake and turn back to the shore. Otherwise you will die today. An elder said loudly. Hand over my master or all of you will die. Zhou Qian's tone was still emotionless. It was so cold that it chilled people's hearts. He knew very well that the law enforcement hall was now completely under Tian Muyun's control. These elders were Tian Muyun's trusted subordinates. He wouldn't even blink an eye even if he killed all of them. In Zhou Qian's opinion, these people deserved to be killed because they were members of the law enforcement hall. His master was tortured in the law enforcement hall. Although it was Yang Shu who did it, none of these elders expressed any sympathy for Tianjizi. Tianjizi's cultivation was crippled and the law enforcement hall must pay the price. This price was not just for one person but for the entire law enforcement hall. Seeing that Zhou Xian was really going to start a massacre, everyone was truly shocked. Even the disciples didn't expect that Zhou Xian would be so ruthless. It seemed that he was going to kill all the elders of the law enforcement hall. This was too big of a gamble. Zhou Xian, don't kill us. Elder Tianjizi has been imprisoned by the hall master. No one can release him except the hall master. An elder said. In that case there's no need for you to live anymore. The killing intent on Zhou Qian's body had condensed into a substance. The anger and killing intent in his body had accumulated. He had to vent it out. Zhou Qian, don't kill the innocent. This matter has nothing to do with us. Another elder hastily said. Facing Zhou Qian like this, other than feeling fear and dread, there was nothing else they could do. Nothing to do with us? Humph. My master is a highly respected genius of the sect. He has made great contributions to the sect. Now that he has been crippled by Yang Shu, do you feel sad? I can see that you are all very happy. You are just Yang Shu's dogs, Tian Muyun's dogs. Killing you is just like killing dogs. Zhou Qian's body was filled with murderous intent. Dragon roars could be heard continuously from his body. Powerful true dragons rushed out of his body like sharp swords and rushed towards each of the elders. It was almost certain that if Zhou Qian unleashed the 5 elemental combat dragon seal in the 5 elemental sphere, all of the elders would die. None of them would be able to survive. Many people held their breath, not daring to look at the brutal scene in front. If so many elders were killed, it would be a great blow to Tianyun Pavilion. No one could imagine the consequences. Stop. Just at this time, a shout suddenly sounded from the law enforcement hall. Then 3 incomparably powerful qi emerged from inside. The one in the middle was Yang Shu. The other 2 were late golden immortal elders. Yang Shu was the hall master of the law enforcement hall and the other 2 were the vice hall masters. All of them had unparalleled status in Tianyun Pavilion, which ordinary people couldn't compare with. Zhou Qian, how dare you come to the law enforcement hall and act wildly? How dare you kill the elders of the law enforcement hall? That's outrageous. Yang Shu yelled as soon as he saw Zhou Qian. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Zhou Qian at all. Back when the sect master sent Zhou Qian to the evil abyss, he thought that Zhou Qian would be dead for sure. He didn't expect that Zhou Qian was still alive and standing here and had become so powerful. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Yang Shu. Looking at the current Zhou Qian, he couldn't help but think of his dead disciple Chu Yuan. He must avenge him. Old dog, let go of my master. Zhou Qian glared at Yang Shu fiercely. He had never wanted to kill someone so much. Zhou Qian, I advise you to let go of all the elders immediately. If you dare to kill one more person, I will kill Tianjizi immediately and then hold you accountable. Yang Shu said. Brr. However, as soon as Yang Shu's voice faded, a true dragon whizzed out and bit off the head of an elder. The elder died tragically on the spot. The scene was incomparably bloody. The other elders were trembling with fear, thinking that there was a mad dragon floating in front of them, wagging its tail and opening its mouth wide, ready to bite them to death at any time. Old dog, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let go of my master immediately. Otherwise I will kill them all. Don't doubt whether I dare to do it or not. I can kill them all right now. Zhou Qian was wrapped in the battle dragon. He looked like a shocking god of war. No one could threaten him, not even Yang Shu. Seeing this, the elders who were trapped by Zhou Qian looked at Zhou Qian pitifully. At this time they didn't dare to doubt Zhou Qian's courage anymore. Their fate was now in the hands of Zhou Xian. Unless Yang Shu let go of Tianjizi, they would all die. Zhou Xian, how dare you threaten me? Yang Shu was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he had a noble status. There had never been a disciple who dared to threaten him like this. However, as soon as Yang Shu said one more sentence, the mad dragon attacked and bit off the head of another elder. The whole scene was too horrifying. Ruthless and cruel. He didn't give the other party a chance to bargain at all. He killed them without saying a word. This was how domineering he was. Domineering and killing. This was the true essence of the dragon transformation skill. At this moment it was perfectly displayed by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, stop. An elder beside Yang Shu couldn't stand it anymore and yelled on the spot. Arg. Unfortunately, his one more sentence immediately led to the tragic death of another elder. These elders were the most pitiful. They had already become the fishes on Zhou Qian's chopping board. They couldn't even resist. They could only wait for Zhou Qian to kill them. I'll go get Tianjizi out. Another late golden immortal elder couldn't stand Zhou Qian's incisive means. Immediately he turned and walked towards the inner area of the law enforcement hall. In just a few breaths of time, that elder returned with an old man beside him. This old man was none other than Tianjizi. When Zhou Qian saw the current Tianjizi, he felt tears welling up in his eyes, almost bursting into tears. Was this still the almighty Grandmaster Tianji he knew? There was no longer any trace of immortal qi lingering on Tianjizi's body. His cultivation base had been completely crippled. His qi and meridians had all been destroyed. He had turned into a true old man with a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Only his eyes were still bright. That was the essence of a person. Even if his cultivation had been crippled, his essence wouldn't dissipate. Master. Zhou Qian felt his throat turning dry. His words began to tremble. The moment he saw Tianjizi, the anger in Zhou Qian's chest could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 1350. Disciple. Seeing that Zhou Qian was really here, Tianjizi's cracked lips trembled and uttered two words weakly. His eyes were filled with gratification, but more of it was worry. He was gratified that he hadn't misjudged Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was truly a man of affection and righteousness. Being able to accept such a disciple in his lifetime, he felt that it was worth it even if he ended up in such a miserable state. What he was worried about was that this was simply a trap. The fact that Zhou Qian had appeared here indicated that something bad was going to happen to him. But at the same time, Tianjizi was incomparably proud of Zhou Qian, because Zhou Qian's speed of growth was just too fast. In just a short period of time, his cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal King realm, giving him the capital to roam the law enforcement hall. Old dog Yang Shu, you will die today. No one will be able to save you. Two flames shot out from Zhou Qian's eyes. The current Zhou Qian was infuriated to the extreme. Everything that Tianjizi had now was thanks to Yang Shu. This enmity must be avenged today. Humph. Zhou Qian, Tianjizi deserves such an ending. He's already very lucky that he's still alive. Zhou Qian, I advise you to surrender immediately. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. Otherwise you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. That's right, Tianjizi. Yang Shu harumphed coldly and threatened Zhou Qian. Consigned to eternal damnation? Well said. Today I will consign your law enforcement hall to eternal damnation. Zhou Qian felt that all his anger and killing intent could no longer be suppressed. There was no need for the law enforcement hall to exist today. Under the control of Zhou Qian, the berserk dragons transformed from the 5 elements combat dragon seal attacked ferociously. Each of them opened their bloody mouths and raged towards the elders of the law enforcement hall. Arg! Blood-curdling screams resounded in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion, making one's hair stand on end. Under the ravaging of the berserk dragons, all the elders who were imprisoned by Zhou Qian had their heads bitten off and died tragically on the spot. For a moment the entire square was filled with corpses and blood. The scene was bloody and brutal to the extreme. It was too brutal. Everyone was stunned. Pairs of camel bell-like eyes stared at the bloody scene. No one had thought that Zhou Qian would really kill all the elders of the law enforcement hall. One should know that all of them were golden immortal experts, the main force of Tianyun Pavilion. Each of them had an incomparably distinguished status in Tianyun Pavilion. But today these highly respected elders were killed by Zhou Xian as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Even Tianjizi was moved by Zhou Qian's action, but he could see that the reason why Zhou Qian was so ruthless was entirely because of him, which indicated that he had a very high position in Zhou Qian's heart. But the fact that Zhou Qian had killed so many people made Tianjizi really worried. He even began to regret sending a message to Zhou Qian. After killing so many experts, it was almost impossible for Zhou Qian to walk out of Tianyun Pavilion alive. At this moment, Tianjizi suddenly noticed the mysterious black-robed young man standing at the side of the square. That person had his arms crossed over his chest and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was completely unaffected by everything that was happening before him. It was as if this bloody scene was nothing more than a strange scenery to behold. The indifference and calmness in the depths of his eyes was really surprising. This man isn't simple. Tianjizi was shocked. Although his cultivation base had been abolished, he was proficient in the great divination art. He still had a good eye for people. He could see through Yang Bufan's strength at a glance. Upon realizing this, the worry in Tianjizi's heart suddenly disappeared. He knew that his disciple was a wise and far-sighted figure. He wouldn't take the initiative to court death. It seemed like Yang Bufan had brought a mysterious helper to Tianyun Pavilion. Ha! Tianjizi suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was carefree and carefree. Tianjizi, you don't have to be complacent. You're already a cripple. Do you think Zhou Qian can walk out of here today? After I kill Zhou Qian, I'll kill you and let you two reunite. Yang Shu spoke fiercely. He was incomparably angry now. Zhou Qian had killed all the elders of Law Enforcement Hall in front of him. How could he still have his face? Zhou Qian, you are too audacious. It seems like you can't see the situation clearly at all. You're nothing but a madman. Yang Shu's body radiated powerful killing intent. The full release of his peak late golden immortal combat strength was terrifying. Kill him. Yang Shu ordered Lung Lung. A late golden immortal elder beside him erupted with powerful qi, lunging at Zhou Qian. He was the Vice Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, a trusted aide of Yang Shu and Tian Muyun. At this moment he was also infuriated because Zhou Qian had killed so many people, which was a challenge to the dignity of Law Enforcement Hall. As the Vice Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, he had the responsibility to defend the dignity of Law Enforcement Hall. Humph! Zhou Qian harumphed coldly. The true dragon palm was struck out violently. A giant blood-red dragon claw pressed down like a small mountain, shrouding the late golden immortal elder underneath it. Not good. The elder turned pale with fright because he felt a power that he couldn't resist at all, oppressing him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Bang! Under the pressure of the true dragon palm, the late golden immortal elder let out a cry, and was slammed to the ground, creating a large pit. What? Everyone was shocked, including Yang Shu. All the elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Zhou Qian had created another miracle. One should know that the one who attacked them was a late golden immortal expert, not an intermediate golden immortal. Zhou Qian was merely a half-step golden immortal, but his combat strength was just too strong. A mighty late golden immortal couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. This was simply unimaginable. Oh my god, is he still human? That's a late-stage golden immortal elder. He was actually slapped to the ground by a single slap as though he was swatting a fly. Senior brother Zhang is just too powerful and the speed of his growth is just too fast. No wonder he came here with such confidence. It turns out that he has already reached such a level of power. Not even a late golden immortal expert is a match for him. It seems like no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion can suppress Zhou Qian except for sect master and Daoist priest. No one wasn't shocked. Zhou Qian's power was a shock to them. This bastard, I have picked up a treasure. Tianjizi's eyes sparkled. He appeared to be very excited, as though he had forgotten about his current situation. The elder who was slapped to the ground tried to get up, but Zhou Qian made his move again. Go to hell. Chapter 1351. The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. An arrow of blood spurted out from under Zhou Qian's feet. This kick of Zhou Qian contained the power of the Azure Dragon 5 steps. The Vice Hall Master couldn't resist it at all and was trampled to death on the spot. Such a scene was so horrifying and bloody that many people couldn't stand it. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly. At this time, almost no one doubted Jiang Chen's courage and Jiang Chen's determination to save them. All the golden immortal elders of Law Enforcement Hall had been killed, leaving only Yang Shu and the other Vice Hall Master. Their faces were also incomparably unsightly. Yang Bufan, who had been calm all this while, also showed some emotion in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Jiang Chen was indeed the most heaven-defying monstrous genius he had ever seen. In terms of talent, even he had to admit his inferiority. Naturally, Yang Bufan was an incomparably arrogant person. People like him were always arrogant and rarely admired others. Those who could be admired by others must be extraordinary. Naturally, there were more golden immortal elders in Tianyun Pavilion than these. In addition to Law Enforcement Hall, there were many other departments in Tianyun Pavilion. There were also a lot of golden immortal elders standing in the distance, witnessing the scene with their own eyes. Normally, when the sect was in trouble they should help, but now they had no intention of doing so. At first they thought that Law Enforcement Hall was enough to deal with Jiang Chen, but now they didn't have the guts to do so. Even a late golden immortal expert couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen and was ruthlessly trampled under his feet. If they went forward, it would be no different from courting death. Jiang Chen had completely grown up. He was no longer the inner sect disciple who had just entered Tianyun Pavilion. They knew very well that in the current Tianyun Pavilion, no one could suppress Jiang Chen except for Tian Muyun and Daoist Yufeng. After killing a deputy hall chief, Jiang Chen did not stop there. His murderous aura did not weaken in the slightest. His blood-red eyes began to look at Yang Shu and the other deputy hall chief. Jiang Chen raised his foot once more and walked towards Yang Shu step by step. Every step he took made the ground tremble. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but the invisible deterrence that he exuded had already made everyone's heart turn cold. Even Yang Shu couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. There was no way he wouldn't be afraid. He was almost certain that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Although his strength was slightly stronger than the Vice Hall Master just now, it was only slightly stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen, let alone kill him so easily. Damn it, I should have gotten rid of this little bastard earlier. That's why I left behind such a disaster. I really regret it. Yang Shu regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He had many opportunities to kill Jiang Chen, but unfortunately he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would grow so fast? This kind of growth caught him off guard. However, it was too late for regret now. Hall Chief, what should we do? This kid has fully grown up. Even if you and I join forces, we're not a match for him. Sect Master and Daoist Yufeng haven't appeared yet. The Deputy Hall Chief said in a low voice. As Jiang Chen kept approaching, the ice-cold murderous aura and chilliness made him shudder. He felt that what he was facing now was not a human. He was facing a demon king, an unparalleled killing god. What are you afraid of? Tianjizi is still in our hands. Yang Shu said with a cold face. He then grabbed Tianjizi's shoulder and pulled him to his side. Jiang Chen, if you take one more step forward, I'll kill Tianjizi right now. Yang Shu said fiercely. However, Yang Shu's threat didn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's footsteps didn't stop. His eyes were full of confidence, as if he had determined that Yang Shu wouldn't dare to do anything to Tianjizi. It was a confidence that came from his bones and couldn't be faked at all. Yang Shu, you don't even have the guts to touch my master in front of me. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced Yang Shu's heart. It was a kind of humiliation, but it was exactly what Yang Shu was thinking. Jiang Chen was right. Even if Yang Shu grabbed Tianjizi now, he wouldn't dare to touch Tianjizi at all, because Tianjizi was his only trump card at this time. As long as Tianjizi was in his hands, he still had a chance to live. If he killed Tianjizi out of anger, he would lose his trump card completely and completely infuriate the Demon King, Jiang Chen. At that time, even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Yang Shu didn't want to exchange Tianjizi's life for his own. He felt that his life was very precious, at least more precious than Tianjizi, who was already a cripple. In fact, he was just afraid of death. Playing. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, flickering with scarlet light. There was a shadow of a dragon flickering on the sword. At the same time, the 5 elemental sphere surged out from Jiang Chen's body. The powerful sphere turned into an invisible cage. Just like how he dealt with those elders, it instantly enveloped Yang Shu and the Vice Hall Master. After entering the 5 elemental sphere, Yang Shu and the Vice Hall Master's facial expression changed slightly. They could already feel the invisible pressure from the sphere. They were finally sure that the current Jiangchen was really much stronger than them. Unless it was a half-step Immortal King expert, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion was a match for Jiangchen. Stop. Just at this time, a loud shout suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared on the square. It was an old man wearing a Daoist robe. He had the demeanor of an immortal. The qi radiating from his body was terrifying. This was a true expert, a mighty half-step Immortal King. Daoist priest, this Jiangchen is insane. He has killed all the elders of our law enforcement hall. Daoist priest, please kill this evildoer and avenge the death of our elders. Seeing the emergence of Daoist Yufeng, Yang Shu yelled as though he had found a life-saving straw. In his point of view, the emergence of Daoist Yufeng meant that someone would be able to suppress Jiangchen. Jiangchen had killed so many people. It was imaginable what would happen to him today. Daoist Yufeng would never let Jiangchen go. Chapter 1352. Jiangchen, did you kill all these people? Do you know what you have done? You are still a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. How could you kill them like this? Daoist Yufeng looked distressed. He was an old man of Tianyun Pavilion and used to follow Ouyang He. Those who were killed in front of him were all elders of virtue and prestige in Tianyun Pavilion. They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of their own disciple. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Daoist Yufeng. I killed them, Daoist Yufeng. Are you here to stop me? Jiangchen glanced at Daoist Yufeng Lung. The killing intent on his body did not diminish at all. Today's matter would not end so easily. Many people were going to die. Daoist, this little bastard has lost his mind. Please kill him immediately. Otherwise he will become a great disaster sooner or later, said Yang Shu while gnashing his teeth. Yang Shu gritted his teeth. Now he no longer had the thought of killing Jiangchen by himself. Now the only thing he hoped for was for Daoist Yufeng to kill Jiangchen. That would be the best result. Jiangchen, I want you to stop what you are doing at once and accept the punishment of the sect. You have committed a heinous crime, said Daoist Yufeng. I'm no longer a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Why should I accept your punishment? Jiangchen sneered. Jiangchen, you have destroyed the law enforcement hall. This has never happened in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore you must be punished. Otherwise Tianyun Pavilion will lose its face. Daoist Lung said. He was standing on the side of Tianyun Pavilion. Today he must punish Jiangchen. Otherwise how could Tianyun Pavilion establish a foothold in one-line sky in the future? Now he began to regret going into seclusion and not appearing earlier. If he had appeared earlier, this massacre could have been avoided and Jiangchen wouldn't have been consigned to eternal damnation. As a matter of fact, he still had hope for this talented disciple, Jiangchen. Unfortunately, there was no room for redemption now. What Jiangchen did had pushed him into the abyss. In fact, even if Daoist Yufeng appeared earlier, he still couldn't change the outcome. The one who was truly consigned to eternal damnation would not be Jiangchen. Humph. Face. I don't know if face is more important or your life is more important. Brother Yang, kill him. Jiangchen harumphed coldly, then turned to Yang Bufan, who didn't move at all. There was no relationship between him and Daoist Yufeng. If Daoist Yufeng wanted to stop him, he would be dead just like the others. He could stop Yang Bufan from killing Tian Miyun, but he had no opinion on killing Daoist Yufeng. Bastard. Upon hearing this, Daoist Yufeng was infuriated. A tyrannical force overflowed from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack Jiangchen. But at this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly fell on his head and spread throughout his body. Hiss. Daoist Yufeng sucked in a breath of cold air. This pressure was too strong. He couldn't bear it at all. All his qi was instantly extinguished by this invisible pressure. That pressure was like an invisible mountain, suffocating him and even made him feel the threat of death. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. When he sensed the source of this invisible pressure, he looked over and saw a black-robed man standing there calmly, looking at him with cold eyes. An Immortal King expert. Daoist Yufeng was shocked. As a mighty half-step Immortal King, he was very sensitive to the qi of an Immortal King. He was almost sure that this black-robed man was a mighty immortal king. An immortal king? What kind of concept was that? There had never been an immortal king in one-line sky. The gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was unimaginable. Although Daoist Yufeng was one of the one-line 8 immortals, he was as vulnerable as an ant in front of a true immortal king. You'd better not do it, Yang Bufan spoke. Yang Bufan spoke. This was the first time he spoke since he came to Skycloud Pavilion, but it was such a simple sentence that made Daoist Yufeng sweat profusely. He was on the verge of collapsing and his body began to tremble. At this time, many people began to pay attention to this black-robed man. They all knew that this was the helper that Jiang Chen brought here, but he didn't move at all. Moreover, he had completely concealed his qi, making people unable to see his true cultivation base. But now, just a sentence from this black-robed man had frightened Daoist Yufeng so much that he didn't dare to move. The only explanation was that this black-robed man was too powerful. By God! Who is this black-robed man? Could he be a mighty immortal king? How could he be able to suppress Daoist Yufeng so easily? Damn it. I never thought that he would be an expert. No wonder Jiang Chen is so unscrupulous. But who is this man? I've never seen him before. If there's such an expert in one-line sky, we should have heard of him. He's probably a mighty immortal king. Will he really kill Daoist Yufeng? No one wasn't shocked. The scene was getting more and more shocking. No one had thought that the black-robed man who had been indifferent all this while was actually a hidden expert. He's really powerful. I wonder who he is. Tianjizi's countenance changed. He had already guessed it before. Now that he saw Daoist Yufeng's performance, he was even more certain of his guess. Disciple, don't kill Daoist Yufeng. Tianjizi hastily said to Jiang Chen. He was really afraid that the black-robed man would attack, because Daoist Yufeng really shouldn't be killed. If there was one person in Tianyun Pavilion whom he, Tianjizi, respected, it would be Daoist Yufeng. Tianjizi spoke very quickly because he was afraid that Daoist Yufeng would die if he was a step slower. An immortal king didn't need a reason to kill. After listening to Tianjizi's words, Yang Bufan's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. After seeing Jiang Chen nod to him, he retracted his pressure, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and returned to his previous appearance, motionless like a statue. The pressure vanished. Daoist Yufeng wiped the sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Yang Bufan from the corner of his eyes and revealed a look of fear. Just now he had really taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Just like what Tianjizi was worried about, if an immortal king wanted to kill him he would certainly die. Daoist Yufeng, my master didn't allow me to kill you. This shows that you are still a good person. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved. Jiang Chen spoke to Daoist Yufeng. This was the last time he would remind Daoist Yufeng. If Yufeng dared to target him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. Daoist Yufeng no longer had the imposing manner he had before. In front of an immortal king he didn't even dare to release his qi. He looked at Tianjizi and sent him a grateful look, but when he saw the state of Tianjizi, his expression changed dramatically once more. Then a surge of anger was released from his body. Chapter 1353. Bastard. Bastard. Daoist Yufeng was furious. Just now his attention was focused on those elders who died tragically, but he had neglected Tianjizi. Only now did he notice the changes in Tianjizi. With his eyesight he could naturally see that Tianjizi's cultivation base had been completely crippled, turning him into an old man past his prime. This made Daoist Yufeng very angry. He thought that Tian Miyun had imprisoned Tianjizi in the law enforcement hall and let Yang Shu watch over him. He never thought that Yang Shu would do such a cruel thing to Tianjizi. This situation made Daoist Yufeng grieve. Tianjizi was one of the most important elders in Tianyun Pavilion. He had made great contributions to Tianyun Pavilion, and was the person that Daoist Yufeng valued the most. His great divination art had also won Daoist Yufeng's admiration. No matter from which aspect, Tianjizi shouldn't end up like this. Yang Shu, why did you cripple Elder Tianji's cultivation base? What? Daoist Yufeng was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly unable to accept this result. Looking at Daoist Yufeng's reaction, Jiang Chen couldn't help nodding his head secretly. He finally understood why Tianjizi didn't allow him to kill Daoist Yufeng. This old Daoist was a righteous person who wholeheartedly served the sect and didn't have too much selfishness. Jiang Chen could almost imagine that Daoist Yufeng was Ouyang He's best friend when he followed him. If Tianyun Pavilion was handed over to this person in the future, perhaps Jiang Chen could rest assured. After all, even if Jiang Chen ruled Tianyun Pavilion in the future or even One Line Sky, it was impossible for him to stay here and be a leader. He had a greater goal, which was to go to a faraway place. Daoist priest Tianjizi spoke rudely and insulted the sect leader, completely disrespecting the authority of the Hall of Law Enforcement. That's why I crippled his cultivation base. Considering how much he has done for the sect, I didn't kill him. Yang Shu defended himself. He couldn't help glancing at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. His tone was no longer as firm as before. He was no fool. At this time, how could he not see that the black-robed man who came with Jiang Chen was an incomparably terrifying figure? Even Daoist Yufeng was afraid of him, let alone him. Bastard! Yang Shu, you've made an unforgivable mistake. Who gave you the right to destroy Elder Destiny's cultivation? Daoist Yufeng had the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Now he finally understood why Jiang Chen was so furious that he didn't hesitate to let the entire Hall of Law Enforcement turn into a river of blood. All of this was what Yang Shu asked for. If Yang Shu hadn't crippled Tianjizi's cultivation base, Jiang Chen wouldn't have killed Tianjizi. Yang Shu had completely infuriated a mad dragon, causing Skycloud Pavilion to suffer such a heavy loss. All of a sudden, Daoist Yufeng had some appreciation for Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen was willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire to save his master was enough to show that he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. It was a loss for the sect to not cherish such a talent. Daoist Yufeng sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, Tianyun Pavilion wasn't under his control. Otherwise he would have protected Jiang Chen at all costs. Unfortunately it was too late. Daoist priest, I know I was wrong. I hope you can save me. Yang Shu bowed to Daoist Yufeng. At this moment he truly felt fear, an unprecedented fear. When a person's last hope was lost, all that was left was despair. He didn't want to die, so he begged. However, could Daoist Yufeng really save him? Obviously it was impossible. Jiang Chen would never buy it. Jiang Chen had a powerful expert behind him. What could Daoist Yufeng do? If it weren't for Tianjizi's help, Daoist Yufeng would have been a dead man by now. Yang Shu, not even God can save you. Jiang Chen's tone was still cold. Yang Shu, release Tianjizi now. Daoist Yufeng ordered. However, Yang Shu didn't dare to release Tianjizi. If it was during normal times he wouldn't dare to disobey Daoist Yufeng's order. But now Tianjizi was his last trump card. Once he lost it, Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. This was almost certain. Jiang Chen, I hope you can give this old Daoist some face. As long as Yang Shu hands over your master to you, I'll spare his life. How about it? Daoist Yufeng said to Jiang Chen tentatively. Impossible. Yang Shu must die today. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Daoist Yufeng, because Daoist Yufeng didn't have that much face in front of him. Haha, Yang Shu, are you afraid now? Although Tianjizi was under Yang Shu's control, he still couldn't help sneering. Such a scene really made him feel satisfied and carefree. As for whether Yang Shu would kill him out of anger, Tianjizi didn't really care. In fact, he was just a walking corpse in his current state. A powerful golden immortal had his cultivation crippled. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any psychological shock. Sometimes falling from the top of the pyramid all of a sudden was worse than being killed. Shut up. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Yang Shu seemed to have gone mad. He had begun to go crazy. When a person was in despair he would often do something crazy. Yang Shu, even if you have the guts you won't have the chance. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen moved. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, his master was still in the hands of the other party. There was always a certain danger. Jiang Chen's movement was very fast. Combined with the 5 elements domain he cast the 9 phantom wolves. That kind of speed and fierceness couldn't be accepted by ordinary people. For a moment, the entire square was filled with Jiang Chen's figures, dazzling everyone's eyes. Yang Shu himself was stunned for a moment, but this moment was enough for Jiang Chen. Arg! Yang Shu suddenly cried out in alarm. He only felt a sharp weapon cutting off his arm. When he reacted he only saw the arm that had been cut off and blood spurting out crazily. And this arm was the arm that he used to control Tianjizi. Jiang Chen's figure had already vanished. Tianjizi had already been brought to the side by Zhou Xian. Fast, it was just too fast. Many people didn't even see how Zhou Xian did it. No one wasn't shocked. Was he still human? Since when did he become so casual and easy to save a late golden immortal expert? Master, disciple has come late. Zhou Xian bowed deeply to Tianjizi. His eyes were full of apology. Zhou Xian understood that the reason why Tianjizi was in such a state was entirely because of him. The three major powers couldn't find him, which was why they vented their anger on Tianjizi. Not late. Not late at all. It's enough for me to accept you as my disciple in this lifetime. Chapter 1354. Tianjizi's words made Zhou Qian's nose turn sour. Regarding Tianjizi's current situation, Zhou Qian felt extremely guilty. If it wasn't for him, Tianjizi would still be the prestigious elder of Tianyun Pavilion. No matter how eccentric, arrogant and despotic he was, no one would dare to touch him. But now, because of him, he had given Tianmuyun and the others a reason to touch Tianjizi. Therefore Zhou Qian blamed himself. Therefore someone must pay the price for Tianjizi's current situation. It was a very heavy price. Yang Shu wouldn't have a good ending today. Yang Shu, who was at the back, had a look of horror on his face. He looked at his broken arm that was still spurting out blood, but he didn't feel any pain. He was already numb from fear. His eyes shifted to Zhou Qian with extreme horror. Until now he still hadn't realized how Zhou Qian attacked him. It was just too fast. Even with his ability, he didn't even have the chance to react. This was too terrifying. At this moment the Vice Hall Master was completely dumbfounded as well. There was no longer any trace of the vigor he had before. He was completely listless as he stood there with a pale face, not daring to speak a single word. AI. In the distance, Daoist Yufeng couldn't help but sigh heavily. He had the heart to help Yang Shu, but he was powerless. Yang Bufan was just standing there, but the whole one-line sky was trembling, let alone Daoist Yufeng. Moreover, Daoist Yufeng was also incomparably angry at this moment. Fundamentally, he thought that Yang Shu deserved it. Although Zhou Qian's method was cruel, it showed the courage of a man which was worthy of praise. In Daoist Yufeng's opinion, if Yang Shu hadn't destroyed Tianjizi, Zhou Qian would never be so furious. At least he wouldn't kill all the elders of Law Enforcement Hall, causing the Law Enforcement Hall to fall into an irrecoverable situation. After saving Tianjizi, Zhou Qian felt slightly more at ease. However, the matter was not resolved yet, and he definitely would not give up after saving Tianjizi. Zhou Qian's aura shook. He turned around and looked at Yang Shu. His eyes were blood-red and incomparably cold, containing the killing intent of a demon king. Just one look was enough to make Yang Shu's heart tremble. That was the trembling of his soul, representing the gap between him and Zhou Qian. Yang Shu understood that Zhou Qian had fully grown up. If Zhou Qian wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Zhou Qian, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. It seems that you were once a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Please spare my life. Yang Shu begged for mercy. In the face of death, everyone was vulnerable. Even the highly respected golden immortal elders were the same. Yang Shu was scared out of his wits. Most importantly, he had seen the situation clearly. He had completely lost all hope today. Zhou Qian didn't come alone. He had brought a mighty immortal king with him. Daoist Yufeng didn't even dare to move in front of the black-robed man, let alone save Yang Shu. Even if Tianmuyun appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to save Yang Shu. In addition, Tianjizi, his trump card, had been completely lost. Zhou Qian was much stronger than him. He no longer had any trump card that could threaten Zhou Qian. And he had completely fallen into the hands of Zhou Qian, becoming a fish on the chopping block, waiting for Zhou Qian to judge his fate. Although Yang Shu knew that the hope of making Zhou Qian let him go was very slim, even if it was just a sliver of death, he would fight for it because he really didn't want to die. Kneel down. Zhou Qian shouted coldly at Yang Shu. What? Yang Shu was stunned. Immediately his face turned incomparably unsightly. Zhou Qian, I'm still the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall. If I kneel down in public, I will lose all my face. How am I going to establish myself in Tianyun Pavilion in the future? Yang Shu was a little angry. Given his identity, if he knelt down in public, he wouldn't be able to stay in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Even if he continued to be the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he wouldn't be able to convince the public. At that time no one would listen to him and he would become a laughingstock. This was something Yangshu couldn't accept. Yangshu, it seems like you still haven't recognized the reality. At this time, you are still thinking of establishing yourself in Tianyun Pavilion? What a ridiculous idea. Since you won't kneel down, I will beat you until you do. Kneel down and kowtow to my master to atone for your sins. Jiang Chen's voice was still incomparably cold. Then, an incomparably powerful wave of qi surged out of his body, gushing towards Yangshu like a tidal wave. Run. Feeling Jiang Chen's tyrannical strength, Yangshu was completely sure that he and Jiang Chen were not on the same level. Not to mention that he had lost an arm. Even if he was in his heyday, he would not be a match for Jiang Chen at all. Immediately he didn't dare to be careless. He turned into a light shadow and fled into the distance. Even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape from my 5 elements field domain. Jiang Chen had long expected that Yangshu would choose to escape at the last moment. Just as Yangshu made his move, Jiang Chen also moved. He immediately launched the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw, like a huge blood-red barrier, pressed down on Yangshu's head. Ah! Yangshu let out a miserable cry. Like the previous Vice Hall Master, he was smashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Jiang Chen strode forward, grabbed Yangshu's neck, lifted him up like a chicken and brought him to Tianjizi. At this moment Yangshu was in a very sorry state. His broken arm had seriously affected his combat strength. Even if he resisted with all his strength, he was no match for the half-step Immortal King Jiang Chen. Plop. Under the oppression of Jiang Chen, Yangshu knelt on the ground, kneeling in front of Tianjizi. Kowtow. Jiang Chen said lung lung. Ha. Yangshu, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Tianjizi lowered his head to look at Yangshu, who was kneeling on the ground like a dog, and let out an incomparably carefree smile. Thinking of how Yangshu had treated him these days, Tianjizi lifted one of his feet and kicked Yangshu's face. It just so happened that Tianjizi's shoes were dirty these days. This kick left a 7-size shoe print on Yangshu's face. Fuck your mother. Tianjizi was not a kind person. If there was a grudge, he would take revenge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to vent all the depression in his heart. In front of everyone, Tianjizi raised his left and right feet and kicked Yangshu's face one after another like firecrackers. The scene of a law enforcement hall master kneeling on the ground being kicked in the face was shocking enough. For Yangshu, he had lost all his face. Bastard. Tianjizi, Jiang Chen, kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. Yangshu completely exploded. This humiliation had already made him collapse. He actually asked for death. Chapter 1355. The scene was very brutal. Seeing the hall master of the law enforcement hall being humiliated, none of the elders and disciples in Tianyun Pavilion made a move to stop it. For some reason, such a scene actually made many of them feel a trace of pleasure. To Yangshu, it was indeed a kind of sorrow that he had fallen to such an extent. You want to die now, but I won't let you die. I will let you understand that death is a luxury for you, a pursuit. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold, devoid of any emotion. Sometimes to a person death wasn't the scariest thing. What was scarier than death was not being able to die even if you wanted to. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard all of a sudden. Then an incomparably powerful silhouette appeared on the square. The one who came was a handsome young man. He seemed to be less than 30 years old, but his qi was extremely powerful, much stronger than Daoist Yufeng. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm. Such a figure was undoubtedly very terrifying. In Tianyun Pavilion there was only one such person, Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun had appeared. He had been in seclusion all this while trying to break through to the Immortal King realm. This time he was disturbed by the matter of the law enforcement hall, so he had no choice but to come out. Facts had proven that Tian Muyun's talent was indeed very great. He had also obtained a lot of benefits from this seclusion. This could be seen from the qi that he was releasing. After Tian Muyun appeared, his eyes swept across the square and saw Yangshu kneeling on the ground. His anger rose in an instant, especially when he saw Jiang Chen's current cultivation base. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. That's right, Jiang Chen's abnormal strength had made him jealous. It wasn't just a normal kind of jealousy because Jiang Chen's advancement was just too fast, which caught everyone off guard. What was more unacceptable was Jiang Chen's combat strength. Such combat strength was even more terrifying than the speed of advancement. With a cultivation base of half-step Immortal King, he could easily suppress a late Golden Immortal. In the entire Immortal world apart from Jiang Chen, there was no one else who could do this. Jiang Chen, you really have guts. You're really too gutsy. You actually dare to come here and behave atrociously. Don't tell me you don't put me in your eyes? Tian Muyun Leng Leng said. Tian Muyun, we haven't settled the score between us. Jiang Chen glanced sideways at Tian Muyun. With Yang Bufan present, he didn't put Tian Muyun in his eyes at all. Sect leader, save me. Hurry up and save me. When Yang Shu saw Tian Muyun, he once again saw hope. In his point of view, Tian Muyun was the #1 expert in one-line sky and had always been a legend in one-line sky. Perhaps Tian Muyun could really save him. What Yang Shu thought was right. Tian Muyun was indeed very strong. His current combat strength had surpassed the other 7 one-line immortals. Given his current ability, if it wasn't for Yang Bufan's presence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to save Yang Shu from Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, because of Yang Bufan's presence, Yang Shu's wish could only come to nothing. Jiang Chen, you're a guy with guts. You actually dared to come here to save someone. I admire you very much, but you really shouldn't have chosen to go against me because that's courting death. I want you to let go of Elder Yang Shu now. In that case, you and Tianjizi won't end up too miserable. Tian Muyun looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly. His tone was also condescending. He hadn't noticed Yang Bufan's existence when he just appeared. Even if he saw Yang Bufan, he wouldn't pay attention to him because Yang Bufan looked too ordinary on the surface. Moreover, Tian Muyun was too arrogant. He believed that he was the #1 expert in one-line sky and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. However, he would never have thought that Jiang Chen would invite the evil lord over. Plop. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Tian Muyun at all. A great force fell on Yang Shu's body, causing Yang Shu's head to hit the ground with a plop. It was a heavy kowtow to Tianjizi. Presumptuous. Upon seeing this, Tian Muyun was infuriated. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, but Jiang Chen didn't give him any face in front of all the elders and disciples. This made him very angry. A powerful qi rushed out of Tian Muyun's body. Judging from his appearance, he was ready to attack. His law enforcement hall master was humiliated in front of him. If he didn't do anything, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion would look up to him anymore. Whoosh. Just as Tian Muyun made his move, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Sensing that someone was blocking his way, Tian Muyun's expression changed slightly. Immediately he halted his steps. He raised his head and saw a black-robed man calmly standing in front of him. Although he didn't unleash his qi, Tian Muyun was truly shocked. An Immortal King expert. Tian Muyun wasn't a fool. Given his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yang Bufan at such a close distance. The rippling airflow around him was enough to prove that Yang Bufan was an Immortal King. You are Tian Muyun? Yang Bufan spoke. The way he looked at Tian Muyun was full of contempt and disgust. It was hard for him to look straight at a person who had betrayed his master. He didn't even want to look at such a person. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's order, he would have slapped Tian Muyun to death. Who are you? Tian Muyun behaved calmly. After all, he had a strong cultivation base. If he went all out, he already had the capital to fight an early Immortal King. Evil Lord. Yang Bufan revealed his name. What? Evil Lord? Tian Muyun exclaimed. Daoist Yufeng, who was beside him, exclaimed as well. Others might not know who the Evil Lord was, but they had heard of him. All of them had some understanding of the evil abyss. Even if they hadn't been there before, they basically knew about the situation inside. This person in front of them was the Evil Lord, a mighty existence that could stand firm in evil abyss. Such a peerless figure wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Chapter 1356. Amazing. Just who is this Sin Lord? Just the name alone is enough to tell that he's no ordinary person. I have a feeling that he might be related to the evil abyss, and he's an incredible figure in the evil abyss. Think about it, Jiang Chen was able to walk out of the evil abyss successfully. Which ordinary person could do that? Therefore, I think that the reason why Jiang Chen could walk out of the evil abyss is probably related to this evil lord. This man is very likely to be a mighty immortal king, even more powerful than sect master and Daoist Yufeng. Zhou Xian is truly amazing. He could actually come into contact with such a big shot after a trip to the evil abyss, and even made the other party take the initiative to help him. It seems like he came prepared today. If Elder Yang Shu is really in danger, not even sect master can save him. The appearance of Yang Bufan once again attracted everyone's attention. They were afraid that only a mighty immortal king would be able to frighten Tian Muyun. There was no true immortal king in One Line Sky. One could only imagine how powerful Yang Bufan's deterrence was. I'm the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun. Greetings, evil lord, but today's matter is an internal matter of Tianyun Pavilion. I hope evil lord won't get involved. Tian Muyun clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. No matter how arrogant Tian Muyun was, he wouldn't dare show the slightest neglect in the face of an immortal king. If it was an ordinary immortal king, Tian Muyun might not pay too much attention to it, but this man in front of him was obviously not an ordinary immortal king. This could be seen from Yang Bufan's age. To be able to reach the immortal king realm at such a young age, he must be a genius among geniuses. Tian Muyun could even feel that Yang Bufan's talent was absolutely not inferior to his own. Currently, Yang Bufan's cultivation base was at the peak of early immortal king realm, only one step away from advancing to the intermediate immortal king realm. Internal matter? Zhou Xian doesn't seem to be a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion anymore. Besides, I, evil lord, don't care if it's an internal matter or not. Yang Bufan's tone was very flat, but the overflowing pressure made people feel incomparably uncomfortable. But as soon as his voice faded, Yang Bufan struck decisively. A heavy slap landed on Tian Muyun's face. The sound of the slap reverberated throughout the square. This slap made Tian Muyun spin 3 times on the spot. Yang Bufan's attack was too fast. Even with Tian Muyun's ability, he didn't have the chance to react at all. What? The whole audience was in an uproar. This slap was a solid slap on the face of their sect leader. He was the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion, the genius legend of the entire One Line Sky and the super expert of One Line 8 Immortals. Today he was slapped in the face in public. This was a real humiliation. Tian Muyun's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't choose to fight back. From the slap just now, he was completely sure that he was no match for the black-robed man in front of him. They weren't on the same level at all. If he fought back, the black-robed man would probably crush him with just a finger. What? I hit you, but you don't seem to be convinced. Yang Bufan smiled and gave another backhand slap. But the other half of Tian Muyun's face was also slapped, and he spun 3 times on the spot. Pop. Next, Yang Bufan continued to slap Tian Muyun's face like firecrackers. Tian Muyun didn't even have the strength to resist. After dozens of slaps, Tian Muyun's face had completely changed, turning into a tender pig's head. He stood on the spot and kept swaying. It seemed that he had been beaten senseless. I hate ungrateful villains like you the most. If it weren't for Brother Zhang's warning, you would have been dead by now. But killing you will only dirty my hands. Bah! Yang Bufan said, not forgetting to spit on Tian Muyun's face. This kind of humiliation was indescribable. At this moment, the anger in Tian Muyun's heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was like a volcano, but it was firmly suppressed by him. Tian Muyun stood there without saying a word. Today's situation was very clear to him. Zhou Xian came prepared. He had brought back a powerful immortal king as his helper. No one in One Line Sky was a match for such a character. Even if the One Line Sky 8 Immortals attacked him at the same time, they would still be slapped to death like flies. Therefore, no matter how much hatred Tian Muyun had in his heart, he could only endure it in order to live. This man is really scary. He can endure such humiliation. He's very shrewd. Zhou Xian, who was not far away, saw all this. His opinion of Tian Muyun rose a little, but his intention to kill Tian Muyun would never change. The atmosphere in the entire square was extremely depressing. Many elders' eyes were overflowing with a trace of anger. Seeing their sect master being slapped was not only a humiliation to Tian Muyun, but also a humiliation to the entire Tianyun Pavilion. But no matter how angry they were, no one dared to step forward. No one was a fool. Stepping forward to fight against an immortal king was no different from courting death. The other party could easily blow them to death. Humph! Yang Bufan snorted coldly in disgust, then turned around and no longer looked at Tian Muyun. But as long as he stood here today, he would bring absolute pressure to everyone. Yang Shu, who was kneeling on the ground, was in complete despair. Even the sect master had been humiliated. Who else could save him? No one could save him. He had completely become the fish in Jiang Chen's hand, waiting to be slaughtered. To Yang Shu, no one can save you. I've already said that you will be punished today. No one can save you. Jiang Chen's voice was like the king of hell. Every word was sentencing Yang Shu to death. Kill me, Jiang Chen. Kill me. Yang Shu roared. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen's great strength, lying on the ground and unable to move. He couldn't even lift his head. You want to die? I won't let you die. Don't you have a distinguished identity? Aren't you the master of the law enforcement hall? Then I'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid. I'll treat you the same way you treated my master. Today I'll cripple you. Let's see how you can establish a foothold in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Chapter 1357. Every word of Jiang Chen was like a sharp knife stabbing into Yang Shu's heart. Cripple his cultivation? Become a cripple? This was something Yang Shu had never thought about. He had never thought about the ending. Now that he thought about it, his whole body was trembling. It was too terrible. It was 100 times worse than killing him. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he had made too many enemies. Once he fell from the top of the pyramid, he would completely become a clown. Everyone who saw him would definitely look at him with disdain, ridicule, and pity. Those who were bullied and looked down upon by him in the past would step on his head and even spit on him. At that time, the whole world would be gloomy. He would be like a rat on the street, the object of ridicule everywhere. All his dignity would be gone. This was a cruel world, a world where strength was respected. When you lost your strength, you really couldn't have a foothold. At that time, not to mention law enforcement hall, perhaps it would be difficult for you to be a sweeper in Tianyun Pavilion. No. Yang Shu roared. He couldn't imagine what his future life would be like. It would be worse than death, and he absolutely didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Therefore, dying in Jiang Chen's hands was the best choice. Kill me, Jiang Chen. Hurry up and kill me. Yang Shu seemed to have gone mad. He had completely lost himself. He no longer had the bearing of an elder. Now he only wished for death because he had completely lost all hope. Jiang Chen had truly grown up to the point where he could only look up to him. Even Tian Muyun couldn't save him. Yang Shu had no illusions and extravagant hopes for himself. Jiang Chen didn't care about Yang Shu's despair. He stretched out his dragon claw and slapped the top of Yang Shu's head. A destructive force drilled into Yang Shu's body through his head. Cracking sounds could be heard incessantly from his body. Not long after, Yang Shu's whole body went limp, lying on the ground like a dog. His body kept twitching. Many people could see that the energy in Yang Shu's body was rapidly draining. This wasn't an ordinary energy draining but a real disappearance. It would never come back. Compared to Tianjizi, Yang Shu's experience was even more miserable. Yang Shu's qi and meridians were completely shattered. Even his soul was injured. This was an injury that couldn't be healed. In other words, Yang Shu had completely become a cripple from now on. He was worse than a cripple because he could no longer do anything except walk. The dignified hall master of the law enforcement hall of Heavenly Cloud Pavilion had ended up like this. It was truly a sad sight. Alas. What a pity. Elder Yang Shu is so pitiful now. He doesn't even have the right to die. A pitiful person must be hateful. Jiang Chen is returning the favor. If Yang Shu didn't treat Tianjizi like that in the beginning, I believe that Jiang Chen wouldn't be so ruthless. Yang Shu only has himself to blame. Jiang Chen is a person who can't be trusted. Those who go against him won't have a good end. The law enforcement hall is completely finished. Today the hall master has also suffered humiliation. It can be said that Tianyun Pavilion has suffered an unprecedented blow. Although Jiang Chen is too ruthless, he is a man of character. He is full of blood and righteousness. It would be a good choice to be friends with him. Many people were sighing. Yang Shu's experience was really a very sad thing. But who could be blamed for all this? He only had himself to blame. This day was destined when he killed Tianjizi. Get lost, old dog. Jiang Chen kicked Yang Shu in disgust. Yang Shu's body was sent flying away and fell 10 feet away. At this moment Yang Shu's body curled up on the ground. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. He was like a poor mouse and no one came forward to help him up. Tianmuyun saw all this with his own eyes. Anger flickered in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. All this was because of Zhang Chen. But what Tianmuyun could do now was to endure it. Because there was nothing else he could do. He didn't have the courage to attack Zhang Chen. There was a terrifying tiger standing next to him that could take his life at any time. Swish. After destroying Yang Shu, Zhang Chen turned to look at the last Vice Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall. The Vice Hall Master was terrified. He was now in Zhang Chen's domain and had no room to resist. Zhang Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't touch Elder Tianjizi. The Vice Hall Master's voice began to tremble. He was afraid that Zhang Chen would kill him out of anger and cripple him like Yang Shu. Chen, don't kill him. Tianjizi shook his head at Zhang Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen retracted his killing intent. Just like Daoist Yufeng, since Tianjizi didn't allow him to kill Yang Shu, it meant that Yang Shu still had value to keep him alive. In fact, this Vice Hall Master was the only one who had a good relationship with Tianjizi among all the elders in Law Enforcement Hall. Moreover, after Yang Shu crippled Tianjizi, this Vice Hall Master still argued with Yang Shu angrily. From this point alone, he didn't deserve to die. Seeing that Zhang Chen had retracted his killing intent, the Vice Hall Master heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Only then did the Vice Hall Master realize that his clothes were soaked in sweat. The scene just now was just too horrifying. The Vice Hall Master glanced at Tianjizi with gratitude in his eyes. It was imaginable that with Zhang Chen's means and style of doing things, he would already be a dead man if Tianjizi hadn't stopped him. After killing so many people and almost destroying the entire law enforcement hall, Zhang Chen's anger finally subsided. Next it was time for him and Tianmuyun. Zhang Chen retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He was clad in white with a delicate face. It was hard to associate his appearance with the killing maniac just now, but they were indeed the same person. Zhang Chen approached Tianmuyun. Looking at Tianmuyun's resentful and vicious eyes, Zhang Chen just sneered. Tianmuyun, I will take Master away today, but I will still come back to Tianyun Pavilion. I will personally take your life at that time. At that time you will naturally know why I am here. Chapter 1358. Because once he took out the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, it would mean that he had something to do with Ouyang He. At that time Daoist Yufeng and the others would get to the bottom of it. Even if he didn't say anything, many people would speculate about it. In this way Tianyun Pavilion would no longer have peace. Today Tianmuyun had been humiliated. He would certainly harbor resentment. Once the secret of him killing Ouyang He was leaked out, this guy was likely to do all kinds of crazy things. At that time, Daoist Yufeng would be in danger, many elders would be in danger, and Tianyun Pavilion would be destroyed by Tianmuyun's hands. This wasn't what Zhang Chen wanted to see. In any case, Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's painstaking effort. He wouldn't let Ouyang He's painstaking effort be destroyed by Tianmuyun. Therefore Zhang Chen chose not to reveal his cards. As long as he didn't reveal his cards, Tianyun Pavilion could still maintain its basic peace under Tianmuyun's control. When his strength grew stronger and had the capital to compete with Tianmuyun, he would naturally reveal his cards. At that time he would kill Tianmuyun in front of all the elders and disciples of Tianyun Pavilion to seek justice for Ouyang He. Zhang Chen, Tianmuyun will remember what happened today. Tianmuyun said Lung Lung. You better remember it. Not only today's matter but many other things. Zhang Chen left these words, then helped Tianjizi up. Master, let's go. Tianjizi nodded. There was nothing left for a cripple to live in this era, but now that he had Zhang Chen as his disciple, even if it was his greatest pride, he felt incomparably gratified. Zhang Chen brought Tianjizi to Yang Bufan's side. Brother Yang, let's go. What? You're letting him go just like that? Yang Bufan glanced at Tianmuyun Lung Lung. I've said it before. One day I'll come back and kill him myself. Zhang Chen smiled and soared into the sky with Tianjizi, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. As for Yang Bufan, he came and went without a trace. When everyone turned around to look for him, they couldn't find any trace of him. No one knew where he had gone. Looking at the direction where Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan disappeared, Tianmuyun's eyes finally revealed an incomparably ruthless look. A monstrous rage burst out of his body, turning into a substance swaying back and forth in the sky. Zhangchen, evil lord, the humiliation you've given me today, I'll return it twofold sooner or later. Just you wait. When I advance to the Immortal King realm, it'll be the time of your deaths. At that time I'll personally head to the evil abyss to annihilate all of you. Tianmuyun was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today he had suffered such a great humiliation because of his weak cultivation, but he would definitely remember this humiliation in his heart. With a sway of his body, Tianmuyun vanished. He had chosen to go into seclusion again. As a matter of fact, Yang Bufan's humiliation had helped Tianmuyun's growth in a certain aspect. Today's humiliation wouldn't make Tianmuyun fall into despair. Instead, it would stimulate his fighting spirit, allowing him to grow faster and speed up his advancement to the Immortal King realm. On a barren mountain thousands of miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Qin and his two companions landed. Master, I've caused a great disaster this time. I've really implicated you. Jiang Qin sighed. Looking at Tianjizi in such a state made him feel very uncomfortable. You're a man, why do you have to be so long-winded? Tianjizi chuckled, but his laughter was filled with sorrow. As a supreme expert of the Golden Immortal Realm, he had suddenly become a cripple. No matter how good his mentality was, he would not be able to accept it. It would be impossible to say that he did not have any shadow in his heart. Master, let me take a look at your injuries. Jiang Qin said, grabbing Tianjizi's palm. A stream of divine sense went into Tianjizi's body through his broken meridians. After making a round inside his body, Jiang Qin's frown deepened. His meridians are broken and his qi is destroyed. This is an injury that can't be healed. Even a powerful former emperor or an immortal venerable can't help him. If it's an immortal emperor, he can go against the heaven and help him rebuild his qi and repair his meridians. Yang Bufan said. Immortal emperor? Upon hearing these two words, Tianjizi couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't even see the legendary supreme great emperors, let alone come into contact with them. They were supreme figures in the immortal world. Every great emperor was high and mighty, standing at the top of the heavens and earth. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream to find a powerful great emperor to help him. Master, let me introduce you. This is the evil lord Yang Bufan, an early immortal king supreme expert, the ruler of the human race in Evil Abyss. It's all thanks to Brother Yang's help that I was able to save you this time. It was also thanks to Brother Yang's help that I was able to return to the ancient tomb from Evil Abyss. Jiang Qin introduced. Tianjizi greets the evil lord. Tianjizi bowed slightly to Yang Bufan. In the face of a mighty immortal king expert, he didn't dare to address him as Brother Yang like Jiang Qin did. That was a great disrespect to an immortal king. Moreover, Yang Bufan had saved his life today, which made him his savior. Tianjizi felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. Tianjizi had never been to Evil Abyss, nor had he heard of the evil lord, but he wasn't a fool. From Jiang Chen's introduction he could already tell how amazing Yang Bufan was. The fact that Yang Bufan dared to address him as the evil lord in Evil Abyss was very obvious. No need to be so polite. Yang Bufan waved his hand, indicating that Tianjizi didn't need to be so formal with him. Of course, this was all for the sake of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given Yang Bufan's identity, he wouldn't interfere in an outsider's business. Given Tianjizi's cultivation base, Yang Bufan wouldn't say a word to him either. Master, there are still some important matters to deal with in the Evil Abyss. Let's return to the Evil Abyss first. As for the matters here, I'll be back sooner or later. There's a deeper grudge between me and Tianmuyun. I'll tell you about it later, said Jiang Qin. Although Tianjizi had become a cripple, Jiang Qin wouldn't abandon him. From now on he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Tianjizi. From now on, Tianjizi was the most important person in his life. All right. Chapter 1359. Yang Bufan took out a spatial talisman. It was a spatial talisman. He had already gained full control of the spatial fluctuations in Evil Abyss, so it was easy for him to open the passageway to Evil Abyss. In other words, Evil Abyss was his base camp and he could return to it at any time. Of course, there was a limit to where he could go at any time. It was only limited to the areas that were connected to Evil Abyss, such as One Line Sky. There was no way to go back to Evil Abyss beyond these areas. In other words, the existence of evil abyss was only relative to these areas. Those who went beyond these areas would never have heard of evil abyss. Buzz. The spatial talisman turned into an illusory portal, drifting in the void. This was the gateway to evil abyss. Yang Bufan took the lead and walked in, followed by Zhang Chen, who was supporting Tianjizi. After the three of them entered the portal, it disappeared automatically and the void regained its tranquility. It was as if nothing had happened here. No one knew that three people had just disappeared. Evil abyss. Zhang Chen and Yang Bufan only took half a day to go back and forth. During this time, the evil abyss was still calm and peaceful. Zhang Chen had killed Mo Ying and destroyed the army of the evil clan, causing the evil clan to suffer an unprecedented loss, almost damaging their foundation. At this moment, the evil clan was preparing for the final battle. When the decisive battle arrived, it was destined to be a reign of terror. The final counterattack of the evil clan would certainly be a life-and-death battle with the human race. Their aim was to annihilate the human race and regain control of evil abyss. Evil Lord Yang Bufan and Zhang Chen left quietly. No one knew about it, so it didn't cause any panic in the human race. To the human race, Yang Bufan and Zhang Chen were the spiritual pillars of the entire human race. If they knew that the two of them had left, they would certainly panic. After Zhang Chen returned, he brought Tianjizi back to the courtyard. He had to find a way to help Tianjizi recuperate his body. Tianjizi's body was too weak now. Even if he couldn't recover, he still had to find a way to recuperate his body. Otherwise, given his current state, he was afraid that he would die of old age in a few years. As for Yang Bufan, he naturally went back to deal with the matters in Sin City. Now that the war between the human race and the evil clan was about to break out, he had to show his steadiest side to calm the people's hearts. In the courtyard, when De Huang Dog and Tyrant saw Tianjizi, they came over to greet him. It was the first time for Tyrant to see Tianjizi. He knew that this was Zhang Chen's master in Tianyun Pavilion, but it wasn't the first time for De Huang Dog to see Tianjizi. When he saw the changes in Tianjizi, he was incomparably furious. For God's sake, which idiot did this? De Huang Dog was exasperated. How awe-inspiring was Tianjizi in the past. He was a mighty elder of Tianyun Pavilion. But now his cultivation base had been crippled, turning him into a cripple. How could De Huang Dog not be angry? It's Yangshu. However, I have already made the law enforcement hall pay with blood. All the elders of the law enforcement hall have been killed by me. Brother Yang has even humiliated Tian Muyun. However, this matter won't end just like that. Tian Muyun is a very shrewd bastard. Plus, he has extraordinary talent. I'm afraid that today's humiliation will become his motivation for revenge, helping him break through to the Immortal King realm as soon as possible. However, I'm not afraid even if he advances to the Immortal King realm. The stronger Tian Muyun is, the more it will stimulate me. Sooner or later there will be a battle between us. Sooner or later I will kill him with my own hands," said Zhang Chen. His words and face were full of confidence. At the same time he exuded a faint aura of a king. That was the qi of an innate king. The few of them had already witnessed Zhang Chen's great luck. Such a figure's future achievements would be limitless. "Chen Heir, you said that there are other grudges between you and Tian Muyun. What's going on?" Tianjizi asked curiously. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that Zhang Chen had the determination to kill Tian Muyun, but it wasn't just because of this matter. Seemed like there were other reasons. "Master, what do you think this is?" With a flick of his arm, Zhang Chen took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd. After the golden halberd appeared, it radiated a dazzling golden light. When Tianjizi saw the halberd, his facial expression changed instantly. He was too familiar with this halberd. Most of the elders in Tianyun Pavilion knew about this halberd. Basically all of them had seen it before. The heavenly dragon combat halberd is sect master's weapon. How could it be in your hands? Tianjizi was astounded. He looked up at Zhang Chen, eager to know the answer. Back then Senior Ouyang found me in Yen City. At that time he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He gave me the heavenly dragon combat halberd and the cultivation method of the heavenly dragon 9 strikes, asking me to help him complete a task in his heart. That is, to kill Tian Muyun and restore the glory of Tianyun Pavilion, so that he can rest in peace in the netherworld. Zhang Chen said. At this time there was no need to hide these things from Tianjizi. In that case, Sect Master Ouyang has really met with misfortune. AI. But what does this have to do with Tianmuyun? Tianmuyun is sect Master Ouyang's proudest disciple. Tianjizi was puzzled. Master, you don't know this. Senior Ouyang's death was caused by Tianmuyun. This man is insane. He took advantage of the critical moment when Senior Ouyang was in seclusion to break through to the Immortal King realm. In the end, Senior Ouyang had no choice but to burn all his life essence to escape. Jiang Qin told Tianjizi everything he knew. Bastard. What a bastard. I didn't expect this kid to be insane to such an extent. He even deceived all the elders of Tianyun Pavilion. I once used the great divination art to divine the whereabouts of sect Master Ouyang, but my divination art hasn't reached that level yet. I could only divine that sect Master Ouyang has met with misfortune, but I couldn't figure out the reason. I didn't expect that it was all done by Tianmuyun. Tianjizi was so angry that his nose was about to emit smoke. He had a very good relationship with Ouyang He. It was a big blow to him that Ouyang He had met with misfortune. For the past 2 years, Tianjizi had been sad about Ouyang He's death almost every day, but he never thought that Ouyang He's death would be related to Tianmuyun. Now Tianjizi finally understood why Jiang Qin wanted to kill Tianmuyun. It must be that after Ouyang He escaped, he felt that there was no hope for revenge and began to choose a successor. In the end, he chose Jiang Qin because he saw the hope of revenge in Jiang Qin. Chapter 1360. Tianjizi was very shocked. He had always been very regretful about Ouyang He's death. He even had a lot of doubts because Ouyang He was just too strong. With Ouyang He's ability, he shouldn't have been killed by himself. He was sure that there must be something hidden behind this, but he never thought that it was related to Tianmuyun. Not only him, even Daoist Yufeng didn't suspect Tianmuyun. Because in the eyes of outsiders, Tianmuyun was a first-class genius of Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang He treated him like his own son. Therefore, after Ouyang He's death, Tianmuyun naturally inherited the position of sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. Even Daoist Yufeng didn't have the slightest objection. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion respected and obeyed Tianmuyun. But no one knew that their current sect master was just a lunatic who deceived his own master and killed his ancestors. This man even dared to kill sect master Ouyang, let alone me. I should have killed him directly. Tianjizi sneered. At first he was extremely angry and aggrieved when Tianmuyun treated him like this. But now that he thought about it, he didn't feel so aggrieved anymore. Tianmuyun even killed Ouyang He, so what was he to him? People like Tianmuyun were always unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. I promised Senior Ouyang that I would kill him with my own hands. That's why I spared his life today. Killing Tianmuyun is my biggest and only goal since I entered Tianyun Pavilion. I must accomplish it myself instead of relying on Brother Yang. Although Tianmuyun is stronger than me now, it's only a matter of time before I kill him. Jiang Qin said with a face full of confidence. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Qin had never doubted his confidence. Confidence was the most basic requirement for a true powerhouse. No matter how strong the opponent was, Jiang Qin firmly believed that he would one day trample on them. Jiang Qin had always been like this. Countless geniuses had become his stepping stones and contributed to his continuous growth. Good, very good. A man should be like this, full of courage. That's why I made an exception to accept you as my disciple. Qin, your future achievements will certainly be limitless. Even my great divination art will be carried forward in your hands. I Tianjizi have a disciple like you in this life. Even if I don't have the chance to recover in the future, I'm already satisfied. I can die without regrets. Tianjizi wasn't stingy with his words of praise for Jiang Qin. There was really nothing to be picky about with such a disciple. Compared to the time when Tianjizi accepted Jiang Qin as his disciple in Tianyun Pavilion, the current Jiang Qin had grown a lot. Even if Tianjizi's cultivation was still the same, he had been left far behind by Jiang Qin. The gap between them would only get bigger and bigger in the future. Jiang Qin's ruthlessness was the basic rule of survival in the cruel immortal world. One must be ruthless in order to stand firm. Moreover, Jiang Qin's ruthlessness was only towards his enemies. Jiang Qin had always been loyal to his own people. This was something that Tianjizi had deeply experienced. Don't worry, Master. Even if your cultivation base has been completely destroyed, I will find a way to help you recover. I believe that there is nothing in this world that is impossible. I will now help you nourish your body and prevent your essence, qi and spirit from dissipating. After the matters in Evil Abyss and One Line Sky are settled, I will find a way to help you recover. Jiang Chen said. He had always believed that there was nothing in this world that was impossible. Even if Tianjizi had suffered because of him, he would have a reason to help him recover. The heart of the regenerative lotus can help him rebuild his meridians and qi. De Huang Dog said. Regenerative lotus? Speaking of the regenerative lotus, Jiang Chen recalled that he still had 2 lotus leaves in his hand and immediately took them out. Master, these are the lotus leaves of the regenerative lotus. Take them first. Although the lotus leaves don't have the same effect as the heart of the lotus, they are still very beneficial to your current situation. Unfortunately, there is only one lotus heart of the regenerative lotus. Otherwise, your injuries would be nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head. Back then, in order to help Han Yen regrow his arm, Jiang Chen had risked his life to steal the regenerative lotus in the heavenly mountain. In the end, he used the heart of the lotus to help Han Yen regrow his arm. Unexpectedly, Tianjizi had suffered injuries that were even more terrifying than Han Yan's. Unfortunately, there was only one lotus heart of the regenerative lotus. God knows where else a sacred object like the regenerative lotus could be found. Such a treasure could only be found by luck. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Chen wouldn't pin all his hopes on the illusory regenerative lotus. The 2 lotus leaves in front of him could temporarily help Tianjizi recover some of his essence. As for the rest, he would think about it in the future. Upon seeing the lotus leaves of the regenerative lotus, Tianjizi was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Tianjizi laughed heartily until he coughed violently and his stomach cramped. Jiang Chen was also laughing heartily. By now, even a fool would know what had happened in the heavenly mountain. Awesome. Chen Air, I really want to know how you did it. The disappearance of the heavenly mountain regenerative lotus is known as the #1 unsolved case in One Line Sky for 1,000 years. The One Line 8 Immortals have been searching everywhere for the person who stole the regenerative lotus, but to no avail. I have never thought that you would be the one who got it. Tianjizi's gaze towards Jiang Chen became more and more colorful. He was very curious because Jiang Chen hadn't gone to Tianyun Pavilion at that time. Jiang Chen was merely an earth immortal, not even a heaven immortal. The regenerative lotus was watched by 8 late golden immortal experts. Tianjizi couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen could get it under such circumstances. Regardless of how Jiang Chen got it, it was a fact that the regenerative lotus had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Tianjizi couldn't help but admire him. I obtained it through my own means. Back then, one of my brothers had his arm chopped off by the students of Shenyang school. He had to rely on the heart of the regenerative lotus to recover his arm. That's why I took the risk to get it. Unfortunately, there are only 2 leaves left. Master, quickly refine and absorb them to stabilize your foundation and improve your essence. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tianjizi nodded. Without any hesitation, he received the regenerative lotus and swallowed it into his stomach. Hiss. Chapter 1361. Stabilize your state of mind. Jiang Chen bellowed, then grabbed Tianjizi's palm. A large amount of wood's spiritual qi rushed into Tianjizi's body like a tide. The wood's spiritual qi was like a clear stream that flowed into Tianjizi's body. Tianjizi's body was like a dried-up lake that was suddenly washed by a clear stream. It was an incomparably comfortable feeling. What a mystical qi flow. I can feel that I'm full of vitality again. This is truly a miracle. The means of my disciple is heaven-defying. It's far beyond my expectation. Tianjizi was shocked, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He listened to Jiang Chen's words and stabilized his state of mind. Although his cultivation had been crippled, he still had the experience of a golden immortal expert. So stabilizing his state of mind was very easy for him. Tianjizi was very confident in Jiang Chen. He completely opened his state of mind and allowed Jiang Chen to control his body. The energy of the regenerative lotus had already been controlled by Jiang Chen's wood's spiritual qi. Under the guidance of the wood's spiritual qi, the energy of the leaves of the regenerative lotus began to become docile and was gradually absorbed by Tianjizi's body. To Jiang Chen, absorbing these energies was as easy as drinking water. He could absorb them all in a blink, but to Tianjizi it wasn't so easy. He was like an ordinary person who wanted to drink a lot of water. He had to drink it mouthful by mouthful. It was impossible for him to finish it all at once. If he was too impulsive, he might even choke to death. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He helped Tianjizi absorb the energy for 3 days. With the help of Jiang Chen, Tianjizi finally absorbed the 2 leaves of the regenerative lotus along with a large amount of wood's spiritual qi. With the help of the lotus leaf and the wood's spiritual energy, Tianjizi's body had undoubtedly received a great nourishment. Compared to 3 days ago, Tianjizi's current state was much stronger. Although his cultivation base hadn't recovered, his condition had recovered. His essence, qi and spirit had also returned. His appearance had also returned to its original appearance. He was no longer a trembling old man in his twilight years, but an old man in his 40s or 50s. Of course, on the surface, Tianjizi's condition was still a little dispirited. After all, he couldn't be compared to the time when he was a golden immortal. "Master, how do you feel?" Jiang Chen asked. "Much better. I can live for at least another 20 years. He had already accepted the reality. After all, things had already happened and he could only choose to accept it silently. In the future he still had to go on. Life was impermanence. Who knew what would happen in the future? He was very confident in his disciple. Maybe Jiang Chen would really find a way to help him recover completely. Therefore, as long as he was alive, there would be hope. Tianjizi's hope was on Jiang Chen. "It won't take 20 years. In a year at most, I'll be able to find a way to help you recover." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't allow Tianjizi to continue like this. Once the matters of Nifa's Abyss and One Line Sky were settled, the first thing he wanted to do was to find a way to help Tianjizi recover. This was his next goal. "And Master believes in you. This is the first time Master has come to Nifa's Abyss, but I can smell the tension in the air. What's going on?" Tianjizi returned to reality and began to pay attention to the situation in Nifa's Abyss. After all, he was proficient in the great divination art and could sense many things. Master might not know this, but there is another incomparably powerful race living in this place. They are called the Evil Clan. The Nifa's Abyss itself was named after the Evil Clan. They used to be the masters of this place, but later on, Jiang Chen introduced the basic situation of this place to Tianjizi, including the current tense situation in Nifa's Abyss and some of the things that happened to him here. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tianjizi's respect for Jiang Chen increased. It was hard not to admire such a great figure who could fight against an entire race alone. "The war with the Evil Clan is about to begin. Unfortunately, I can't help much." Tianjizi sighed. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. To an expert, it was impossible for him to not feel anything in the face of such a situation. Honglong. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering rumble reverberated from afar. The space above Nifa's city was torn apart. More than a dozen spatial passageways were blasted open at the same time. Boundless devil waves began to roll and roar could be heard from within. For a moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. Dark clouds covered the sky. The entire Nifa's city instantly became incomparably oppressive. Subsequently, powerful demonic devils rushed out of the spatial passageways. Each of them beat their chest and stamped their feet. When they looked up at the sky, each of them looked like they came from hell, emitting a terrifying radiance. In just a few breaths' time, more than 1,000 huge demonic devils rushed out of the spatial passageways. Not good. The Evil Clan has begun their attack. Tyrant's expression changed. It seems like the Evil Clan is going all out this time. They attacked Nifa's city as soon as they arrived. They are prepared to fight to the death with the human race. The Huang dog wagged his sturdy tail. Finally, the decisive battle was about to begin. It came faster than they had imagined. Demons danced crazily, forming a dense black mass. Heaven and earth darkened, completely covered by demonic qi. This was a scene of doomsday. The void was torn apart, the earth was also torn apart. There were actually demons burrowing out from the earth. The scene was extremely brutal and extremely terrifying. Tianjizi had never seen such a scene before. His face turned somewhat unsightly. Compared to the war of the human race, the war between the major powers in One Line Sky was just like a child's play. No wonder no one was willing to enter Evil Abyss. Almost all the cultivators here treated Evil Abyss like tigers. The brutality and evil of this place was indeed unimaginable to the outside world. That's a half-step immortal king demonic devil leader. A few of them have appeared at once. Motherfucker. It seems like the evil clan is serious this time. Huh. But Master Dog likes it. De Huang Dog seemed incomparably excited. This time the evil clan had come prepared. Could be said that they had gone all out. Just at the beginning, a few half-step immortal king demonic devils had already appeared. With such terrifying cultivation base, they would be the overlord of a region in one-line sky. Of course, their status in the evil clan was incomparably noble. They were either the leaders of a large tribe or existences that were above the leaders. This war will certainly be earth-shattering. It will determine the future of the evil clan. Chapter 1362. The city of Sin was also in an uproar. Such a huge commotion had alarmed all the humans in the city of Sin. Even if the humans were fully prepared, facing such a huge army from the evil clan, many human cultivators couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. This army was too terrifying. However, the humans weren't afraid. They had their own beliefs, and that was the evil lord. As long as the evil lord was present, they believed that they would be able to gain a foothold here. No matter how chaotic the human race was in the past, they were absolutely united at this moment. The people here were all vicious and evil, but at this critical moment, everyone had to step forward bravely. Perhaps they didn't want to participate in such a tragic battle of life and death, but they had no way or reason to retreat because they were destined to never be able to leave the evil abyss after coming here. Only the evil lord could allow them to leave. Since they couldn't leave, they had to survive here. In order to survive in such a cruel environment, the evil clan was the biggest threat. Now that the evil clan had launched a large-scale attack, everyone had to do their best because they didn't want to die. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, once the human race was defeated, the evil clan would once again rule the entire evil abyss. At that time, each and every one of them would face an incomparably cruel fate: destruction. They would face true destruction. Therefore they had no choice but to fight. Every human cultivator in the city of Sin had no reason to retreat. They had to use their lives and blood to defend this piece of land. The roars of the evil clan were earth-shattering. This time the target of the evil clan was very clear: the city of Sin. As long as the city was destroyed, it meant the extinction of the human race. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts had appeared. More than a dozen spatial passages were still being opened. It could be seen that the evil clan had turned out in full force this time. The number of demonic beasts was just too huge. However, this was also the situation that Zhou Xian hoped to see the most. The ancestral dragon pagoda's hunger and thirst was unbearable. This time it must go on a frenzied killing spree. To what extent could it improve, and whether it would be qualified to deal with Tian Muyun after the battle ended? The human race didn't stay idle these past few days. They had made ample preparations. Tian Muyun was very far-sighted. Obviously, he had predicted that the city of Sin would become the final target of the evil clan. He had already summoned a large number of experts from the outer and middle regions. Now the lineup of the city of Sin was unprecedentedly strong. One after another, experts rushed out of the city of Sin. Each of them had incomparably powerful qi. The leaders were at least 3 to 4 half-step immortal kings and a lot of golden immortal experts. What a huge lineup. Tianjizi couldn't help but sigh. He simply couldn't believe that there were so many experts in an alternate dimension like the Nephis Abyss. Putting aside the Nephis clan, just the human camp in Nephis City alone was enough to wipe out the entire one-line sky. Yang Bufan didn't appear. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he was waiting for something. Or perhaps, these demonic devils weren't worthy of his attention. There was only one demonic devil in the evil clan that was worthy of his attention. He was waiting for that mad devil to appear. Roar, roar. Without any superfluous words, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. The battlefield was very huge, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. The entire city of Sin was within the range of the battlefield. Both sides were well aware that this battle would come sooner or later. Now that they had collided, there was only savagery and killing on both sides. Every human and every demonic devil had only one thought in their mind: to kill and tear the other party apart. This was a battle of survival. No one dared to be negligent. It was destined to be tragic, and blood would flow like a river. After this battle, the city of Sin would become a true city of sin. Everywhere would be filled with the smell of sin and blood. Kill. A half-step immortal king expert of the human race raised the dazzling combat weapon in his hand. Following his order, all the human cultivators unleashed their most powerful energy. Many of them took out their immortal combat weapon. Countless combat weapon chi filled the sky, interweaving into 7 colors, trying to disperse the dark devil chi in the sky. A ferocious demonic devil grabbed a human cultivator with its thick and horrifying hands and tore the human cultivator into 2 halves. Then it grabbed the human cultivator's arm and put it into its mouth, chewing on it. The whole scene looked extremely brutal and creepy. However, before the demonic devil could finish chewing the arm, it was pierced by an immortal weapon and torn apart on the spot. Such a scene could be seen everywhere, almost in every corner of the battlefield. This was the most basic and most brutal massacre. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had experienced it before, so they didn't feel anything. However, Tianjizi's facial expression changed completely. Although he was old and had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, this was the first time he had seen such a brutal war. It was hard to imagine how difficult it was for the human race to survive in this place. Master Dog can't wait any longer. I must have a good massacre today. De Huang Dog shook his head, turned into a golden light and rushed out. He rushed into the battlefield and killed dozens of demonic devils on the spot. The battlefield immediately became chaotic. Grandpa Monk is here too. The monk's body was emitting a golden Buddha's light. The string of Buddha beads hanging around his neck was also sparkling. He looked incomparably mystical, just like an eminent monk. When he rushed into the battlefield, the chaos he caused was even more terrifying than that of De Huang Dog. Under the impact of the Buddha's light, it immediately set off a rain of blood. What a terrifying war. It simply makes people's blood boil. It's a great regret that I can't participate in such a war. Tianjizi sighed. Some people wouldn't be able to experience such a war even once in their lifetime. However, he had experienced it but couldn't participate in it. He felt very aggrieved. He also wanted to rush into the battlefield like Zhou Xian and kill to his heart's content. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to fight against the demonic devils. With his current condition, he didn't even have the qualification to enter the battlefield. The aftermath of the war could directly tear Zhou Xian apart. Master, I don't know how long this war will last. This is the great counterattack of the evil clan. They will certainly go all out. When this war is over, I'm afraid the entire evil city will turn into powder. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Come into the Zulong Tower. Zhou Xian said and directly opened the door of the Zulong Tower. The current Tianjizi could only protect. In such a battlefield, the Zulong Tower was the safest place. Chapter 1363. Seeing that Zhou Xian was actually able to control a powerful door, Tianjizi couldn't help but be shocked once again. However, he had been shocked by his disciple too many times, so he was already numb to it. In the future, no matter what miraculous things happened to Zhou Xian, he wouldn't be too shocked, because he was already mentally prepared for it. In Tianjizi's opinion, any miraculous things that happened to his disciple were nothing out of the ordinary. Without any hesitation, Tianjizi stepped into the inner space of the Zulong Tower. He had absolute trust in Zhou Xian. The battle in front of him was unprecedentedly cruel, and Zhou Xian was just protecting him. After entering the Zulong Tower, Tianjizi was stunned once again. This is the inner space of a powerful combat weapon. I can actually see the battlefield outside through this space as if I'm there myself. This is truly inconceivable. Only a powerful king weapon can create an inner space like this. Could it be that Qin'er is a powerful king weapon? No, the qi inside is ancient and profound with a taste of desolation. It's not something that ordinary king weapons can compare with. Even though he was already numb to it, Tianjizi couldn't help but be shocked by Zhou Xian once again. This kind of shock couldn't be faked. A king weapon was already shocking enough, but Zhou Xian's trump cards and methods were becoming more and more unfathomable to Tianjizi. However, Tianjizi was incomparably excited in his heart, because he had accepted a good disciple. The more miraculous Zhou Xian's performance was, the happier he was. Even if he couldn't recover to his original state in the future, being able to witness the growth of a genius was still an incomparably joyful thing. Bing. An extremely majestic aura gushed out from Zhou Xian's body like a tidal wave. Zhou Xian had used his dragon transformation, and with a flap of his blood-red dragon wings, he shot into the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. Zhou Xian, that's Zhou Xian. Many demonic devils of the evil clan exclaimed when they saw the dragon man. The ferocious and tyrannical demonic devils were thrown into chaos when they saw Zhou Xian. Many powerful demonic devils retreated as they didn't want to face Zhou Xian. In this battlefield, Zhou Xian was the absolute king, the true ruler. He alone controlled everything. He alone could control the fate of the entire battlefield. Even the ferocious evil clan feared him like a tiger. Just by appearing here, even if he didn't attack, the morale of the human clan would soar and the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to be arrogant anymore. There was an ancient saying that a general could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. It was referring to people like Zhou Xian. His influence was too great and he could directly affect the situation of the entire battlefield. Roar. Dragon roars roared out from Zhou Xian's body. Violent dragons rushed in all directions, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Countless demonic devils died tragically, turning into a mist of blood. Zhou Xian secretly opened the portal of the Zulong Tower. All the dead demonic devils on the battlefield were absorbed by the Zulong Tower, becoming the nourishment of the Zulong Tower for Zhou Xian. If it was before, the Zulong Tower would absorb the blood chi of the human clan together with the Zulong Tower. But now, as the Zulong Tower continued to condense, it had reached a relatively perfect compatibility with Zhou Xian. Under this kind of compatibility, Zhou Xian could control the absorption of the Zulong Tower. Huff huff. The battlefield was too vast. Demonic devils were dying tragically all the time. That was an incomparably huge amount of blood chi and unimaginable energy. It was like an endless ocean. Naturally, the roars of the Zulong Tower never stopped. Look, it's Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian has made a move. With him here, the evil clan won't be able to create any waves. That's right. The moment Zhou Xian used his means, the demonic devils will kill each other. And that little monk is also incomparably terrifying. With the two of them here, the demonic devils have nothing to be afraid of. I heard that the evil clan has a powerful immortal king. He will also take action this time. It's not that we are worried. The evil lord hasn't taken action yet. The evil lord is waiting for him. What we need to do now is to kill the demonic devils of the evil clan. The morale of the human race was high. Each and every one of them was shouting loudly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other side, the demonic devil camp was in chaos, because a large number of demonic devils suddenly turned around and killed their own people, becoming the helpers of the human race. Kill them. Kill them all. A half-step immortal king demonic devil bellowed. Those edified demonic devils were instantly drowned by the powerful demonic devil army and massacred on the spot. One had to admit that the evil clan was an extremely ferocious clan. They had already expected such a situation to occur on the battlefield. Once such a situation occurred, they would disregard everything and kill the traitors without showing any mercy. Edifying light. Zhou Qian's deep voice resounded. The edifying light turned into a sparkling spiritual snake and rushed out, shuttling back and forth among the demonic devils. In just a few blinks, hundreds of demonic devils had been edified. As long as the edifying light was present, more demonic devils would be edified, continuously weakening the combat strength of the evil clan. To the human race, this was a great thing. Zhou Qian's dragon wings flapped wildly, shuttling back and forth across the battlefield. Now he wasn't going to come into contact with those powerful half-step immortal kings. Instead, he was killing demonic devils everywhere, reducing the strength of the demonic devil army and turning these demonic devils into his nourishment. No one knew how long this battle would last, but the slaughter had just begun. More than a dozen spatial passageways in the sky opened up like fountains. Endless demonic beasts poured out from them. No one knew how many demonic beasts the evil clan had. In such a ferocious war, Zhou Xian was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. His energy continued to grow. The Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the energy. New dragon marks were forming in Zhou Qian's chi, increasing his combat strength. Demonic devils danced chaotically. Large numbers of demonic devils died tragically in Zhou Qian's hands. At the same time, a large number of demonic devils were edified by Zhou Qian, becoming the accomplices of the evil clan. It was an incomparably ferocious and chaotic scene. That Zhou Qian is too much of a threat to us. I'm going to kill him. A half-step immortal king of the evil clan finally shifted his attention to Zhou Xian. The threat of this man was just too great. One man was more than 1,000 men. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, the advantage of the evil clan in this war would vanish in the hands of this man. Chapter 1364. This half-step golden immortal demonic devil leader was wearing a pitch-black robe that was very wide. Although he had the appearance of a human, he was really tall, at least 3 meters tall. He stood in front of Zhou Xian with an imposing manner. Naturally, the demonic devil leader was tall, but the current Zhou Xian's body was also incomparably majestic. His dragon form itself had an unparalleled deterrent force. "You are Zhou Xian? Are you the one who killed Immerse?" The half-step immortal king locked onto Zhou Xian's chi and asked in a low voice. His eyes were full of malice. His body was radiating black devil chi and cold light. It seemed like he was ready to tear Zhou Xian into pieces. "That's right." Zhou Xian smiled. If it was before, he would definitely turn and flee the moment he saw a half-step immortal king because he was absolutely not a match for him. But now it was different. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. He could easily kill late golden immortal experts. As for half-step immortal kings, although there was still a gap between them, it depended on who the opponent was. If it was a human half-step immortal king, even if it was the most ordinary half-step immortal king, Zhou Xian wouldn't have the slightest confidence in defeating it. If the opponent was a demonic devil of the evil clan, it would be different. Zhou Xian had absolute confidence in dealing with the opponent. After all, he had the means to restrain the demonic devils of the evil clan. Whether it was the dragon transformation skill itself, the true dragon fire, or the thunder fire, all of them could restrain the demonic devils. Under such restraint, even a half-step immortal king would only be able to exert half of his combat strength. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xian still had some confidence. If I can kill a half-step immortal king, the 30th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed and my cultivation base will improve a little. But I'm not going to kill this half-step immortal king now. The battlefield is in chaos. The demonic devils are too strong and their number is too large. The human race is in a disadvantageous state. If I can edify this half-step immortal king and make it my own, it will play an important role. Zhou Xian thought to himself. Although he was confident that he could kill the other party if he went all out, he didn't want to kill the other party right now. Because at this moment, edifying the other party's half-step golden immortal leader was much more valuable than killing him directly. Zhou Xian was no fool. He naturally knew what to do. "You've caused great losses to our evil clan. Today I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll let you know the consequences of offending our evil clan." The leader said fiercely. "Even Immerse can't defeat me. He's no match for me either. I won't kill you, but you will become my slave. Then you will listen to my command and turn around to kill your clansmen. This will be your ending." Zhou Xian said with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. In his point of view, he was merely stating a fact. Hearing this, the demonic leader couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why, but his heart started beating like a drum. He had seen Zhou Qian's technique before. At this moment, there were still demonic devils that had been edified by Zhou Xian on the battlefield. They were fighting with their own kind. The demonic leader felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the possibility that he would have to kill his own kind later. But immediately the fear in his heart vanished. He was very confident in himself. After all, he was a half-step immortal king supreme expert. An ordinary golden immortal couldn't be compared to him. Even if Zhou Xian had the means to control the demonic devils, it would be useless against him. "Arrogant human, I'll let you know how to write the word death in a while." The demonic leader roared. A pitch-black fist streaked across the void, rushing towards Zhou Xian. But the force was too strong. Sparks were left in the void wherever it passed. The demonic leader's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink he had reached Zhou Xian. Humph! Zhou Xian coldly harumphed, then he immediately unleashed the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw was covered with a layer of red flame. When the flame appeared, the surrounding devilish energy was instantly incinerated. As for the remaining devilish energy, it was as if it had encountered the scariest thing in this world, and it started drifting away, unwilling to come any closer. But the power of the two experts collided with each other. Waves of fire rolled up. The mighty half-step immortal king was forced to take a step back. His fist was still stained with a wisp of flame, burning his devil chi, making him feel an unbearable heat. Damn it! What kind of flame is this bastard using? How could it have such a great restraining effect on my evil clan? Given my cultivation base, ordinary flames won't be able to pose any threat to my devil chi, but this brat's flame can directly incinerate my devil chi. The demonic leader was shocked. He hastily put away the little bit of contempt he had for Zhou Xian. This monstrous genius of the human race was just too terrifying. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Xian in terms of combat strength, but Zhou Xian had a flame that could restrain him, which made him feel incomparably aggrieved and uncomfortable. Not being able to fight freely was the most depressing thing. The current demonic leader was in such a state. I've said it before. You are no match for me. Zhou Xian said sarcastically. Humph. Brat, don't be too proud of yourself. I was just testing you. Watch my wheel of evil. The demonic leader harumphed coldly, then unleashed all of his chi, displaying the ultimate skill of the evil clan, the wheel of evil. After the huge devil wheel appeared, it whistled in the sky, turned into a huge black wheel in the blink of an eye, and smashed towards Zhou Xian. This move again. Zhou Xian shook his head, lamenting the pitiful number of skills of the evil clan. This was the wheel of evil. However, although the evil clan didn't have many offensive skills, Zhou Xian didn't dare to be negligent. This wheel of evil was already very terrifying and powerful, let alone the fact that it was displayed by a half-step immortal king demonic leader. Clang. Zhou Xian drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. The sword turned into a dragon and slashed at the wheel of evil. Even with the suppression and restraint of the flame, Zhou Xian didn't dare to be negligent in dealing with a half-step immortal king. This slash contained almost all of Zhou Qian's energy. The true dragon fire and thunder fire were infused into it at the same time, slashing heavily at the black devil wheel. Hong Long. Chapter 1365. The divine might of the heavenly saint sword was unparalleled. It slashed the wheel of evil away. Under the absolute suppression and restraint, Zhou Xian still gained the upper hand. However, the demonic chief was also very powerful. He kept striking out the wheel of evil. 9 of them flew around Zhou Xian. Boundless devil waves rolled in the sky, turning the battlefield into a world of black devils. Pressure pervaded the entire battlefield. Ha! Zhou Xian let out a long roar. This was the first time he had a real fight with a half-step immortal king. It was even more satisfying than the time he fought Emoing. The feeling of suppressing a half-step immortal king could only be described as exhilarating. On the other side, the half-step immortal king of the human race and the half-step immortal king of the evil clan had already engaged in a fierce battle. Similarly, the battle had turned the heavens and earth dark. This was the ultimate battle. It was either you die or I die, but the half-step immortal king wasn't an ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to determine the life and death of one of them in a short period of time. No one knew how long this unparalleled battle would last. In the Zulong Tower, Tianjizi saw everything. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. At the same time, he felt incomparably regretful. He could only watch and not participate in such a grand battle. This itself was a very depressing thing. However, when he saw Zhou Xian suppressing the half-step immortal king, there was only pride and satisfaction on his face. The lineup of the evil clan was just too huge. The human race appeared incomparably weak, but their morale was incomparably high. Tyrant and De Huang Dog were like 2 sharp blades that stabbed into the heart of the evil clan, dealing the heaviest blows to the evil clan from time to time. The battlefield where 1 man and 1 dog were fighting was filled with rivers of blood. Tyrant's edifying light was displayed to the fullest. The advantage of the edifying light was perfectly displayed in such a chaotic battle. Plus, Tyrant's Buddhist technique was specialized in restraining demonic devils. Tyrant was a half-step golden immortal, but his chi fluctuated greatly. It seemed like he would advance to the true golden immortal realm very soon. It would be very easy for him to advance in this battle. On the other side, De Huang Dog let out a wild roar. His chi suddenly soared into the sky like a sharp sword. His cultivation base had made a breakthrough, advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Previously, he had obtained a large amount of essence from the immortal execution sword and had been accumulating in his body. Originally, he could have broken through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, but was stopped by Zhou Xian. After such a long period of accumulation, De Huang Dog's foundation had become very strong. Breaking through to the intermediate golden immortal realm was just a matter of time. De Huang Dog, who was in the intermediate golden immortal state, was simply too ferocious. He could tear a late golden immortal demon into pieces with just a single bite. Even if he were to face a half-step immortal king, he would still have the strength to fight. Although the existence of Tyrant and De Huang Dog couldn't really control the final outcome of this war, they had now changed the situation of the battlefield and the direction of the war. At least the morale of the human race was high, which the demonic devils couldn't be compared to. Zhou Xian and the demonic chief fought fiercely. Zhou Xian was having a great time. He wasn't going to use the edifying light anytime soon. He needed to fight, so he was going to use the demonic chief to temper his combat strength. Hong Long. At this moment, a pitch-black spatial passageway in the sky suddenly exploded. After that, a black mountain flew out from the void. It was a mountain, no, it was a sacrificial altar. The black sacrificial altar was in the shape of a skull, emitting a ghostly light. The huge altar was suspended in the sky as if it wanted to compete with the sky. Brr, brr, brr. The instant the altar appeared, all the demonic devils on the battlefield roared at the sky, beating their chests and stamping their feet in excitement. Some of the demonic devils even knelt down and kowtowed to the altar. The ancient black altar was the symbol of the evil clan, and there was only one person in the entire evil clan who could control this altar. This is the evil sacrificial altar, the faith of the evil clan. It's equivalent to a powerful king weapon. I heard that this altar was broken, but it's still intact now. Damn it. It's said that the evil sacrificial altar can absorb the will of humans and assimilate them with evil. It's extremely terrifying. I've never thought that it really exists. I wonder if the evil lord can deal with this altar. If he can't, the human race will be finished. Look, there's a man standing on the altar. It's the mad devil of the evil clan. Many people exclaimed. The evil sacrificial altar had always been a legend. No one had ever seen it. Some people said that the evil sacrificial altar was broken and couldn't be healed. But today it had appeared in perfect condition. This was a huge blow to the human race. They could clearly feel that the high morale of the human race was constantly weakening, while the demonic devils of the evil clan were starting to go berserk. Many people saw a man standing on the evil sacrificial altar with his hands clasped behind his back. It was an old man in his 50s. He looked extremely skinny, holding a crutch in his hand. His skinny body looked like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. But no one dared to look down on this skinny old man, because he had another powerful title, the Mad Devil. That's right, he was the Mad Devil, the leader of the entire evil clan. In the entire evil clan, only the Mad Devil could control the evil sacrificial altar. He was the soul of the evil clan, the spiritual pillar of the evil clan. The appearance of the crazy devil indicated that this war wouldn't end easily. The crazy devil directly sacrificed the sinful sacrificial altar. His intention was very clear. He wanted to fight to the death with the human race. He wanted to exterminate all of the human race. This Mad Devil sure is powerful. His cultivation base is at the peak of early Immortal King realm. Plus, he has the powerful physique of the evil clan and this powerful evil sacrificial altar. I wonder if Brother Yang can deal with him. Seems like the war is developing much faster than I have imagined. I have to eliminate my opponent as soon as possible and improve my cultivation base in order to help Brother Yang deal with this Mad Devil. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination after seeing the power of the Mad Devil. Evil Lord, are you still not coming out to fight? The Mad Devil spoke. His voice was like a great bell resounding across the entire evil city. Dong. Just as the Mad Demon's voice fell, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the city of Sin. His footsteps stepped on the void, creating a dull sound of war drums. The void was directly smashed by his footsteps, creating layers of ripples. Chapter 1366. Yang Bufan appeared. In this place he was the evil lord, the pillar of the human race. As soon as Yang Bufan appeared, the humans roared in excitement. It could be seen that the evil lord's influence in the evil abyss was very great, basically the same as Crazy Devil's influence in the evil clan. Come, evil lord. Let's have a life and death battle today. I'll kill you myself. This evil abyss will forever belong to our evil clan. You humans are nothing but ants here, slaves of our evil clan. Crazy Devil spoke. His devil chi was unparalleled. He wanted to have a life and death battle with Yang Bufan. He stepped on the evil sacrificial altar. The entire sky was filled with the smell of sin. The skulls on the altar were incomparably ferocious, letting out blood-curdling roars. Obviously, Crazy Devil had been preparing for this day for a very long time. The war between the evil clan and the human race would happen sooner or later. Even without Jiangchen the fuse, the war would still break out. The existence of Jiangchen was just bringing it forward. The evil sacrificial altar of the evil clan looks very powerful. I wonder how powerful it is. Crazy Devil, from today onwards, there will no longer be demonic devils of the evil clan in the evil abyss. Even if there are any, they will only be my slaves. Yang Bufan became more domineering. His chi soared into the sky, swaying from left to right. Even though Crazy Devil had taken out the evil sacrificial altar, Yang Bufan didn't show the slightest sign of fear. His bearing alone was enough to make people admire him. Both immortal kings unleashed their murderous chi. The war was about to break out. Come. Crazy Devil pointed the scepter in his hand upwards. A devil dragon rushed out and hovered in the sky. Under the control of Crazy Devil, the sinful sacrificial altar also flew up to the highest point of the battlefield. On the other side, Yang Bufan also flew up. He was like a ghostly light. The moment he rushed out, a ray of light shot out from his hand. The light was incomparably dazzling, like a heavenly river, slashing towards the devil dragon. The two immortal kings had already started a fierce battle before they had even opened up a battlefield. When immortal kings fought, they had to make use of the power of space to open up a new battlefield. Because, at this level, every single move would be incomparably terrifying, and the destructive might would be extremely powerful. When the aftershock waves spread out, countless lives would be lost. Especially in such a huge battlefield, if the immortal king didn't open another battlefield, the entire battlefield would be ravaged. It was unknown how many people of the human race and the evil race would die tragically under the aftermath of their battle, which would make the war meaningless. Rumble. High above the battlefield, Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil had already fought more than a dozen times. Every time they fought, it was earth-shattering. The might of an immortal king was so great that no one dared to look at it directly. Whether it was Yang Bufan or Crazy Devil, both of them were incomparably powerful existences. Both of them were at the peak of early immortal king realm. As for Crazy Devil, as the ruler of the evil clan, he had a powerful evil sacrificial altar and vast devil power in his body. Experts at the same level as him would never stand a chance against him. Similarly, Yang Bufan wasn't an easy opponent. He was a genius among geniuses. His combat strength couldn't be measured by ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the evil clan and dominate half of the evil clan for 10 years, making the evil clan fear him like a tiger. It wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of the battle between these two immortal kings in a short period of time. Whether it was the battle between the immortal kings or the fierce battle between the human race and the evil clan, it was a war of attrition to see who could last longer. Following the appearance of Yang Bufan and Crazy Devil, the battle between both sides had reached its climax. Almost no one flinched because there was no way for them to do so. This was a battle of life and death, a battle of survival. Defeat was equal to death, so they had no other choice. Jiangchen turned into a mad dragon and went berserk. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible and break through to the early golden immortal realm. In that case, he would be able to help Yang Bufan fight against Crazy Devil. As long as Crazy Devil was eliminated, the evil clan would be completely finished. Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. Jiangchen kept the Heavenly Saint sword and replaced it with the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. He struck out with the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. The aura of the Mad Dragon spread out, besieging the demonic chief in an instant. Finally, the powerful demonic chief couldn't resist anymore. Even if he counterattacked, he wasn't a match for the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. The reason why Jiangchen struck out the Mad Dragon rises from the abyss instead of the more powerful Regretless Falling Dragon was to injure his opponent and edify him with the edifying light. If he used the Regretless Falling Dragon, it would be too powerful and might kill his opponent in an instant. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, it wouldn't be worthwhile to injure him severely. The demonic chief was forced back to his original form. His huge body was full of scars and blood. Scales were flying all over the place. Even if I tried my best to resist the attack, I was still injured by the mad dragon. My condition had deteriorated and my combat strength had begun to decline. The edifying light. Jiang Chen's grasp of timing on the battlefield had reached the acme of perfection. The demonic chief's current state was the most suitable time for him to cast out the edifying light. A ray of divine light appeared and went right into the demonic chief's mind. It could be said that Jiang Chen had taken advantage of the situation to enter the demonic chief's mind. Arg! The leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. He clutched his head with both hands and slammed his head like a madman. However, this situation only lasted for a few breaths before the leader of the fiendish demons completely calmed down. His eyes glazed over at first, then brightened up. The demonic chief came to Jiang Chen and bowed. Master. No demonic chief could withstand the attack of the edifying light. After being suppressed by Jiang Chen, his fate was basically under Jiang Chen's control. There was no doubt about it. The edifying light had never failed before. Very good. I will help you recover from your injuries. Then you can go and kill. Jiang Chen nodded. He sent a ray of wood's spiritual energy into the demonic chief's body and quickly helped him recover. The recovery effect of wood's spiritual energy was incomparable to any healing medicine. The demonic chief didn't suffer any serious injuries. They were at most superficial wounds. Such injuries were very easy to recover from. He had completely recovered in a dozen breaths. Thank you, Master. The demonic chief had completely surrendered. Go. Kill all your clansmen. The more the better. Chapter 1367. To the demonic chief, such an order was undoubtedly very cruel. As a dignified half-step immortal king, he was supposed to lead his clansmen to conquer the four directions and eliminate the enemy, but now he was subdued by the enemy and turned around to kill his own clansmen. Such a situation might not be a big deal to the demonic chief who had already been edified. After all, he had already been edified and had become Jiang Chen's slave. No matter what, he had to listen to Jiang Chen's command. In his mind, there wasn't even a shadow of his own clansmen. However, this was the biggest and scariest blow to his clansmen. One should know that their patriarch was their leader, an existence that they respected the most. But now he had turned around and killed them. Such a psychological blow was unimaginable. This was also the biggest blow to the morale of the evil clan. Brr! The demonic chief roared wildly and joined the battlefield. His body was dozens of meters tall, which was very conspicuous on the battlefield. However, this time his target had changed completely. When his giant palms slammed down, at least dozens of demonic devils of the evil clan died tragically in his hands. This scene alarmed half of the battlefield. Many of them looked over in horror, not knowing what was happening. However, the demonic chief didn't stop. After killing a group of demonic devils, he immediately killed another group. In this way, everyone understood what was going on because they all remembered that the demonic chief's opponent was Jiang Chen, but now he had turned around and killed his clansmen. This wasn't the first time such a situation had happened. Obviously, this powerful demonic chief had been edified by Jiang Chen. Our leader has been subdued by Jiang Chen. A demonic devil of the evil clan roared, his tone was full of despair. That was their leader, their hope. Now he had turned around and killed them. How could they accept this? Haha. Amazing. Jiang Chen's means is just too powerful. He can even edify a half-step immortal king expert. With the addition of such a powerful helper, our chances of victory will be greater. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I really have no idea how he did it. He's simply inhuman. Even a half-step immortal king has been subdued by him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. There is such a heaven-defying technique in this world. Jiang Chen's existence is the bane of these fiendish demons. With him around, the fiendish demons have no chance of winning. Countless humans were stirred up. This was even better than killing a half-step immortal king by Jiang Chen, because killing a half-step immortal king wasn't a big deal. Now the other party had become their helper. The gap between the two was just too huge. From afar, the three half-step immortal kings of the human race also saw all of this. Each of them couldn't help but wipe off their cold sweat. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. They knew that Jiang Chen and Tyrant had the means to subdue the demonic devils. but they had never thought that even a half-step immortal king would be subdued by Zhou Xian. This kid is simply heaven-defying. No one didn't sigh, but they had to admit that Zhou Qian's action had once again greatly boosted the morale of the human race, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. The 30th level of the Zulong Tower began to move restlessly. Under the continuous absorption of large amounts of blood essence and qi essence, the 30th level of the Zulong Tower had finally been fully condensed, but the Zulong Tower didn't stop there. It continued to rush towards the 31st level. As long as there was enough energy, the Zulong Tower would be able to grow indefinitely. The condensation of the 30th level had also given Zhou Qian tremendous benefits. The number of dragon marks in his qi sea had increased once again, reaching 870,000. As long as the number of dragon marks reached 900,000, his cultivation base would be able to break through to the early Golden Immortal realm. However, the gap between the half-step Golden Immortal realm and the Golden Immortal realm was huge, just like a chasm. Many cultivators would be stuck at this level for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Zhou Qian to break through to the Golden Immortal realm. In other words, the condensation of the next dragon marks would be incomparably difficult. At least, it would be much more difficult than the condensation of the Zulong Tower. Zhou Qian didn't continue to attack. He just controlled the Zulong Tower to continuously absorb the energy. His eyes shifted to another battlefield. It was the ultimate battlefield of this war, the ultimate war between immortal kings. Zhou Qian felt that it was necessary for him to watch such a war and experience the feeling of an immortal king. Not only would it be helpful for his future cultivation, it would also be very beneficial for him to advance to the Golden Immortal realm. There was no doubt about this. All along, Zhou Qian's cultivation base had been progressing too fast. Sometimes he needed to stop and consolidate his cultivation base. Watching the war between immortal kings was a good opportunity for Zhou Qian to consolidate his cultivation base. In the sky above, Yang Bufan was holding a mountain-like auspicious cloud in his hand. The auspicious cloud kept rolling and flashing with lightning, looking extremely mystical. Yang Bufan's immortal king's mightiness was fully exposed. He let out a thunderous roar and threw the auspicious cloud forward, smashing it at Crazy Devil. Not to be outdone, Crazy Devil kept waving the magic wand in his hand, casting out mysterious runes. The magic wand turned into a monster, roaring at the sky. That monster was like the totem of the evil clan, the evilest thing in the world, the most terrifying existence. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the auspicious cloud. Hong Long. The sky was smashed once again, turning into a chaotic zone. Terrifying destructive force spread everywhere. The shadows of the two immortal kings could no longer be seen. Atai still Atai. Milky Way hangs in the ninth heaven. Yang Bufan's eyes bloomed with dazzling brilliance. His aura changed once more. His black hair fluttered like silk ribbons. A bright Milky Way appeared between his palms. Each and every one of them looked dreamy and enchanting, but behind this enchanting scene was a very terrifying destructive force. What a good move. This should be a king-level combat skill. Zhou Qian exclaimed inwardly. The Milky Way hangs in the ninth heaven had been fully displayed in Yang Bufan's hands. Whether it was momentum or power, it was perfectly displayed. Voila! The Milky Way in the ninth heaven formed a sky curtain. That was a domain. In that domain, Yang Bufan was the king. Upon seeing this, Crazy Devil was finally moved. The strength of this human was beyond his imagination, but he didn't show any fear, because he also had some powerful means that he hadn't displayed yet. Chapter 1368. Crazy Devil also moved. He circulated all the energy in his body. The devil wand in his hand had vanished completely, or rather, it had been integrated into his body. Boundless devil waves surged out of Crazy Devil's body, condensing into a giant devil wheel. It was still the wheel of evil, but the wheel that was cast out by Crazy Devil was many times stronger than any demonic devil that Zhou Qian had encountered before. Whether it was the power or the qi, it was on a completely different level. Only in the hands of Crazy Devil could the wheel of evil truly blossom its brilliance. This was the ultimate performance of the wheel of evil, the most dazzling aspect. The huge devil will seem to have come to life. Under the control of Crazy Devil, it rushed out. At the same time, Crazy Devil didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He directly broke into the light screen of the nine heavens. Even if it was Yang Bufon's domain, even if it was a trap set by Yang Bufon, Crazy Devil was fearless. This was ability. This was strength. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. The fact that Crazy Devil dared to do this indicated that he had absolute confidence. Long. In the nine heavens Milky Way, the two great immortal kings once again launched an unprecedented fierce battle. There was a great oppressive force inside the nine heavens Milky Way, but it was extremely difficult to use this oppressive force to truly suppress the mad demon. The wheel of evil was too powerful. It had cut off a lot of the bright silver river, wreaking havoc in the nine heavens silver river. Yang Bufon continued to strike. Every palm strike carried the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Every strike was earth-shattering, shattering the surrounding space inch by inch. Spatial airflow kept spurting crazily. This was like the scene of the end of the world. It was hard to imagine that if an ordinary half-step immortal king entered this battlefield at this time, he would most likely be killed by the shockwaves. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce. A large number of demonic devils died tragically. After the half-step immortal king demonic chief was edified by Zhou Xian, he turned into a huge killing machine. The evil clan didn't have the strength to fight back at all. The ancestral dragon pagoda was the biggest beneficiary. It could be said that it had eaten its fill. In just an hour, half of the 31st level had been condensed. Although the number of demonic devils was much more than the human race, the outcome of the battle had basically been decided. The collapse of the evil clan had become very obvious. With the presence of Zhou Xian and Tyrant, it was only a matter of time before the demonic devils completely collapsed. Zhou Xian was completely immersed in the fierce battle between Yang Bufon and Crazy Devil. He didn't want to miss any scene of the battle between the two immortal kings. Even Zhou Xian had to admit that Yang Bufon was indeed a rare genius. Yang Bufon's talent wasn't inferior to Tian Muyun's. Crazy Devil was the supreme commander of the evil clan. The evil sacrificial altar could provide him with a steady stream of energy. Under such a powerful support, Yang Bufon didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. As the battle continued to intensify, Yang Bufon began to gain the upper hand, suppressing Crazy Devil. Evil Lord, I have to say that you're a very strong opponent. If I don't have any terrifying trump card, it won't be easy for me to kill you. Now I'll let you see the terror of the evil sacrificial altar. Crazy Devil's devil chi rippled. He could already see that it was impossible to defeat Yang Bufon with his combat strength alone. Yang Bufon was getting more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He had begun to gain the upper hand. His opponent was like a peerless god of war, making him feel somewhat strenuous. However, Crazy Devil still had his trump card, the evil sacrificial altar. Only he knew the true terror of this altar. Is that so? Then release your altar. Let me see what kind of powerful ability this black and ugly altar has. Yang Bufon's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was incomparably arrogant. For a man like him, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make him afraid. No matter how powerful the trump card of his opponent was, he would be able to withstand it. The might of Crazy Devil wouldn't make Yang Bufon nervous at all. It would only stimulate his fighting spirit and make his combat intent rise constantly. Gate of Evil open. Crazy Devil spread his arms. He stood on the altar, but his chi had completely integrated with the altar. Long. As Crazy Devil's voice faded, the huge evil sacrificial altar suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering rumble. Then a door emerged on the altar. Rays of dark light shot out from the inside of the door. Each ray of light was like an ancient passageway, from which came the sound of roaring and sin. This was the gate that led to the evil lord. The sound and the flickering scene from inside could affect anyone who heard it. A single glance at it would make one feel as though their soul was being devoured. Evil Lord, do you dare to come in and fight me? Crazy Devil issued a provocation. Humph. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a door. Yang Bufon harumphed coldly. Without any hesitation he strode towards the evil gate. Don't. In the distance, Zhou Xian regained his senses and hastily warned Yang Bufon, but it was already too late. Yang Bufon's figure had already disappeared into the evil gate and entered the evil sacrificial altar. Not good. Brother Yang is a little reckless. That evil sacrificial altar isn't as simple as you think. Once you enter it, you will be completely under the control of Crazy Devil. If I'm not mistaken, this evil sacrificial altar must be able to evolve countless illusory realms to affect the opponent's mind and even devour their soul consciousness, turning them into a body of sin. Seems like I have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Yang will be in danger. Zhang Chen cursed inwardly. He had already seen some clues about this evil sacrificial altar. As a powerful king weapon, it must have its own mystical side. It wouldn't be as simple as it looked on the surface. Moreover, Crazy Devil must have his own purpose in provoking Yang Bufan into the evil gate. He was just setting a trap for Yang Bufan. But Yang Bufan was just too arrogant. Despite knowing that it was a trap, he still chose to enter it. Jiang Qin used the great divination art to divine the situation. He deduced that Yang Bufan would be in danger inside the evil sacrificial altar, but it wouldn't be easy for Crazy Devil to kill him. Chapter 1369. The interior of the sacrificial altar was a completely different space. Because Crazy Devil didn't conceal the situation inside, the situation inside was clearly seen by the people outside. After Yang Bufan entered the sacrificial altar, he felt as though he had entered a new world. Everywhere was filled with the aura of sin. The sinful aura was so strong that it made Yang Bufan feel extremely uncomfortable. From his expression, it could be seen that he had been disturbed by the sinful aura at this moment, which had seriously affected his mind. Jie, evil lord, I didn't expect you to have the guts to enter the evil sacrificial altar. Since you're courting death, I have to fulfill your wish. Crazy Devil laughed evilly. His silhouette appeared in the evil space. His voice kept drifting in the air. His shadows were everywhere. For a moment no one could tell which one was the real one. Yang Bufan knitted his brows. For a moment he couldn't tell which one was the real Crazy Devil. Kaka. Evil Lord, I'm everywhere in this place. Every one of them is an illusion and every one of them is the real one. The moment you enter my world, you're destined to perish. You will be assimilated by evil and become a slave of evil. Don't worry, I won't kill you at that time. I'll keep you alive to torture you every day. I'll make you kneel down and lick my feet every day. The mad demon's maniacal laughter was illusory and constantly appeared in different directions, making it difficult to grasp. Humph. Say that after you defeat me if you have the ability. Yang Bufan harumphed coldly. He was now completely trapped in the evil space, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. He believed that with his ability he would be able to break the illusion, find the weak point and then kill Crazy Devil. However, Jiang Qin saw all of this. He deeply understood the terror of the illusion. Moreover, this evil space was created by a king weapon, the scariest sacrificial altar of the evil clan. Crazy Devil himself had already merged with the evil sacrificial altar. Even an intermediate golden immortal expert wouldn't be able to get out of the evil space easily, let alone Yang Bufan. Brother Yang has fallen into the prison of the space of evil. It's going to be hard for him to get out. If he stays here for too long, he might be affected by the space of evil and be assimilated by the evil. At that time it would be too late to say anything. I have to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm as soon as possible and go help him. Jiang Qin had seen the situation clearly. He knew that this was the most critical moment. Once Yang Bufan was controlled, it would be equivalent to the extinction of the human race. At this time only Jiang Qin could reverse the situation. Jiang Qin was enraged. He bellowed and rushed towards one of the half-step immortal kings. That half-step immortal king was fighting a human half-step immortal king. When he saw Jiang Qin charging towards him, his face changed instantly. He had already witnessed the terror of Jiang Qin before. Jiang Qin had already subdued a half-step immortal king. So in the face of this abnormal human he couldn't help but feel fear. Get out of my way. Jiang Qin took out the heavenly dragon combat halberd and yelled at the half-step immortal king. When the half-step immortal king saw the power of Jiang Qin, he immediately gave up the battlefield, leaving his opponent to Jiang Qin. Regretless subduing dragon. Jiang Qin attacked with all his strength. At this time he could no longer hold back. Because the Zulong Tower was constantly absorbing energy, Jiang Qin's combat strength was constantly rising. The current Jiang Qin's combat strength was much stronger than when he was fighting the half-step immortal king. Plus, he had already used the second style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Given Jiang Qin's current combat strength, he could already use the third style of the Regretless Subduing Dragon, the most powerful attack. If Jiang Qin advanced to the early Golden Immortal realm, he would be able to display the full power of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. At that time the power would be even more astonishing. One should know that even Ouyang he hadn't reached the peak of the third style of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Violent Dragon Exterminating World. An enormous azure dragon appeared with indomitable pressure. The dragon might was vast and mighty. The chi of destruction was like a vast ocean, trapping the demonic chief in an instant. No. The demonic chief let out a roar. He could feel an extremely dangerous chi. That was destruction. He had already consumed a lot of his combat strength in the previous battle with the human expert. How could he be a match for Jiang Qin now? At this critical moment he could only use the Wheel of Evil to defend himself. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Evil was completely vulnerable in front of Jiang Qin. It was swallowed by the frenzied dragon in a single gulp. Honglong. Subsequently, all the power of the regretless subduing dragon was pressed down. The destructive force turned into an ocean, drowning the demonic chief completely. The demonic chief's scales were shaken off, and a large amount of blood flowed out. This attack had taken away half of the demonic chief's life. While he was immersed in pain, a black portal suddenly appeared above his head. The demonic chief felt his blood essence and chi essence rushing into the portal through his wound. What's going on? What's going on? The demonic chief was shocked. He wanted to escape but he was already completely trapped. Plus, Jiang Qin's oppressive chi made him unable to move. He could only wait for his death. Of course Jiang Qin was still very merciful. He chose to give the demonic chief a quick death. The combat halberd pierced through the demonic chief's head, killing him on the spot. Then his body was rapidly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into a dried corpse. A half-step Immortal King Demonic Devil could bring unimaginable energy to the Zulong Tower. The 31st level of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed in an instant. The 32nd level had also begun to condense. At the same time, another 15,000 new dragon marks were condensed in Jiang Qin's Qi, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 895,000. He only needed the last 5,000 dragon marks to advance to the early Golden Immortal realm. Sure enough, the Golden Immortal realm isn't that easy to break through. I initially thought that a half-step Immortal King was enough for me to advance, but it seems like it's still not enough. The last 5,000 dragon marks are the hardest to condense. It seems like I still need to kill another half-step Immortal King. Jiang Qin thought. He was incomparably surprised. The amount of energy required for the dragon transformation skill was getting larger and larger. It was simply like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. However, this also made Jiang Qin more determined to fight. After killing a half-step Immortal King Demonic Devil, Jiang Qin's eyes fell on another half-step Immortal King Demonic Devil that was in a fierce battle. Then he launched his attack. Chapter 1370. After the eruption, Jiang Qin directly launched his crazy and invincible mode. With the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand and his ability to suppress the demonic devils, no one in the entire battlefield was a match for Jiang Qin except for Crazy Devil. To put it bluntly, given Jiang Qin's current means, if Crazy Devil didn't make a move, he could kill all of these demonic devils by himself. Subduing a half-step Immortal King Demonic Devil leader and killing another one was too much of a deterrent to the evil clan. Countless demonic devils were in chaos. Each and every one of them was trembling. There was no way for them to accept such an abnormal Jiang Qin, especially the remaining 2 to 3 half-step Immortal Kings. When they saw Jiang Qin charging towards them, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their only thought was to escape. As a powerful demonic devil leader, they had lost all will to resist. They had no doubt that they would also die if they were to fight Jiang Qin. Crazy Devil, who was in the evil sacrificial altar, also saw the changes on the battlefield. His eyes fell on Jiang Qin. How could he not know that apart from killing Yang Bufan, Jiang Qin was also on his list of targets in this life and death battle with the human race? But what he didn't expect was that this Jiang Qin had grown so fast. Now not even a half-step Immortal King could suppress him. It had reached the point where he had to deal with Jiang Qin personally. Damn it. How can there be so many abnormal beings in the human race? Crazy Devil couldn't help but curse. However, it wasn't easy for him to imprison Yang Bufan. He had no way to deal with Jiang Qin. Once he was distracted, given Jiang Chen's means, he would be able to get rid of the illusion. At that time, it would be almost impossible to deceive him into the evil sacrificial altar. Haha. Crazy devil, you didn't expect that there's such a figure in the human race, right? Did you see that? Jiang Chen's strength has been improving all the time. He has a special means to restrain you all. The blood and essence of demonic devils are great supplements for him. Every time he kills one of you, his cultivation base will improve a little. Now, none of you half-step immortal kings are a match for him. When he advances to the early golden immortal realm, he will be qualified to fight you. At that time you will be finished even if the two of us join forces. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Although he was trapped in the illusory realm, he was still aware of the situation outside. Even he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, but it was still a great thing for the human race that Jiang Chen had become stronger in such a tense battlefield. Plus, he really needed Jiang Chen's help now. That's right. Humph. Then I'll kill you first, then deal with that little beast. Crazy devil harumphed coldly, intensifying his attack on Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's performance was strong, Crazy devil still didn't put him in his eyes. His real opponent was Jiang Chen, his mortal enemy for 10 years. Now that he had finally trapped Jiang Chen, it was impossible for him to give up his attack on Jiang Chen just for a golden immortal puny figure. As long as Yang Bufan was killed, the human race would be finished. Crazy devil still insisted on this thought. As a matter of fact, the moment Crazy devil decided not to attack Jiang Chen for the time being, the evil clan was already doomed. He wouldn't understand that the threat of Jiang Chen's existence was much greater than Jiang Chen's. Of course, he would understand it sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. Long. The evil sacrificial altar erupted. Crazy devil and the evil sacrificial altar had completely merged into one. Evil chi enveloped everything. He had evolved into an incomparably evil and terrifying world, constantly attacking Yang Bufan. At the same time, he wanted to erode Yang Bufan's soul and assimilate him with the evil chi. Ghost flames, skeletons, zombies, spirits. All kinds of ghastly ghosts appeared, roaring and attacking Yang Bufan ferociously. Brr. Yang Bufan roared loudly. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at those ghosts. However, he found that those ghosts were just evolved and didn't really exist. What a powerful illusory realm. Yang Bufan didn't frown. His eyes were already a little bloodshot. Obviously, even with Yang Bufan's strength, he was still affected by the illusory realm. As the illusory realm continued to intensify, the influence would only grow stronger. This wasn't a good thing. Jie Yang Bufan, you're finished. After killing you, I'll torture that Jiang Chen brat and let him experience the terrifying means of the evil clan. I'll let him know that the evil clan isn't in existence that he can fight against. Crazy devil's voice kept reverberating in the evil sacrificial altar. It was eerie and creepy, making one's hair stand on end. His voice was emitted from the evil chi in the evil sacrificial altar. Apart from entering Yang Bufan's ears, it also impacted Yang Bufan's soul, seriously affecting his mind. Jiang Chen saw all of this and began to feel anxious. He had already begun to be affected because he didn't know how terrifying the evil sacrificial altar was. Without experiencing it himself, it was impossible for him to know what the scene inside was like. Kill! Jiang Chen bellowed and came to the side of another half-step immortal king demonic devil at lightning speed. Seeing Jiang Chen rushing over, the opponent hastily made way for Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll leave it to you. That human expert spoke. After witnessing Jiang Chen's thunderous means, he had incomparable confidence in Jiang Chen. He glanced at his opponent with pity, then turned and rushed to the other battlefield. Regretless falling dragon. The situation was urgent. Jiang Chen didn't give his opponent any chance to resist. He struck out with the mighty regretless falling dragon. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 Murdering could be said to be invincible. Not to mention demonic devils, even ordinary half-step immortal kings of the human race couldn't resist it. Arg. Although the demonic devil was fully prepared, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. His entire body was torn apart by the frenzied dragon. One should know that the current Jiang Chen's combat strength had improved a lot compared to the time when he killed the demonic devil. The Zulong Tower instantly enveloped the demonic devil. All the blood and essence of the demonic devil were instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into nutrients for the Zulong Tower. Buzz. Chapter 1371. There was just too much energy. Dragon marks were forming one after another. These new dragon marks were like real primordial black dragons, rampaging in his chi sea with extraordinary might. The current Zhou Xian was only 5,000 dragon marks away from the early golden immortal realm. The boost from the advancement of the Zulong Tower and the devil soul of a half-step immortal king was more than enough for Zhou Xian to advance to the early golden immortal realm. Brr. The roar of a mad dragon shook the heaven and earth, alarming the entire battlefield. Zhou Xian had turned into a real dragon. The primordial war dragon looked like it was about to be born, carrying endless pressure. There was just too much energy, enough for Zhou Xian to use. A large number of immortal meta stones were refined. Not only did Zhou Xian's cultivation base break through to the early golden immortal realm, he also condensed another 10,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 910,000. Zhou Xian, who had advanced to the golden immortal realm, could only be described as powerful. His dragon eyes flickered with brilliance. Even the half-step immortal kings felt incomparably shocked. That was a kind of deep shock that made their souls tremble. So powerful. He's too powerful. This is an primordial war dragon. Why do I feel that this isn't a transformation technique, but the emergence of a real dragon? Could it be that the long-lost primordial war dragon is going to reappear in the world? Powerful. He's only at the golden immortal realm. It's really hard to imagine how terrifying he would be when he advances to a higher realm in the future. Zhou Xian has advanced again. His speed of advancement is simply unbearable. Previously he was able to kill a half-step immortal king when he was still a half-step golden immortal. Now that he has advanced to the golden immortal realm, killing a half-step immortal king will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The evil lord has been trapped by the evil sacrificial altar. The advancement of Zhou Xian at this time is too important for our human race. Given his current combat strength, he already has the ability to fight an immortal king. Now that he has joined forces with the evil lord, the hope of our human race has come. Seeing that Zhou Xian had advanced and become even more powerful, all the humans were excited. Although the human race had always had the upper hand in the battle, everyone knew very well that the final outcome of this war would still depend on Crazy Devil and the evil lord. As long as Crazy Devil was killed, the human race would be able to win. If Crazy Devil wasn't killed, it would be meaningless no matter how many demonic devils were killed. The final outcome of the human race would still be exterminated. Therefore, the fact that Yang Bufan was trapped had cast a shadow in everyone's heart. Many of them began to worry. Now that they saw Zhou Xian rising to the top, it had rekindled their hope. Kaka, this guy is going to erupt again. The evil clan is finished. Big Yellow couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhou Xian's rise. Others might not know about Zhou Xian's means, but he knew it very well. Zhou Xian's eruption was undoubtedly an incomparably heavy blow to the evil clan. Zhou Xian let out a dragon roar and lunged at Crazy Devil. Without any hesitation, he broke into the evil gate and entered the evil space. Seeing Zhou Xian leaving, the remaining half-step immortal king couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Zhou Xian was just too scary. The pressure that Zhou Xian gave him was too great. He would rather deal with 3 half-step immortal kings of the human race alone than deal with Zhou Xian. Moreover, this demonic leader was incomparably confident in Crazy Devil, or rather in the evil sacrificial altar. He knew how terrifying the illusion inside the evil space was. He was certain that as long as Zhou Xian entered the evil space, even if he joined forces with the evil lord, the final outcome would still be death. Kill. Zhou Xian went to help Yang Bufan. The human army erupted. 3 half-step immortal kings attacked the remaining half-step immortal king powerfully. 3 against 1. It was imaginable what would happen to the demonic chief. On the battlefield, the half-step immortal king who was edified by Zhou Xian was still wantonly slaughtering his own people. At this time, all the demonic devils of the evil clan began to tremble in fear. How could they still have the slightest bit of power? Their morale was receding like a receding tide. In the evil space, when Crazy Devil saw Zhou Xian rushing over, he immediately opened the evil gate. Humph! Another one has come to court death. As long as he enters this evil gate, he will die. Crazy Devil harumphed coldly. He was too confident in his evil sacrificial altar. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all. Brr! Zhou Qian's dragon roar shook the sky. He broke into the evil gate and entered the evil space. The current Yang Bufan had been seriously affected by the evil qi. His eyes were full of blood-red light. Evil qi began to overflow from his body. However, he wasn't an easy opponent after all. He wouldn't be subdued so easily. He was still maintaining his basic consciousness. Brother Jiang, congratulations on advancing to the Golden Immortal Realm. Be careful. The illusion in this evil space is very powerful. It's easy to lose yourself in it. Don't be careless. Yang Bufan warned. Don't worry. These things can't do anything to me. Since we're going to compete in illusion, let's have a try. Jiang Qin was incomparably arrogant. He had the capital to be arrogant. The illusion in this evil space was indeed terrifying, but Jiang Qin didn't put it in his heart at all. Great illusion realm. Jiang Qin bellowed. Illusory light surged out of his body like a tide, penetrating into the surroundings. When he first obtained the Great Illusion Realm, he already knew how terrifying this illusion was. He didn't know what level it was, but it didn't seem to be any weaker than the evil space. Moreover, illusions depended on the user's spiritual energy. Jiang Qin had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. Combined with the Great Illusion Realm, the effect of this technique was incomparable to the evil space. Under the impact of the illusory realms, the energy within the sinful space was greatly shaken and started to tremble. Many of the illusory realms were unable to condense and started to collapse. The ghosts roared before gradually disappearing. Yang Bufan, who had been seriously affected by the evil qi, regained his clarity in an instant. He had completely gotten rid of the shackles of the evil space. Amazing! Yang Bufan glanced at Jiang Qin and praised sincerely. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would have such a terrifying and heaven-defying means. He had actually used an even more powerful illusion to break the evil space. Impossible! How could this be? Just what kind of method did this kid use to actually be able to impact my illusion to such a state? Crazy Devil was also shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was very familiar with the situation in the evil space. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Chapter 1372. Jiang Qin controlled the Great Illusion Realm to fight against the evil void. He didn't expect the Great Illusion Realm to affect Crazy Devil's mind. Jiang Qin's purpose was to prevent himself and Yang Bufan from being affected by the illusion of the evil void. As long as the evil void lost its meaning, Crazy Devil would lose his trump card. In this way, the alliance between Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan would be enough to kill Crazy Devil. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin's current combat strength wasn't enough to fight a real immortal king. Although his dragon transformation could increase his combat strength by 10 times, the gap between a golden immortal and an immortal king was just too great, not to mention a powerful immortal king like Crazy Devil. However, it was exactly because of his identity as the Crazy Devil that Jiang Qin was qualified to fight him. Jiang Qin had the ability to completely restrain and suppress demons and devils. Whether it was the dragon transformation skill, the true dragon flames, or the heavenly thunderfire, he was able to completely suppress the Crazy Devil. This had indirectly narrowed the gap between them. Brother Yang, I'll control the illusion. You go and kill him. As long as my illusion destroys the organization in the evil void, Crazy Devil will be affected. Jiang Qin said to Yang Bufan. All right. Yang Bufan's body flickered. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Crazy Devil. After losing the influence of the illusion of the evil void, Yang Bufan felt relaxed all over and his combat strength could be displayed perfectly. Honglong. The combat sword in Yang Bufan's hand was also a powerful king weapon. With a slash, the heaven and earth were destroyed and the howling of ghosts and howling of wolves could be heard. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Crazy Devil's head. Damn it. Because the illusion of the evil void was broken, Crazy Devil was in a very bad mood. Could be said that his mind had been affected. At this moment, when he saw Yang Bufan's powerful attack, he immediately raised the devil wand in his hand and struck out a ghastly light at Yang Bufan's sword. Honglong. The sword and the devil wand collided with each other, immediately producing a large number of sparks. The fierce collision between two immortal kings shook the entire space. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of the space inside the evil altar, this attack alone was enough to tear the space apart. With the help of Jiang Qin, the more Yang Bufan fought, the braver he became. His qi was completely unleashed, sweeping away the haze from before. Then he launched a storm-like attack at the Mad Devil, firmly suppressing it. Crazy Devil roared furiously, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Originally he could completely suppress Yang Bufan with the illusory realm in the evil space, slowly assimilate him and then kill him. Everything was going smoothly and there wouldn't be any problem, but the appearance of Zhou Xian had disrupted all his plans and destroyed his illusory realm, causing him to lose his biggest advantage and trump card. Crazy Devil knew very well that this was very disadvantageous to him. Crazy Demon, it's useless no matter how loud you shout. The truth is already set in stone. The evil clan is destined to perish. This is something you can't change. Yang Bufan launched another attack with the sword in his hand, not giving Crazy Devil a chance to breathe. At this time Yang Bufan deeply felt that it was the right thing to do to rope in Zhou Xian. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, the consequences of today's situation would be unimaginable. Not only would he fall here, but the entire human race in the evil abyss would also be destroyed. Little beast, do you think you can deal with me like this? I'll kill you first. Crazy Devil's eyes were filled with blood-red light. His thin body began to transform, growing to hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. This was a peerless Crazy Devil with monstrous devil might. No ordinary person could resist him. After Crazy Devil transformed into his true form, his combat strength had improved. He swept his devil wand and struck out a devil light at Zhou Xian. He could already see that Zhou Xian was a greater threat than Yang Bufan. If he wanted to win today's war, he must kill Zhou Xian first. If Zhou Xian didn't die, he wouldn't have any chance. Just in time. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. Seeing that Crazy Devil was attacking him, he didn't have the slightest fear. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand and flames filled the air. With a casual swing, a fire dragon wreaked havoc. Under the frenzy of the fire dragon, the power of the devil light emitted by Crazy Devil weakened a lot. This was the ultimate suppression of a natural enemy. Even Crazy Devil was no exception. Under the restraint of the true dragon fire and thunder fire, the power of Crazy Devil's attack would be reduced by half. The mad dragon wreaked havoc. Crazy Devil's attack couldn't do anything to Zhou Xian and was easily dealt with by Zhou Xian. What? How can this bastard have such powerful flames? This is the interior of the evil sacrificial altar. Ordinary flames can't even burn this place, let alone restrain my devil chi. Damn it. Mad Demon almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At first he didn't care about this person at all, but now he had become a big problem. He wanted to get rid of him, but he couldn't. This was really an extremely frustrating thing. Good. Yang Bufan praised and continued to attack Crazy Devil. Now that Crazy Devil's mind was in chaos, it was the best time to deal with him. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't miss it. I'll stabilize the Great Illusion Realm and then we'll kill him together. Zhou Xian spoke. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that although Yang Bufan could suppress Crazy Devil, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill Crazy Devil. He didn't want to waste too much time. His Great Illusion Realm had already shattered Crazy Devil's evil spatial zone. He needed to stabilize the illusory realm as soon as possible, and then free his hands to eliminate Crazy Devil. If he and Yang Bufan joined forces, Crazy Devil wouldn't be able to hold on for long. All right. Yang Bufan nodded and exerted all his strength to bombard Crazy Devil, leaving him with no time to deal with Zhou Xian. On the other side, Zhou Xian exerted his great soul derivation technique to the extreme. Very soon the Great Illusion Realm was fully formed. In other words, although they were inside the evil sacrificial altar of Crazy Devil, this space no longer belonged to Crazy Devil, but was under the complete control of Zhou Xian. Come on. Zhou Xian roared. His entire body turned into a true dragon and merged with the Heavenly Saint sword, achieving the perfect unity of man and sword. Then he lunged at Crazy Devil. His dragon body was covered with flames, turning the entire spatial zone into a sea of fire. Under the suppression of the flames, Crazy Devil clearly felt that his combat strength was greatly restricted. He couldn't even exert his full combat strength like before. Damn it. Fear began to creep into Crazy Devil's heart. The one he was really afraid of now was Yang Bufan because his combat strength was affected but Yang Bufan wasn't. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for Yang Bufan? Chapter 1373. Crazy Devil had completely entered a berserk state. The magic wand in his hand had completely turned into a devil dragon, thrusting towards Zhou Xian's heavenly saint sword. However, even in this berserk state he still couldn't change the fact that he was being suppressed by the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Under such suppression he could only exert half of his combat strength. Long. Crazy Devil's magic wand collided with Zhou Xian's heavenly saint sword, almost tearing the evil space apart. One had to admit that Crazy Devil was really powerful. Despite being suppressed, he was still able to push Zhou Xian back. However, in order to push Zhou Xian back, it wasn't easy for Crazy Devil either. Could be said that he had consumed a lot of his strength. At this time, Zhou Xian's powerful attack had arrived. The huge combat sword slashed down like lightning from the 9 heavens, reaching the top of Crazy Devil's head in the blink of an eye. Brr! Crazy Devil roared once more, but without the help of the evil sacrificial altar and the presence of a freak like Zhou Xian, he was no longer a match for Zhou Xian. When Yang Bufan's sword collided with Crazy Devil's devil wand, a terrifying immortal king force erupted, almost sending the devil wand flying away. Crazy Devil felt his blood and chi churning, indescribably uncomfortable. Cracks appeared on his huge palm and blood gushed out. He's finished. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Zhou Qian's murderous intent soared to the sky. In a life-and-death battle, one had to take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Now that Crazy Devil was injured and his mind was in a mess, this was the best time to kill him. He wouldn't give the enemy any chance to catch his breath, let alone the chance to escape. How? There was no need for Zhou Qian to say anything. Yang Bufan's combat experience was incomparably rich. The moment he saw Crazy Devil was injured, he struck once again. His thunderous strike was even more terrifying and violent than the previous one. There were 2 sounds of sword whistling. Other than Yang Bufan's combat sword, Zhou Qian's heavenly saint sword was unleashed once more. Under Zhou Qian's control, the Great Illusion Realm had taken complete control of this place. The entire spatial zone was filled with flames, turning it into a sea of fire. Every wisp of flame was the fusion of true dragon fire and thunder fire. As long as Crazy Devil was here, he would be severely affected and restrained by the flames, unable to fully exert his combat strength. Brr! Crazy Devil was infuriated and aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Even if he was in his peak state, he might not be a match for Yang Bufan and Zhou Qian. Moreover, he could only exert half of his combat strength now. He was no match for Yang Bufan and Zhou Qian. Boundless devil waves roared out of Crazy Devil's body, turning into a powerful monster that looked like the totem of the evil clan. It howled at Zhou Qian and Yang Bufan ferociously. Pong. However, all of this was futile and useless. Under the joint attack of the 2 swords, the monster was immediately chopped into pieces, seeming to be unable to withstand a single blow. The entire scene was as easy as crushing rotten wood without the slightest surprise. Barf. Finally, Crazy Devil couldn't bear such a crazy attack. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his chi became even weaker. Crazy Devil, you're finished. Yang Bufan sneered. No, it can't be. I, Crazy Devil, am the evil sovereign. I won't die. Evil sacrificial altar, rise. Crazy Devil went berserk. He tried to control the evil sacrificial altar to launch a final counterattack, but to his horror he found that he could no longer control it. No, impossible. How could this be? Crazy Devil was astonished. He couldn't accept this fact. All along, only he could control the evil sacrificial altar. Now he couldn't control it anymore. How could he accept this? Crazy Devil, your evil space has been completely destroyed by me. Now this is the Great Illusion Realm, my illusion realm. I've completely cut off the connection between you and the evil sacrificial altar. Now I'm the true master of this place. You're finished. Zhou Qian's voice sounded like a ghost, pulling Mad Devil back to reality with just one sentence. Only now did he notice that the connection between him and the evil sacrificial altar had been cut off by some invisible force. Just like what Zhou Qian said, he could no longer control the evil sacrificial altar. This situation made Crazy Devil truly terrified. Panic emerged on his face. This evil sacrificial altar was originally used to imprison Yang Bufan, but he didn't expect that it would trap him instead, turning him into a turtle in a jar. This was an unimaginable blow to Crazy Devil's heart. Good. Brother Zhou Qian's means are truly heaven-defying. Crazy Devil, you're now a turtle in a jar. You can only be manipulated by me. What right do you have to be so arrogant? After killing you, I'll eliminate all the demonic devils here, making the evil clan disappear from this heaven and earth. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he was determined to kill Crazy Devil. As long as he killed Crazy Devil, the evil clan would be finished. His wish of 10 years would finally come true. Yang Bufan was very excited. Because as long as he destroyed the evil clan, he would have an unprecedented sense of achievement. Under the impact of this sense of achievement, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm, reaching another terrifying level. Honglong. Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan struck once more. It was still as thunderous as before. Destructive energy waves and sea of fire were everywhere. All the energies interweaved together, forming a huge energy net, enveloping the Crazy Devil completely. Arg. Crazy Devil's mind was in chaos. His combat intent was gradually fading. Coupled with his injuries and his combat strength being suppressed by Jiang Qin, he had lost all hope and was no match for them. In the face of the frenzied attacks of Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, he couldn't resist at all. Honglong. Yang Bufan and Jiang Qin continued to attack violently, not giving the devil the slightest chance. Such an attack lasted for 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, the Crazy Devil was completely submerged in the energy net. His figure couldn't be seen. Only his wails could be heard coming from inside the net. In the end, the screams became weaker and weaker. When the energy dissipated, Crazy Devil's figure was revealed. The current Crazy Devil was like an arrow at the end of its flight. His huge body was covered with countless wounds and blood. He wasn't dead yet, but he was on the verge of death. There was no room for him to resist anymore. Brother Yang, how about leaving this Crazy Devil to me? Chapter 1374. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yang Bufan retracted his chi. He knew what Jiang Qin meant. The current Crazy Devil was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Qin knew that Jiang Qin had a mysterious cultivation method that could absorb the essence and blood of demonic devils, using this strange method to stimulate one's potential and enhance one's cultivation base. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin was able to advance so quickly in a place like Evil Abyss. To Jiang Qin, this Crazy Devil was a great treasure. Perhaps it could help Jiang Qin advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Yang Bufan also knew that Jiang Qin's next target was the mighty Tian Muyun. Given Tian Muyun's ability, he might have already advanced to the true immortal king realm. Given Jiang Qin's current means, he wasn't a match for Tian Muyun. Therefore, Yang Bufan wouldn't compete with Jiang Qin for the benefits that Crazy Devil brought him. Anyway, there was nothing to compete about. Yang Bufan had already achieved his goal. His biggest goal in Evil Abyss was to unify this place and eradicate the evil clan. Now that he had achieved it, the sense of achievement had loosened his bottleneck. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the intermediate immortal king realm. In addition, Yang Bufan was very grateful to Jiang Qin. Without Jiang Qin, he wouldn't have been able to achieve his goal and break through his bottleneck. More importantly, if it wasn't for Jiang Qin, his life would still be in danger when he was trapped in the evil sacrificial altar. In other words, Jiang Qin was his savior. Even the arrogant Yang Bufan had to admit that Jiang Qin had indeed saved his life. Naturally, Jiang Qin wouldn't be polite with Yang Bufan. He struck out the true dragon palm, enveloping Crazy Devil. No, Crazy Devil roared. He could sense an extremely dangerous chi. It was a threat to his life. He had never felt this before. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. Crazy Devil didn't want to die, but he had no strength to resist. At this critical moment, he still wanted to rely on the evil sacrificial altar to save his life, but unfortunately it was too late. Jiang Qin was too ruthless. Given his current state, he wouldn't be able to escape Jiang Qin's palm even with the evil sacrificial altar. Die, Crazy Devil. Jiang Qin's attack was merciless. The true dragon palm pressed down like a huge mountain. It was a horrifying scene. Everyone below shifted their attention to the scene. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet. At this moment, whether it was the humans or the evil clan, all of their eyes fell upon the space inside the evil sacrificial altar. The human race was incomparably excited, while the evil clan was incomparably tragic. Everyone knew very well that the time to decide the winner and loser had come. As long as Jiang Qin killed Crazy Devil, it would mean that the evil clan's destiny had come to an end, and they would no longer be able to stand in the evil abyss. Arg. There was no way to change the outcome. Everyone heard Crazy Devil let out a blood-curdling scream under Jiang Chen's attack. Then he was smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's palm. The door of the Zulong Tower had always been open. The moment Crazy Devil was slapped to death, Jiang Chen swallowed his body. However, Jiang Chen grabbed Crazy Devil's devil soul at the last moment and didn't let the Zulong Tower absorb it. This tower was a bottomless pit. There was no energy that it couldn't absorb. If the Zulong Tower absorbed the devil soul of an immortal king, the benefits to Jiang Chen would be reduced by 90%. Naturally, Jiang Chen would enjoy it alone. Rumble. Crazy Devil was dead. The evil sacrificial altar began to move restlessly, emitting cracking sounds. The evil space was about to collapse. Brother Jiang, get out of here quickly. The evil sacrificial altar has completely fused with Crazy Devil. Now that Crazy Devil is dead, the evil sacrificial altar is about to explode. Yang Bufan hastily reminded. The self-explosion of a powerful king weapon wasn't something to be trifled with. It was better not to try it rashly. Hong Long. Almost as soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, the evil sacrificial altar exploded completely. A hole was blasted open in the sky. Gloomy and cold spatial airflow gushed out from the hole. The sky darkened completely, losing its previous color. It looked as though the end of the world had arrived. It was incomparably terrifying. It made everyone's soul feel an invisible and powerful pressure, which made them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Oh my God. This is the power of the explosion of a king weapon. It's simply earth-shattering. If I was in that explosion, I'm afraid that not even my dregs would be left. It's too terrifying, but Crazy Devil is dead. We have won. Haha, from now on, Evil Abyss will be the territory of the human race. This battle is really satisfying. I have never felt so thrilling and hot-blooded in the Evil Abyss since I came here. Many people of the human race were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. At this moment, the internal strife of the human race seemed to have disappeared. There was only a kind of unity and collective glory. As for Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen, no one was worried about their safety. Although the power of the explosion of a king weapon was terrifying, it was almost impossible for it to hurt them. In the sky, under the terrifying energy, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan reappeared. The two of them stood opposite each other, exuding an extraordinary aura, like two peerless war gods. Jiang Chen had already returned to his human form, but his qi was still rising. This was because the Zulong Tower had absorbed the enormous essence and blood qi of Crazy Devil and was breaking through to the 33rd floor. This was the most critical floor. It was incomparably difficult to break through, and the energy required was also unimaginable. The energy required was much more terrifying than any of the previous floors. Even a powerful immortal king might not be enough. On the battlefield below, the demonic devils of the evil clan raised their heads and roared at the sky. Their roars were filled with pain and unwillingness as well as a strong sense of despair. Yes, the evil clan was in complete despair. The death of Crazy Devil indicated the complete annihilation of the evil clan. To the Evil Abyss, this was a historic change. Brother Jiang, what should we do with these demonic devils? Yang Bufan asked. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. This race shouldn't exist. Jiang Chen's words were ruthless. This had always been his way of doing things. Sometimes when it was necessary to be ruthless, one must be ruthless. Moreover, a race like the evil clan was excessively cruel and shouldn't exist. Chapter 1375. Kill. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, before Yang Bufan could give an order, the human army had already launched another round of attack on the remaining demonic devils. This should be the last round of attack. The demonic devils had completely lost their morale. Many of them had begun to give up resistance and chose to flee. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy for them to escape at this time. Yang Bufan stretched his arms, feeling an indescribable sense of achievement. Although most of the victory was attributed to Jiang Chen, it was of great significance to Yang Bufan. In order to achieve this, he had persisted for 10 years. Today his wish had finally come true. Moreover, the reason why Jiang Chen could play such a big role was because of Jiang Chen. If Yang Bufan hadn't chosen Jiang Chen and helped Jiang Chen at all costs, there wouldn't be such a great victory today. This was karma. You reap what you sow. Therefore Yang Bufan naturally enjoyed the victory at this moment. This was a victory that belonged to Jiang Qin and himself. As for whether the evil clan would be annihilated or not, Yang Bufan didn't care at all. In his heart, the evil clan was a demonic devil, a powerful alien race. They should be annihilated. Yang Bufan believed that if the situation was reversed and the human race was defeated, the crazy devil would definitely kill them without hesitation, turning the human race into the demonic devil's food. There was no doubt about this. Yang Bufan felt that his bottleneck had begun to loosen. He had achieved his long-awaited goal. Such a situation was like an epiphany that was extremely rare among cultivators. It could only be encountered by chance. Yang Bufan was currently in such a state. The state was too precious. As long as his thoughts were smooth, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. Yang Bufan had been accumulating for 10 years. His foundation was just too strong. Once it erupted, the consequences would be unpredictable. Honglong. A powerful qi wave and pressure suddenly rushed out of Yang Bufan's body, overflowing in all directions like a tide. Under the surge of the powerful force, Yang Bufan actually broke through to the intermediate Immortal King realm. This wasn't the end of it. His qi was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good. Brother Yang has obtained a great opportunity. His foundation has been accumulating for 10 years and is already very strong. Now that he has completed his dream, his mind is clear and his thoughts are smooth, advancing to the intermediate Immortal King realm. However, this is far from his ultimate potential. It seems like it won't be a problem for him to advance to the late Immortal King realm. Jiang Qin couldn't help but admire Yang Bufan. A figure like him would have a limitless future. While Yang Bufan was madly breaking through to the late Immortal King realm, Jiang Qin wasn't idling either. The energy of Crazy Devil was just too enormous. He had already broken through half of the 33rd level. As long as the 33rd level was completed, Jiang Qin would be able to know a secret of the Zulong Tower and gain real benefits from it. This was what Jiang Qin was most interested in and eager to know. Roar, roar. Below, the human race and the demonic beasts were engaged in the final battle. Blood flowed like a river. The evil clan was not a match for the human race at all. After countless demonic beasts died, they were sucked dry by the Zulong Tower and became Jiang Qin's nourishment. The 33rd floor was too difficult to break through, and the amount of energy required was too huge. At the last moment, Jiang Qin could not absorb any of the purified energy from the Zulong Tower. In the past, after the Zulong Tower absorbed energy, it would give Jiang Qin a small amount of pure energy so that Jiang Qin could condense dragon marks. But now Jiang Qin could not get any energy from the Zulong Tower. This could only mean one thing. The Zulong Tower had gone all out in order to break through the 33rd floor. The amount of energy required for this floor was just too huge. As such, all of the energy was used to break through the 33rd floor. Jiang Qin didn't complain about the situation because he cared too much about this level. He believed that once the 33rd level of the pagoda was completely unlocked, the benefits he could get from it would be much greater than the purification energy that he could get from the pagoda. Merciful Buddha, Tao Light Buddha Body. On the battlefield, Tyrant went crazy once more. He casted the Tao Light Buddha Body even more ferocious than before. His Tao Light Buddha Body looked taller than before. Affected by the impact of the battlefield, Tyrant's cultivation realm had advanced to the early Golden Immortal realm. There was no suspense in the following battle. The demonic devils were routed and killed by the humans. The battle lasted for another 2 hours. All the demonic devils were killed. Just like what Jiang Qin had ordered, not a single one of them was left alive. The entire evil clan was annihilated. The only ones who survived were those who had been purified by Jiang Qin and Tyrant. Although they were still demonic devils of the evil clan, they had already become the slaves of Jiang Qin and Tyrant. It was impossible for them to cause any more trouble. The war had ended and the city of Sin had been completely destroyed. However, this was no longer important. The most important thing was the victory. Every human's face was filled with excitement. For a man to be able to experience such a world-shaking war in his lifetime was a kind of pride in itself. It was worth it. Everyone raised their head to look at the two great figures hovering in the sky. Yang Bufan's qi had already reached the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm, only a step away from the late Immortal King realm. On the other hand, Jiang Qin's qi didn't change much. but the Zulong Tower that he had secretly controlled was undergoing earth-shaking changes. After receiving a large amount of energy, the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely broken through. We've won. This war is really satisfying. I've never felt so satisfied before. Look, the evil lord's cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm. I have no idea how much stronger he is compared to before. He's breaking through to the late Immortal King realm. How terrifying. Given the talent of the evil lord, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for him to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm or even the Immortal Venerable realm in the future. Compared to the evil lord, Xianxia is the truly terrifying one. Look at him. He's only an early golden immortal, but he can already fight an immortal king. God knows how terrifying he will be once he advances to the Immortal King realm. At that time, I'm afraid that he will be able to fight an immortal emperor. That's right. He's a true monstrous genius, a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. No one can estimate his achievement. Chapter 1376. Night fell, but the qi in the sky didn't diminish in the slightest. Yang Bufan and Xianxia stood in the sky, their black hair fluttering in the wind, as though they were the only ones in the heavens and earth. Countless humans below didn't speak a word. The scene was strangely quiet. All of them wanted to witness a miracle. They wanted to see the transformation of Xianxia and Yang Bufan break through to the late Immortal King realm. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that both Yang Bufan and Xianxia were at the most critical moment. Needless to say, Yang Bufan was in the middle of breaking through to the late Immortal King realm. He must not be disturbed. Everyone's epiphany represented a great transformation. Such a transformation was incomparably important to any cultivator. When the epiphany ended, it was also the time when the cultivator would gain the most benefits. Just like Yang Bufan, he had entered a completely different realm. If someone interrupted him at this moment, he would certainly fight with his life on the line. The same went for Xianxia. The breakthrough to the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was much more difficult than he had imagined. Now that he had enough energy, he only needed to wait for the moment when the energy was fully condensed. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't dare to be negligent, because he had a feeling that the 33rd floor was different from the other floors. In the ancestral dragon pagoda before the 33rd level, if the pagoda was only halfway through the breakthrough, the energy would be used to break through the next level. However, the 33rd level was different. If the pagoda could not be completed in one go, it would be a waste. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity again in the future. If I'm not mistaken, Little Qinzi's Zulong Tower has reached its most critical moment. De Huang Dog had unique eyesight. Plus, he knew Jiangchen's trump card very well, so he could see what Jiangchen was going to do at a glance. Do you think he can succeed? Tyrant asked. He hasn't done anything that hasn't succeeded yet. De Huang Dog chuckled. Tyrant also laughed. Their confidence in Jiangchen had been deeply rooted in their bones. After all, they knew Jiangchen too well. All along, there seemed to be nothing that Jiangchen couldn't do. The silence lasted for 2 hours. Yang Bufan's qi began to change dramatically. His cultivation base had finally broken through to the late Immortal King realm from the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm. Yang Bufan threw his head back and laughed heartily like a true king venting his anger. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Jiangchen, on the other hand, heard another layer of bitterness from Yang Bufan's laughter. It was an indescribable feeling, as though he had suffered some kind of attack for this day. It seems that Brother Yang is also a person with secrets. Jiangchen sighed. He had long felt that Yang Bufan wasn't an ordinary person. If Yang Bufan was an ordinary person, he wouldn't have stayed in a place like Evil Abyss for 10 years. At this time, the breakthrough of the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower had finally been completed. The Zulong Tower let out a deafening roar, like the overturning of rivers and seas, but only Jiangchen could hear it. No one else could. Good. The 33rd floor is finally completed. I wonder what secret is hidden in the Zulong Tower, but now isn't the time to study it. I'll go back to a place where there's no one around and study it properly. Jiangchen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had also been waiting for this day for a long time. It had been a long time since he obtained the Zulong Tower. The secret of the Zulong Tower had always been on Jiangchen's mind. Now that he had finally achieved it, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Congratulations, Brother Yang, on breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the terrifying late immortal king realm. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. The fact that Yang Bufan had advanced to the late immortal king realm was a matter worthy of celebration and congratulation. Brother Jiang Chen, your contribution in eliminating the evil clan can't be buried. I'm very glad that I chose to befriend you. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to wait for this day. Yang Bufan spoke, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Chen. Both he and Jiang Chen weren't shy people. After experiencing the war together, their friendship had deepened and they had truly regarded each other as friends. To Yang Bufan, it was incomparably joyful to see that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more powerful. Brother Yang, now that the evil clan has been completely unified, you have also fulfilled one of your wishes. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. I intend to leave this place after a period of time. There's nothing left in this place that's worthy of my nostalgia. I still have things to do. Yang Bufan said with a smile. You and I are the same. We won't be trapped in the same place. My cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds this time. I've gained tremendous benefits from the war with the evil clan, but I still have a stronger enemy. Tian Muyun is very likely to have become a true immortal king. I need some time to digest my cultivation base. When I get out of here, it will be the time for me to have a showdown with Tian Muyun. Some grudges will have to be settled sooner or later. It's time to settle the grudge between me and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen said. He had some understanding of Tian Muyun. The last time he returned to Tianyun Pavilion, he had already sensed Tian Muyun's qi. Tian Muyun had half a foot in the immortal king realm. After being humiliated by Yang Bufan, Tian Muyun would certainly use this as motivation to break through to the immortal king realm. Given Tian Muyun's talent, he might have already succeeded. Even if Tian Muyun succeeded, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest fear. What he needed to do now was to break through to the next realm. As long as he reached the intermediate golden immortal realm, he would have the confidence to get rid of Tian Muyun. Speaking of advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm, Jiang Chen had his own means. The violent devil soul in his hand was what he relied on. An immortal king-level devil soul was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, but Jiang Chen was also afraid of this, because he had advanced too quickly during this period of time. If he continued to rely on this method to advance, it was likely to affect his foundation. In that case, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, what Jiang Chen needed to do now was to find a way to stabilize his foundation and digest what he had gained during this period of time. This process required a certain amount of time to settle down. However, Jiang Chen's mind wasn't on this but on the Zulong Tower. He couldn't wait to enter the 33rd floor to explore the secret of Zulong Tower. All right. Brother Jiang, go and cultivate in seclusion. I will arrange the matters here and prepare to leave. Chapter 1377. Under normal circumstances, people like Yang Bufan would feel a little disappointed at the same time. After all, the strongest opponent of the past 10 years had been eliminated all of a sudden. This would more or less dampen their excitement, but in Jiang Chen's point of view, Yang Bufan's excitement hadn't diminished at all. This indicated that Yang Bufan had a greater goal. Now that he had advanced to the late immortal king realm, he was a little closer to that goal. To Yang Bufan, the next goal was much more meaningful than eliminating the evil clan. Of course, it was also much more difficult to achieve. Everyone had their own secrets. Jiang Chen had them, De Huang Dog had them, and so did Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan didn't want to talk about it, Jiang Chen wouldn't ask. A friend would stand up when needed. This was enough. Jiang Chen wouldn't explore Yang Bufan's secrets, but as long as Yang Bufan needed his help in the future, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to stand up for him. Jiang Chen believed that if he was in trouble, Yang Bufan would do the same without hesitation. This could be seen from the trip to Tianyun Pavilion. Yang Bufan was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. The city of Sin had been destroyed. However, to the cultivators of the human race, rebuilding a city was an extremely easy task. After all, the space in Evil Abyss was huge. There were other cities besides Evil City. Other than Evil City, the other cities didn't suffer any damage. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen found a city in the central region and settled down. Although the matter in Evil Abyss had been resolved, Jiang Chen still had more important things to do. To him, the real battle had just begun. He and Tian Muyun had completely fallen out. The next step would be a life-and-death battle. In a quiet courtyard in the prefecture, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog walked in. Knowing that Jiang Qin was going into seclusion, no one dared to appear within 10 miles of the courtyard, fearing that they would disturb Jiang Qin's cultivation. To the humans in Evil Abyss, Jiang Qin was now a godlike existence. Everyone was full of respect for him. Tianjizi walked out of the Zulong Tower. His eyes were full of shock when he looked at Jiang Qin. He had witnessed the entire battle. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. The word, genius, could no longer be used to describe Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's existence was a miracle. Tianjizi felt that it was a gift from the heavens for him to have such a disciple. What did he do to deserve such a peerless genius to address him as his master? Qin heir, you really surprised me. Tianjizi sighed. Initially he was worried about the battle between Jiang Qin and Tian Miyun, but now it seemed that comparing Tian Miyun to Jiang Qin was a humiliation to Jiang Qin. Tian Miyun could only be regarded as a genius at best. How could he be compared to a monstrous genius? Master, Tian Miyun has probably advanced to the Immortal King realm by now. With my current strength, it's still far from enough to deal with him. After all, the gap between an Immortal King and a Golden Immortal is incomparable. So if I want to fight Tian Miyun, I need to advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm. Jiang Qin said. He never fought a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. He must not lose the battle with Tian Miyun. Therefore, before leaving Evil Abyss, Jiang Qin must find a way to break through to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm. By the way, little Qinzi, haven't you already opened the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower? What kind of secret is inside? It might be helpful to your current situation, said the Huang dog. Big Yellow said. He was very interested in the secret of the ancestral dragon pagoda. I'll go in and have a look. After saying that, Jiang Qin opened the door of the Zulong Tower. His qi enveloped everyone and his divine sense moved at will, entering the space of the 33rd floor. Hoo-hoo. The 33rd floor was filled with a myriad of colors. The few people who had just entered couldn't help but sway from the impact of the surrounding air currents. This space wasn't very big. It seemed to only have a radius of a few miles and it was completely empty inside with nothing at all. However, those motley colors gave people a dazzling feeling. After entering, everyone had a strange feeling, but as for what exactly it was, they could not describe it with words. The law of time. This is the law of time. Motherfucker. This is too fucking awesome. The law of time in this space is at least 30 times that of the outside world. The Huang dog suddenly became very excited. Law of time. Jiang Qin, Tyrant and Tianjizi were stunned. For a moment they didn't understand what the Huang dog meant. In the entire immortal world, only the mighty immortal sovereigns could control the time law. The time law in this space is 30 times stronger than the outside world. For example, cultivating here for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 30 days. This is the distortion and change of the time law. Little Qin, this treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying. This is only the 33rd level. If it reaches the 99th level, I can't even imagine what will happen. That's right, little Qin, this treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying. This is only the 33rd level. If it reaches the 99th level, I can't even imagine what will happen. The Huang dog said. Regarding the law of time, whether it was Jiang Qin or Tianjizi, it was their first time hearing about it. After all, the means of reversing time and space was too heaven-defying. It wasn't a realm that they could reach. They had never thought that it was a powerful means of a great emperor, and they were too far away from the legendary great emperors. As soon as the Huang dog's voice faded, a wave of information surged into Jiang Qin's mind. Everything described in the information was exactly the same as what the Huang dog had said. This space of the 33rd floor had no other magical uses other than changing the flow of time. All of a sudden, Jiang Qin became incomparably excited. The change of the law of time by 30 times was a great benefit that couldn't be exchanged with countless treasures. A day of cultivation here was equivalent to 30 days of cultivation in the outside world. This was simply a great treasure. Chapter 1378. Haha. The Zulong Tower is indeed an ancient supreme divine weapon. The secret of the 33rd floor is truly astonishing. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had no reason to be unhappy. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this 33rd floor. Today he finally got to know it. The result was even better than what he had imagined. He was afraid that the Zulong Tower would bestow him another powerful combat technique or cultivation law because he didn't lack combat techniques and cultivation laws anymore. All the combat techniques he had displayed were the strongest among the strongest. So, any more combat techniques wouldn't be of any practical use. However, this 30-fold change in the time law was simply a great treasure. From now on, Zhou Xian would have his own superior cultivation conditions. His innate talent was already terrifying enough. His cultivation speed was countless times faster than others. Now his foundation had been increased by 30 times. How abnormal was this? It was simply unbelievable. Abnormal, truly abnormal. The time law of 30 times is simply unimaginable. 1 day of cultivation in here is equivalent to 30 days of cultivation in the outside world. Little Chinzi, you have struck it rich. Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. This was too shocking. The time law was a high-level thing. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about, but now they really had it. I can't believe that such a supreme treasure exists in the heavens and earth. Tianjizi was somewhat numb from the shock. Ever since he came into contact with Zhou Xian, miracles had happened one after another. The amount of shock he had experienced in his life wasn't as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. From Zhou Xian he had witnessed what was called a true miracle and abnormal existence. It's indeed monstrous. One should know that even an immortal sovereign who had just comprehended the law of time could only change the flow of time by 2 or 3 times. A powerful immortal sovereign could change the flow of time by 5 times. Even the immortal execution king and great sovereign Zhou Xian could only change the flow of time by 10 times. This ancestral dragon pagoda can change the flow of time by 30 times. It's unimaginable. De Huang Dog said. He showed great interest in Zhou Qian's Zulong Tower. He had never seen or even heard of an existence that could change the flow of time by 30 times. Zhou Qian's eyes were very bright. He now had even greater expectations for the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He believed that there would be greater surprises waiting for him in the future. The 30 times time law was just the first surprise. Very good. I was worried that I wouldn't have enough time to consolidate my foundation. Now that I have this space, all my problems have been solved. I only need 1 day in here to stabilize my foundation. Then I can use the Devil's Soul of Mad Devil to advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal. And I will leave the Evil Abyss for the final battle with Tianmuyun after that. Zhou Qian's chi fluctuated. He was now prepared to cultivate in here for 30 days to stabilize his foundation. In that case, only 1 day would have passed in the outside world. 30 days was basically enough for him. De Huang Dog, Tyrant, I can see that both of you have obtained a lot of benefits from the war. It's just the right time to cultivate here and stabilize your foundation. It will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. Zhou Qian said to De Huang Dog and Tyrant. Currently, the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower was a treasure land for cultivation. It was the best place to cultivate. There was nothing more perfect than cultivating here. Tyrant and Big Yellow nodded. With such a good condition, they naturally had to make good use of it. They couldn't afford to miss it. For the next period of time, they chose to go into seclusion in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Zhou Qian wouldn't care about the outside world for a month. Plus, a month inside was only 1 day in the outside world. Nothing would happen. Moreover, the evil clan had been completely annihilated. It was basically impossible for there to be any major turmoil in the evil abyss. One line sky inside Tianyun Pavilion. All of a sudden, an incomparably tyrannical qi rose from the deepest part of the mountain. This qi was incomparably powerful. When the pressure spread out, everyone in Skycloud Pavilion felt their souls trembling. They were greatly shaken. Look, what a powerful qi. That's the pressure of an immortal king. Sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm. Amazing. Sect leader is indeed the #1 genius in One Line Sky. He has finally broken through to the immortal king realm. With the emergence of an immortal king in our Tianyun Pavilion, the other 3 major powers are finished. If it was in the past, I wouldn't say anything if someone said that sect leader was the #1 genius in One Line Sky. But it's different now. Even though sect leader has advanced to the immortal king realm, he can't be considered the #1 genius in terms of talent. That's right. Compared to Zhou Qian, sect leader's talent is indeed inferior. Previously, Zhou Qian humiliated sect leader and angered him. Now that sect leader has advanced to the Immortal King realm, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to settle the score with Zhou Xian. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was alarmed. Ever since Zhou Xian caused havoc in the law enforcement hall, Tianyun Pavilion had been in a state of deathly stillness. Now that Tianmuyun had advanced to the Immortal King realm, it finally caused a great commotion in Tianyun Pavilion. In the deepest part of Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmuyun's hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His whole body was exuding a powerful Immortal King chi. The airflow around him fluctuated violently. He had finally reached the Immortal King realm. The humiliation that Yang Bufan gave him not only didn't hinder his progress, but also stimulated his potential, allowing him to break through to the Immortal King realm in one fell swoop. Humph. Zhou Xian, evil lord, Tianmuyun will definitely return the humiliation you have given me twice over. Once I have stabilized my Immortal King cultivation base, I will kill my way to evil abyss and make you beg for death. Tianmuyun harumphed coldly. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Now it could be said that he hated Zhou Xian to the bone. Tianmuyun had already made up his mind. After a few days, when his cultivation base was completely stabilized, he would go to Evil Abyss and kill both Zhou Xian and Yang Bufan. What a pity! Although Tianmuyun had advanced to the Immortal King realm, he didn't have the slightest chance to kill both Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian, because Zhou Xian was ready to come back for him, and Zhou Qian's cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late Immortal King realm. If Tianmuyun really went to Evil Abyss to kill Zhou Xian, the consequences would be unimaginable. In front of Yang Bufan, Tianmuyun was just a small shrimp, an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. After advancing to the early Immortal King realm, Tianmuyun didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he chose to continue his seclusion. He needed some time to stabilize his cultivation base after advancing to the early Immortal King realm. Chapter 1379. Tianmuyun decided to stabilize his cultivation base within 7 days. After 7 days, he would come out of seclusion and kill his way to the Evil Abyss. As for the other 3 major powers in one-line sky, Tianmuyun no longer put them in his eyes. Given his current cultivation base and strength, annihilating the 3 major powers was just a piece of cake for him. The 3 major powers were no longer a threat to him. What Tianmuyun wanted to kill now was Zhou Xian. In his heart, Zhou Xian's threat was far greater than the other 3 major powers. He had witnessed Zhou Xian's growth with his own eyes. That heaven-defying speed had reached a shocking level. If he couldn't get rid of Zhou Xian as soon as possible, he would die in Zhou Xian's hands sooner or later. Moreover, Tianmuyun had witnessed the means of Zhou Xian. He knew that Zhou Xian had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Zhou Xian, once Zhou Xian's ability surpassed his, Zhou Xian wouldn't show any mercy when killing him. However, Tianmuyun couldn't finish these 7 days because Zhou Xian would come looking for him very soon. Zhou Xian could cultivate for a month in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Only 1 day had passed in the outside world. 7 days in the outside world was equivalent to 7 months inside the tower. Therefore, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to finish this period of time. At this moment, the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower was filled with variegated colors. The law of time that was 30 times faster than normal continued to flow. Zhou Xian and the others were all in seclusion, stabilizing their foundation. There was no need to mention Zhou Xian himself. During this period of time, he had relied on the demonic devils of the evil clan to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, it was very important for him to stabilize his foundation. The same went for De Huang Dog. He was now in the intermediate golden immortal realm, and his body contained a large amount of immortal execution swords essence. This essence was like a treasure that could constantly help De Huang Dog advance and break through to a higher realm. Therefore, to De Huang Dog, stabilizing his foundation was more important. With the God-suppressing monument, Tyrant was considered to have a natural advantage. Now that he was using the time laws of the Zulong Tower, coupled with the help of the God-suppressing monument, it was the best time for him to break through to the intermediate golden immortal stage. As for Tianjizi, his cultivation base had been completely destroyed. Although seclusion was meaningless for him, he needed to recuperate now. The leaves of the regenerative lotus and the wood's spiritual qi had helped him recover his vitality and stabilize the essence in his body. What he needed to do now was to constantly increase the essence and prolong his lifespan. If he really had a method to recover his cultivation base in the future, he would have a good foundation. For any cultivator, the body was the foundation. A good body was the key to cultivation. Days passed in the Zulong Tower. A month had passed very quickly. At this time, only a day had passed in the outside world. Zhou Xian opened his eyes abruptly. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to ripple. These 2 eyes were like 2 sharp swords that could cut the space apart. Good. My cultivation base has been completely stabilized. Sure enough, a month of cultivation wasn't wasted. I can now use the Devil Soul of Crazy Devil to break through to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm. A Devil Soul of Immortal King level will help me condense 40,000 dragon marks. I think it won't be a problem for me to break through to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm, Zhou Xian said to himself. Then he took out the Devil Soul. Back when he killed Crazy Devil, he had deliberately kept this Devil Soul for this very moment. Every time Zhou Xian advanced a level, he would need an incomparably huge amount of energy. Currently, the number of dragon marks in his body was 910,000. He needed another 40,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm. The true dragon fire and true thunder fire appeared outside the Devil Soul and penetrated it. These 2 flames were the nemesis of demonic devils. They could purify all the devilish things inside and then absorb the purest energy. Zhou Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the Devil Soul. A huge amount of energy exploded in Zhou Xian's body like a tidal wave, rushing to every part of his qi. Under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the majestic energy began to be refined rapidly, forming new dragon marks in his qi. Within Zhou Xian's qi, there was a magnificent scene of tens of thousands of dragons gathered together. There were more than 900,000 dragon marks, and every single one of them looked like a real dragon, looking extremely majestic. Ever since the dragon transformation skill had evolved, refining anything became very simple and fast. Now in just half an hour, an Immortal King level Devil Soul was completely refined by Zhou Xian. His qi began to stir violently. The 950,000 dragon marks rippled, turning into an ocean of true dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. This was the most critical moment of breaking through to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm. Zhou Xian threw all the immortal metastones he had stored into his qi to refine them. These immortal metastones were the huge wealth that Ouyang he had left for him. The value of this wealth was very shocking. It had also saved Zhou Xian a lot of trouble. At least he didn't have to worry about immortal metastones along the way. But one had to admit that Zhou Xian was indeed a big eater. The consumption of each advancement was just too huge. No one could bear such consumption. Now that he had advanced to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm, all the immortal metastones had been used up. Not even dregs were left. It seemed like the first thing Zhou Xian would do after settling the grudge with Tianmiyun was to collect immortal metastones. Immortal metastones were the support of every advancement. They were an indispensable treasure. It was something that Zhou Xian must prepare in advance. An earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly came out from Zhou Xian's mouth. Powerful waves of qi rolled out of Zhou Xian's body, setting off a huge wave in the 33rd level. The Huang Dog Tyrant and Tianjizi, who were in seclusion, were shocked by this qi. They couldn't help but open their eyes, and their eyes fell on Zhou Xian. He succeeded. So powerful. The power of an intermediate Golden Immortal has far surpassed an ordinary early Immortal King. Tianjizi was shocked. Given his current combat strength, it's enough to deal with Tianmiyun. When he returns to One Line Sky, it will be the time of Tianmiyun's death. The Huang Dog said. He had always had incomparable confidence in Zhou Xian. That's right. Even if Tianmiyun advanced to the Immortal King realm, he wouldn't be a match for Zhou Xian. Sect Master Ouyang's death can finally be avenged. That ungrateful dog. We must expose his true face when we return. Chapter 1380. 30 days had passed in the Zulong Tower, but only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Such a cultivation method was truly fascinating. The Huang Dog and Tyrant had a feeling that they hadn't had enough of it yet. In a month's time, the Huang Dog's foundation had basically stabilized. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the late Golden Immortal realm. As for Tyrant, he was already at the peak of the early Golden Immortal realm and would soon advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm. AI. Tyrant sighed. Compared to Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Presently, both Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were intermediate Golden Immortal realm, while he was only an early Golden Immortal. Obviously, he had fallen behind. Furthermore, Jiang Qin was an incomparably terrifying guy. His combat strength couldn't be estimated with the combat strength of an intermediate Golden Immortal. Let's go and find Brother Yang, then we'll leave this evil abyss. Jiang Qin said. After leaving the evil abyss this time, he reckoned that he would never come back again. To them, this spatial zone had lost all meaning and value. They had to go and do something more meaningful. To Jiang Qin, every place he went to represented the occurrence of a miracle. Just like this evil abyss before Jiang Qin came, this place was still a chaotic and terrifying hell. But after he came, everything changed. Now, the evil abyss had a historical turning point because of his arrival. The entire evil clan had been annihilated. This was equivalent to creating history. 3 men and a dog walked out of the Zulong Tower and found Yang Bufan without a hitch, because they needed to rely on him to leave the evil abyss. In a day's time, Yang Bufan had basically arranged everything in the evil abyss. To Yang Bufan, just like Jiang Qin, this evil abyss had lost all meaning, even though he had been the evil lord for 10 years. Now Yang Bufan was about to leave. After leaving this place, everything here would no longer have anything to do with him. Except for the evil abyss, he would only be Yang Bufan. He would no longer be the famous evil lord. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm in just a single day. Such a speed of advancement is truly speechless. But still, I have to congratulate you. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He was indeed surprised that Jiang Qin could advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal realm within a day. After all, Jiang Qin had just advanced to the Golden Immortal realm. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was rare in the world. I was just lucky. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't reveal anything about the Zulong Tower. After all, the change in the law of 30 times time was too shocking. This was Jiang Qin's biggest secret. He didn't mean to hide it, but there was no need for him to reveal all his secrets. Brother Jiang, I have nothing to worry about in the evil abyss anymore. My cultivation base has already reached the late Golden Immortal realm. All these years of hard work have not been in vain. I'm going to leave this place now. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Qin's shoulder and said, I'm going to leave as well. It's time for me to settle the grudge in Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Qin said. It was within his expectation that Yang Bufan would leave. This was just the right time for them to leave together. Do you need my help? Yang Bufan asked. No need. I want to settle this matter myself. Jiang Qin shook his head. He had to come personally for the duel with Tian Muyun. If he needed Yang Bufan's help, he could have already killed Tian Muyun during the incident in the law enforcement hall. There was no need to wait until now. You have to be careful. Yang Bufan nodded. He had long known about Jiang Qin's plan. Therefore he just said it casually. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's leave now. Jiang Qin spoke. To him, the evil abyss was just a stop on his path of growth. When it was time to leave, he would have to leave. There was nothing in this place that he would miss. All right. Yang Bufan nodded. With a flip of his palm, powerful spatial energy rippled. He tore the void with his bare hands, creating a crack in the void, and walked into it. His current cultivation base had already reached the late Golden Immortal realm, which was many times stronger than the early Golden Immortal realm. Tearing the void with his bare hands was a very simple thing to do. In other words, Yang Bufan didn't need the spatial talisman to leave the evil abyss. He could find the coordinates of one-line sky by relying on his control of the spatial law. Walking in the void would be much faster than walking through the spatial passageway. Very soon, under Yang Bufan's lead, the group left the evil abyss and appeared on the land of one-line sky. The place where they were now was still the same place they were at previously, which was closer to Yen City. Brother Yang, what's your plan from now on? Jiang Qin asked with interest. Yang Bufan must have his own goal after leaving the evil abyss. Given his current ability, it was impossible for him to stay in a place like One-Line Sky. To Yang Bufan, One-Line Sky was just a small place, but it still piqued his interest a little. I'm going back to where I came from. I'm going back to East Xuanyu. Yang Bufan said with a smile. When he mentioned East Xuanyu, A strange light flashed across his eyes. East Xuanyu? Jiang Qin was stunned. He really didn't know about the division of ethereal immortal domain, but Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. He knew that East Xuanyu must be a huge place. At least one line sky couldn't be compared to it. Perhaps he would have to go to East Xuanyu after he fully understood the situation in one line sky. Don't tell me that Brother Jiang doesn't know about East Xuanyu? Yang Bufan was startled too. As someone from ethereal immortal domain, it really surprised him that he didn't know about the famous East Xuanyu. To tell you the truth, we're all ascenders, so we're not familiar with the territories of the immortal world, Jiang Qin said. He didn't hide anything from Yang Bufan. After fighting side by side with him in Evil Abyss, he had truly treated Yang Bufan as a friend. Ah, I see. I didn't expect to see such a peerless genius in this lowly world. I've always respected you ascenders. Those who could ascend to the immortal world from a place with such poor heaven and earth Yuanqi aren't ordinary people. Yang Bufan burst out laughing as if he had expected it. He even showed a look of admiration toward Jiang Qin. There are 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Each immortal domain can be considered as an immortal world. Ethereal immortal domain is just one of them. No one knows how big the ethereal immortal domain is. It's just too vast. The tiny one-line sky is just a tiny place. Chapter 1381. After listening to Yang Bufan's words, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. The immortal world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Each of the 9 immortal domains was equivalent to an independent immortal world. Jiang Chen's understanding of the ethereal immortal domain was limited to one-line sky. Today Jiang Qin had developed a strong interest in the East Xuanyu mentioned by Yang Bufan. Jiang Qin was almost sure that after he solved the matter in one-line sky, he would leave for a bigger place. This East Xuanyu might be his next stop. Jiang Qin had no reason to stop. He had the determination to pursue the highest realm of the immortal Tao and had a deep expectation for the path of cultivation. Moreover, Jiang Qin still had a lot of things to do. The matter of Yan Qinyu, the matter of Tianjizi, and the matter of Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qinyu was now involved with Immortal Execution King. If Jiang Qin wanted to explore Yan Qinyu's secret, he had to improve his cultivation base to the peak. Tianjizi was basically a cripple now. The reason why Tianjizi suffered such a disaster was all because of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had the responsibility to help Tianjizi recover. Whether it was to improve his cultivation base, explore Yan Qinyu's secret, or help Tianjizi find a way to recover, Jiang Qin had no reason to stop. Just like what Yang Bufan said, one-line sky was just a small place. So what if he became the king here? He was still a frog at the bottom of a well. There was also Wu Ningzhu. After ascending to the immortal world, Jiang Qin had met with Han Yan and Tyrant. There was also some news about Yan Qinyu. Only Wu Ningzhu was still missing. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. In addition to these, there was another force that constantly urged Jiang Qin to move forward. This force came from his old enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. When Jiang Qin had just ascended to the immortal world, he was attacked by the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for the immortal mark in his body, he would have died a long time ago. Nanbei Chao must be looking for him everywhere. There was no doubt about it. Another thing that he was sure of was that Nanbei Chao's strength was far beyond his. Even though he had progressed to such a level, he was still nothing compared to Nanbei Chao in the immortal world. He was not even an ant. Jiang Qin was well aware of this. Therefore Jiang Qin had to grow faster. His real enemies in the immortal world were the northern and southern dynasties, not Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun was incomparable to the northern and southern dynasties. With such a powerful opponent, Jiang Qin could feel a sense of urgency and pressure all the time. Brother Jiang, after you are done with the matters here, you must go to Eastern Profound Domain and have a good adventure. There are 6 great immortal sects, 3 great empires and 2 great families in Eastern Profound Domain. There are so many geniuses there that it can be said to be a place where heroes are vying for supremacy. There are too many geniuses in the 11 major powers. Each of them is a dazzling star, a proud son of heaven. Only fighting with them will be interesting. With your talent, you will still be able to thrive in Eastern Profound Domain. I believe that sooner or later, there will be a place for you in Eastern Profound Domain. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Undoubtedly, this sentence had ignited Jiang Chen's excitement. 6 immortal sects, 3 empires and 2 great worlds. So many powerful forces and powerful geniuses. Just thinking about it made him excited. Any of the 11 major powers wasn't something a small Tianyun pavilion could compare with. Yang Bufan was already a late immortal king, but he still said that he was nothing in East Xuanyu. It was imaginable how terrifying East Xuanyu was. Don't worry. After I have settled the matter of Tianyun Pavilion, I will certainly go to East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. East Xuanyu would be another world. That was the real immortal world. Good. When you arrive at East Xuanyu, come to Great Qian Empire to find me. Yang Bufan said. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind except the name of Great Qian Empire. Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He had begun to yearn for another world. However, Jiang Chen recovered himself very quickly. The matter of East Xuanyu had to be put aside for the time being. Now it was time to settle the grudges. Today Jiang Chen returned to Tianyun Pavilion to expose the true face of Tianmuyun. The grudges of Ouyang He, Tianjizi and himself would all be settled today. Scope. Jiang Chen looked at Tianjizi, then flew towards the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. Disciple, are you confident? If Tianmuyun has advanced to the Immortal King realm, he won't be easy to deal with. Tianjizi said. Although he had seen the power of Jiang Chen, he knew how terrifying Tianmuyun was. So he was still a little worried. Don't worry. Everything today will be settled. Jiang Chen smiled. He was full of confidence from head to toe. That was the confidence that came from his bones. The innate demeanor of a king was enough to make people admire him. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was still as calm as usual. Several disciples were walking back and forth looking a little bored. After Jiang Chen appeared, he directly unleashed his incomparably powerful qi and flew towards the center of Tianyun Pavilion. What a powerful qi. It seems to be Jiang Chen's qi. That's right. It's Jiang Chen. I saw him flying over there. Jiang Chen is back. It seems like he doesn't know that Sect Master has already advanced to the Immortal King realm. Isn't he courting death by coming back? Jiang Chen's qi is too strong. It's many times stronger than before. Nothing good will come out of his return. It seems like Tianyun Pavilion is going to be in turmoil again. The appearance of Jiang Chen instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. One by one they flew out. On the battle platform of Tianyun Pavilion's core courtyard, Jiang Chen stood on it, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he sounded the war drum. Tianmuyun, I Jiang Chen am back. Come out and fight me. Jiang Chen's voice was like waves rippling in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. The sound of the war drum was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the hearts of the people. The war drum of the core courtyard hadn't sounded for a long time. This was the war drum of a life and death battle. Jiang Chen now wanted to use the sound of the war drum of Tianyun Pavilion to fight Tianmuyun to the death. He believed that Ouyang He would be able to hear the familiar sound of the war drum in the underworld, and would be able to see Jiang Chen helping him to clean up the sect. Heavens! Jiang Chen, that madman, is back again. He sounded the war drum of the life and death battle. He actually wants to have a life and death battle with Sect Master. He's simply insane. Crazy, completely crazy. It seems like Jiang Chen doesn't know that Sect Master has already advanced to the Immortal King realm. He's simply courting death. Let's not talk so much. Let's go and have a look. This is a major event. Since Jiang Chen dares to appear, he must have a powerful trump card. If they are going to fight today, it will surely be a battle of the peak. Chapter 1382. Seeing the elders and disciples of Tianyun Pavilion appearing, Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly what he needed. He wanted to unveil Tianmuyun's true face in front of everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. He wanted to give himself a reason to get rid of Tianmuyun, and lay the foundation for his rightful control of Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Daoist Yufeng had appeared. Some of the veteran elders of Tianyun Pavilion had also appeared. It was impossible for them to miss such a huge commotion. Most of these people were the old men who had followed Ouyang He in the past. Most of Tianmuyun's people were in the law enforcement hall, which had been completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, we are all from the same sect after all. Do you really want to have a life and death battle? Daoist Yufeng spoke with a face full of regret. He had the air of an immortal. All his thoughts were on Tianyun Pavilion. Now Tianyun Pavilion was in a state of turmoil. Not only that, Zhou Xian had come to challenge the pavilion master. This made him feel heart-wrenching and indescribable discomfort in his heart. Although Daoist Yufeng wasn't the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion, he had watched Tianyun Pavilion grow. Just like Ouyang he regarded Tianyun Pavilion as his own child, the fruit of their joint efforts. Daoist Yufeng, Tianmuyun will explain everything to you when he arrives. Zhou Xian clasped his fists at Daoist Yufeng. He had great respect for this old man of Tianyun Pavilion. What do you want to explain? As soon as Zhou Xian's voice faded, another powerful qi flew out from Tianyun Pavilion. Who else could it be if it wasn't Tianmuyun? Tianmuyun, you really have advanced to the Immortal King realm. Good, very good. Zhou Xian's eyes fell on Tianmuyun. Just like what he had imagined, this bastard had successfully advanced to the Immortal King realm. However, this made things more interesting. If Tianmuyun was still a half-step Immortal King, it would be meaningless. Zhou Xian, I have to say that you are really bold to show up again. By the way, you are probably relying on the evil lord, right? Ask him to come out together. Today, I will kill both of you in front of all the people in Tianyun Pavilion to save my face. Tianmuyun didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but couldn't find Yang Bufan's qi. Humph. I alone am enough to kill you. If the evil lord appears, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. What Zhou Xian said was true. Given Zhou Qian's current cultivation base, Tianmuyun was no longer a match for him. Both of them weren't on the same level. If Zhou Xian really came to kill Tianmuyun could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Arrogant. Zhou Xian, you are too arrogant. It seems like you don't know the true power of an immortal king. You think that you can come and seek revenge just because your cultivation base has improved? I will let you die on this battle platform today, then go to Evil Abyss and kill the evil lord. I, Tianmuyun, will be the king of One Line Sky. Tianmuyun's qi fluctuated wildly. With a single step, he leaped onto the battle platform ready to attack Zhou Xian. Hold on. Zhou Xian suddenly shouted. Why? Are you afraid? Tianmuyun sneered. Afraid? If I'm afraid, I won't come. But before we fight, I want to reveal a secret. I want to expose your ugly face. I'm here to kill you today to clean up my sect. Zhou Qian's voice was obviously louder than before. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion didn't know what he was talking about. They didn't know where did he come from. Only Tianmuyun, who was standing opposite him, knitted his brows. Zhou Xian, what tricks do you want to play this time? Tianmuyun's eyes were like ice blades, exuding a gloomy chill. Compared to playing tricks, your means are more admirable. Tianmuyun, take a look at this. Zhou Xian said, then took out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. The powerful halberd exuded a threatening qi. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Countless exclamations sounded from all directions. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion were familiar with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. It was Ouyang He's natal immortal weapon. It was almost the representative of Ouyang He. After Ouyang He's death, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd also disappeared. But now it suddenly appeared in Zhou Qian's hand. Zhou Qian, where did you get this Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd? Where is Sect Master Ouyang? Daoist Yufeng looked very excited. Zhou Qian didn't answer Daoist Yufeng's question. Instead, he looked at Tianmuyun. He believed that Tianmuyun's current expression must be very interesting. Tianmuyun, with your wisdom, you should have guessed what's going on, right? Zhou Qian said lung lung. Tianmuyun's expression was incomparably ugly, but he didn't say a word. What the hell is going on? A late golden immortal elder couldn't help but ask. Daoist Yufeng Elder's senior Ouyang has passed away. Before he passed away, he passed the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to me. His only wish was for me to help him kill that cruel and unscrupulous Tianmuyun one day. That year, Tianmuyun took advantage of the critical moment when Senior Ouyang was breaking through to the Immortal King realm and attacked him, causing Senior Ouyang to burn all his life essence to escape. After that, Tianmuyun told you that Senior Ouyang had passed away, and took control of Tianyun Pavilion as Senior Ouyang's disciple. Zhou Qian spoke aloud, finally revealing the secret of Tianyun Pavilion. He knew that no one would believe him if he just said it out loud, but now that he had the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, they had no choice but to believe him. What? How is this possible? I never thought that Sect Master was such a person. He even killed his own master. Is he still human? Sect master treated him like his own son. I don't think Zhou Xian is lying. When Senior Ouyang passed away, only Tianmuyun knew about it. We didn't even see it with our own eyes. This heavenly dragon combat halberd is Sect Master Ouyang's most important treasure. He never leaves it, treating it as his own life. Now, it has appeared in the hands of Zhou Xian, and he even gave the heavenly dragon 9 strikes to Zhou Xian. This must be true. You really can't judge a person's heart from his face. Sect Master Ouyang treated him like his own son, but he actually did such a crazy thing. For a moment, everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was distressed. The way they looked at Tianmuyun had changed from respect and admiration to disgust and disgust. Tianmuyun, is what Zhou Xian said true? Chapter 1383. Daoist Yufeng questioned Tianmuyun directly. At this moment, countless eyes fell upon Tianmuyun. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, anger and disdain. Although many of them believed what Zhou Xian said, they still hoped to hear Tianmuyun admit it personally. That's right. That's right. That's right. Deceiving one's master, killing one's ancestors, repaying kindness with enmity, inhumane. When these vicious words were used on the same person, everything about this person changed. Just like Tianmuyun, his position in the hearts of the people was plummeting rapidly. That's right. I killed Ouyang He, but it's a pity that he escaped and found such a monster. What's so good about that old bastard? My talent is far greater than his. Tianyun Pavilion will be mine sooner or later. He even said that he treats me like his own son. He didn't even tell me the cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes. Now he passed it to an outsider. That old bastard really deserves to die. What surprised everyone was that Tianmuyun didn't quibble and directly admitted it. He admitted it so readily that even Zhou Xian didn't expect it. However, Zhou Xian also understood why Tianmuyun did this, because the current Tianmuyun no longer cared about what others thought of him. No one would dare to disobey a mighty immortal king. A mighty force was the proof of everything. Moreover, Tianmuyun didn't plan to stay in One Line Sky any longer. Given his talent and ambition, a small place like One Line Sky wouldn't be able to accommodate him. He would have to leave sooner or later. In addition, Zhou Xian had already taken out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd as an irrefutable evidence. More importantly, Tianmuyun was a very proud person. The moment Zhou Xian took out the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, it had severely stimulated his arrogant heart. Ouyang He actually taught the halberd to an outsider instead of his own disciple. This made him feel that he was inferior to Zhou Xian. As a matter of fact, Zhou Xian's performance during this period of time was indeed better than his. This was a fact that Tianmuyun also understood. It was precisely because of this that he was angry. When a person was angry, he wouldn't need to be rational. So it was reasonable for him to admit it. Tianmuyun's admission and his words of disrespect and humiliation towards Ouyang He caused an uproar. The whole Skycloud Pavilion was shocked. Everyone looked at Tianmuyun as though they were looking at a stranger. This kind of person had hidden himself too deeply and was too shrewd. He could even say that he killed his own master in such a righteous and dignified manner. He was simply a scum. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Damn it, I didn't expect him to do it. Such a cruel and unscrupulous person is not qualified to be the leader of Tianyun Pavilion. Tianyun Pavilion has been controlled by him for more than 2 years. It's really shameful. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Who would have thought that Ouyang's death was caused by his most beloved disciple? It's hard to imagine how painful it must have been for sect leader Ouyang to pass on the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes to Zhou Xian. Shameless. This bastard is too shameless. He doesn't deserve to be our sect leader. Zhou Xian, kill him to avenge sect leader Ouyang. It's simply a humiliation for us to let such a lowly person lead our Tianyun Pavilion. Countless angry voices sounded, especially those of the older generation of Tianyun Pavilion. Each and every one of them was gnashing their teeth. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian exposing Tianmuyun's true colors, they would still be kept in the dark. Tianmuyun's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this situation. After all, he was the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion, a high and mighty existence with a dazzling brilliance above his head. But now his dignity and brilliance were torn apart in an instant. The feeling of falling from the top of the pyramid made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a blow to his soul which involved his dignity. But immediately, Tianmuyun's eyes turned incomparably cold. Whoever dares to say another word will die. There won't be a good ending for going against me. If you dare to disobey me, your ending will be the same as Zhang Chen's. Tianmuyun glanced around and unleashed his immortal king aura. Finally, he revealed his ruthless side completely. He felt that he was a high and mighty person, a true noble person. How could these people look down on him so easily? Tianmuyun, you talk big. You have now become the target of public criticism. People like you are heartless and unscrupulous. Everyone will despise you. Now that everyone in Skycloud Pavilion is united, there is no place for you to stay. Zhang Chen spoke aloud, unleashing his qi completely. Although he was only an intermediate golden immortal, his qi wasn't inferior to Tianmuyun's. Thinking of the miracles that Zhang Chen had created and the terrifying means of Zhang Chen, the people of Tianyun Pavilion had great confidence in Zhang Chen. Tianmuyun, this old Daoist has really misjudged you. I never thought that you are such a dog. Ouyang, he must have been blind to pick you up that year. I, Daoist Yufeng, have also been blind to help you for more than 2 years. Come to think of it, it's really disgusting. Daoist Yufeng spoke bitterly. Both of his eyes were red. He had always been an amiable person, but he had never been so angry before. Apart from anger, he felt more pain. If one didn't experience this kind of betrayal, one would never understand this kind of pain. Humph. Old man, who do you think you are? How dare you yell and criticize me in front of me? I'll kill you now. Let's see who else dares to resist me. Tianmuyun harumphed coldly. Since the secret had been made public, he no longer had any scruples in what he did. Immediately, he struck out a huge palm enveloping Daoist Yufeng. Tianmuyun had completely revealed his ruthless side. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. He had even killed Ouyang He, let alone a mere Daoist Yufeng. In his mind, anyone who disobeyed him would eventually die. Powerful immortal King Qi spread out in an instant. Daoist Yufeng felt that the airflow around him was about to solidify. To his horror, he found that he was completely imprisoned by the powerful spatial force. He couldn't even muster the slightest strength to resist. Animal. Daoist Yufeng cursed, but it was useless. He understood that the gap between a half-step immortal king and a true immortal king was just too huge. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Previously, when he and Tianmuyun were at the same cultivation base, he was already no match for Tianmuyun. Now that Tianmuyun had become a true immortal king, the two of them were no longer on the same level. Old man, die now. Tianmuyun had a cruel and cold smile on his face. It seemed like he was going to kill Daoist Yufeng in one blow. Tianmuyun, did you get my permission to kill Daoist Yufeng? At this critical moment, a thunderous voice rang out all of a sudden. Zhang Chen moved. The heavenly dragon combat halberd swept out horizontally, blocking in front of Daoist Yufeng at lightning speed. Powerful energy surged out of the halberd, shattering the spatial airflow that imprisoned Daoist Yufeng. Pong. Zhang Chen's qi was very strong. He stood in front of Daoist Yufeng and stared coldly at Tianmuyun. Daoist Yufeng heaved a long sigh of relief. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He looked at Zhang Chen with gratitude. Thanks, Zhang Chen. Daoist Yufeng clasped his fists and said. Apart from gratitude, he was more shocked by Zhang Chen's strength. Although Tianmuyun had only attacked him casually, that was a mighty immortal king. Under the control of Tianmuyun, he couldn't even move, but Zhang Chen was able to shatter Tianmuyun's attack. This didn't mean that Tianmuyun wasn't strong, but that Zhang Chen was just too abnormal. Zhang Chen, kill him. Kill this unscrupulous bastard. Zhang Chen, kill him and avenge Sect Master Ouyang. We all support you. From now on, you are our new Sect Master. That's right. You are our Sect Master. You have the heavenly dragon combat halberd in your hand. The Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion should have been yours. We all admire you. The scene of Tianmuyun killing Daoist Yufeng had completely chilled their hearts. It also made them see clearly what kind of person Tianmuyun was. In other words, all their hopes were now on Zhang Chen. If Zhang Chen failed to kill Tianmuyun today and was killed by Tianmuyun instead, Tianyun Pavilion would still be under Tianmuyun's control. At that time, their fate would be unimaginable. Tianmuyun, do you see this? This is your ending. Deserted by everyone. What else do you have to say? Zhang Chen's qi fluctuated wildly. The heavenly dragon combat halberd emitted waves of dragon roars. Humph. Zhangchen, it's my mistake to let you live until now. Your talent is indeed terrifying. I admit that you are the scariest genius I've ever seen, but it's a pity that you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me with your current cultivation base? I will use my strength to show you the terror of an immortal king, and let you know how ignorant and ridiculous your actions are today. Tian Muyun harumphed coldly. At this time he was truly surprised by the speed of Jiang Chen's growth and combat strength. He even began to regret that he didn't kill Jiang Chen right away, giving Jiang Chen the chance and time to grow. Even so, Tian Muyun still didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. After all, he was now a mighty immortal king, a true king. Why would he care about a golden immortal? Not to mention an intermediate golden immortal, he wouldn't even care about a late golden immortal. There's nothing more to say. Let's have a life and death battle. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Tian Muyun anymore. With a sway of his body he transformed into his dragon form. Massive dragon chi overflowed from his body like a tidal wave, swarming in all directions. On the other side, Tian Muyun's killing intent soared to the sky. Both of them soared into the sky at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they had flown high into the sky, intending to have a life and death battle in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. Chapter 1384. All of a sudden the atmosphere in Skycloud Pavilion became incomparably tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. The scene was dead silent. Many of them were nervous. They knew what this battle signified. The situation in Skycloud Pavilion would undergo a complete change. Now that the secret of Tian Muyun had been revealed, if Jiang Chen couldn't kill Tian Muyun today, many of them wouldn't have a good ending. Tian Muyun was a lunatic, a mad dog. If he didn't die, he would bite people. He even wanted to kill Daoist Yufeng. Just now he even wanted to kill Daoist Yufeng. Above the sky, the two of them opened up a vast battlefield, standing opposite each other, exuding a strong aura of a king. A battle of life and death. This battle would determine the life and death. What a cruel and unscrupulous bastard. Below, Daoist Yufeng was trembling with anger. Tian Muyun was really cold-blooded. He didn't show any mercy at all. Just now he actually wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely intervention, he would have been dead by now. Daoist Yufeng was very glad that Jiang Chen existed. He was glad that Ouyang he found such a person. Otherwise, Tianyun Pavilion would have been destroyed by Tian Muyun sooner or later. There was no doubt about it. Now Daoist Yufeng and the others in Tianyun Pavilion had the same thought. They all hoped that Jiang Chen could kill Tian Muyun. The future of Tianyun Pavilion was in the hands of Jiang Chen. It was much better than being in the hands of Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen, you are overestimating yourself. Tian Muyun said Lung Lung. There's no need to talk with people like you. Make your move. I will only use the heavenly dragon combat halberd to kill you today. The combat halberd in Jiang Chen's hand emitted a buzzing sound. Before Tian Muyun could make the first move, Jiang Chen took the initiative to strike. Frenzied dragons rose from the abyss. More than a dozen powerful frenzied dragons were struck out by the heavenly dragon combat halberd. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, rushing towards Tian Muyun. It really is the move of the heavenly dragon 9 strikes. That old man didn't teach it to me, but instead taught it to an outsider who has nothing to do with him. It's a pity that I didn't kill him that day. Seeing Jiang Chen display the heavenly dragon 9 strikes, a trace of hatred flashed in Tian Muyun's eyes. Sweeping the world's edge. Tian Muyun didn't really put Jiang Chen in his eyes, but his attacks were still very powerful. He immediately displayed the combat skill that he was most proud of. He didn't want to waste time with Jiang Chen, so he wanted to use the most brutal way to kill Jiang Chen as quickly as possible to establish his prestige. Voila! The boundless energy began to stir restlessly, covering the entire sky. Then the boundless energy transformed into a sharp sword, sweeping towards Jiang Chen's berserk dragon. A single move that swept across the horizon erupted forth with an incomparable aura. This was an attack from an immortal king, able to casually tear apart the void. The intensity of this attack wasn't something ordinary experts could compare to. Honglong. The huge sword collided with Jiang Chen's berserk dragon. The entire sky was about to explode. The tremendous impact turned the battlefield into chaos in an instant. The figures of the two experts were completely submerged in the vast ocean of energy. Many people in the Tianyun pavilion had a change of expression. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the throbbing feeling on the battlefield. It was just too terrifying. The combat strength and destructive power of a terrifying immortal king was simply beyond their imagination. After the energy dissipated, Jiang Qin and Tian Muyun were still in the same state as before. It could be seen that the two of them were evenly matched in the collision just now. As a matter of fact, given Jiang Chen's current strength, he was already strong enough to kill any ordinary early immortal king expert. But Tian Muyun wasn't an ordinary immortal king. A genius like him couldn't be judged with the standard of an ordinary person. Therefore it was very normal for Jiang Qin and Tian Muyun to end up in a draw. In other words, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Qin to kill Tian Muyun today. Of course, it was also almost impossible for Tian Muyun to kill Jiang Qin. Amazing! This is the combat strength of an immortal king. That's a height that we can't reach. Jiang Qin is even more terrifying. He's only an intermediate golden immortal, but he's able to tie with Tian Muyun. He's a true monstrous genius. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I've seen Jiang Chen's means before. His existence can only be described as a miracle. He has a lot of means. Since he's able to tie with Tian Muyun will be in real danger today. Only by killing Tian Muyun can Tianyun Pavilion be revived. No one wasn't shocked. The combat strength of an immortal king was beyond their imagination. Jiang Chen's power was even more unimaginable. And it was because of Jiang Chen's power that the people of Tianyun Pavilion saw hope. In the sky, Tian Muyun's eyes were cold. Looking at the unparalleled chi of Jiang Chen opposite him, he was incomparably shocked. Initially he thought that no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, even if Jiang Chen had the heavenly dragon combat halberd, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him. At least it wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress Jiang Chen. However, he had never thought that Jiang Chen would still be able to tie with him even after he used the sweeping world's edge. Jiang Chen's power had made Tian Muyun not dare to underestimate him anymore. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Chen said plainly. At this time it was important to play psychological warfare. "Afraid? When have I, Tian Muyun, ever been afraid? Today you will die for sure," Tian Muyun said. His chi rose once more. He was like a source of energy. Endless energy storms raged out of his body. The substantial energy was like a mountain, locking on to Jiang Chen's chi and smashing towards Jiang Chen. "Come on, let's fight." Holding the heavenly dragon combat halberd, Jiang Chen rushed towards the energy mountain. He had just advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm. He needed such a battle to hone his combat strength. Fighting with Tian Muyun couldn't be a better thing. Hong Long. The two peerless geniuses fought fiercely in the sky. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. In the end, Tian Muyun had no choice but to use his immortal weapon. Such a huge battle fluctuation in Tianyun Pavilion might not be able to alarm ordinary people, but it was impossible for the experts of the other three major powers to not notice it, especially the other 6 one-line 8 immortals. What a powerful battle fluctuation. This is the chi of an immortal king. It's coming from the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. Could it be that Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm? Let's go and have a look. Chapter 1385. It wasn't just Yun family that was alarmed. The experts of Xianyang school and Huangfu family were also alarmed. With their half-step immortal king strength, it was impossible for them not to sense such a tremendous battle chi. For a moment, Huangfu Kun, Huangfu Yaodong, Duguxing, and Xianyangyi, the 4 great half-step immortal king experts, arrived at the Tianyun Pavilion almost at the same time as the 2 great experts of Yun family. The eyes of the 6 great experts fell upon the fierce battle in the sky. When they saw the terrifying combat strength and appearance of the 2 experts, all of them gaped in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of them. "That's Jiang Chen? We can accept that Tian Muyun has advanced to the immortal king realm, but how could that Jiang Chen be so powerful? How could he be on par with Tian Muyun?" Duguxing had the urge to spurt out blood. They had been searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts all this time, thinking of killing Jiang Chen before he had fully grown, but they had never thought that Jiang Chen's speed of growth was beyond their imagination. Damn it! This bastard is simply a monstrous genius. His speed of advancement is just too terrifying. How long has it been since the incident in the ancient tomb? But he has already advanced to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Not only that, but to fight a true immortal king with an intermediate golden immortal cultivation base. Doesn't that mean that we will die for sure if we fight Zhou Xian? It's too fast. We don't even have the time to react. Zhou Xian has become a great threat to us. We no longer have the chance to take revenge. Plus, our fate is likely to be controlled by Zhou Xian. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. These two bastards are indeed very strong. Now that they have become our enemy, it's a great thing for us. Have you all noticed that Zhou Qian's current combat strength is almost on par with Tian Muyun's? That is to say, both of them will be gravely injured at the end of the battle. If one of them is killed, the other will certainly be at the end of his strength. This is our last chance. Once their battle is over, we will strike decisively and get rid of them. After seeing the combat strength of Zhou Qian and Tian Muyun, they had already given up all hope. Either one of these two freaks was not someone they could fight, but the current situation was indeed the most advantageous for them. Tian Muyun and Zhou Qian were originally from Tianyun Pavilion. If the two of them joined forces, One Line Sky would be almost invincible. The three major forces could only kneel down and submit to them. Unfortunately, the two of them were like fire and water, and they were locked in battle. This was undoubtedly a chance for the three great powers, and it was also their last chance. That's right, this is our last chance. Yunzhong, he gritted his teeth. At this point, no matter what the final outcome would be, they had to act. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to act. Whether it was Tian Muyun or Zhou Qian, both of them were ruthless people. No matter who won in the end, they would definitely take action against the three major powers in the future. They were very clear about this point, so they had to fight with their lives on the line today. Of course, this fight with their lives on the line referred to when Zhou Qian and Tian Muyun fought fiercely until both of them were severely injured. If they rushed out now, it would be no different from courting death. Look, Zhou Qian seems to be wielding Ouyang He's heavenly dragon combat halberd. Why is this immortal weapon in his hand? Xianxia suddenly noticed the immortal weapon in Zhou Qian's hand and said in surprise. That's right. It's indeed Ouyang He's heavenly dragon combat halberd. What's going on? Could it be that their battle is related to Ouyang He? What's the relationship between Zhou Qian and Ouyang He? After hearing Xianxia's words, the others also focused their attention on the immortal weapon in Zhou Qian's hand. They were all from the same generation as Ouyang He and had dealt with him many times. They were very familiar with the heavenly dragon combat halberd. It was impossible for them to be mistaken. Last time, when Zhou Qian came back to the law enforcement hall because Tian Muyun had been humiliated, he strictly ordered everyone in Tianyun Pavilion not to leak the scene of that day. Therefore, the 6 major experts didn't know about it at all. Who cares about the reason? It has nothing to do with us. In any case, both of them have to die today or it'll be us. Huangfu Yaotian said viciously. Although his words were ruthless, there was also a trace of helplessness in them because there was no other way. The 3 major forces could no longer retreat. Today was their last chance. If they didn't take action now, what awaited them was death. Up in the sky, Zhou Qian and Tian Muyun had fought fiercely for God knows how many rounds, but they were still locked in a stalemate. There was no winner or loser. Moreover, the immortal qi in their qi si was incomparably vigorous, as if it would never be depleted. At this rate, their battle would most likely last for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhou Qian, you have indeed surprised me, but you are still no match for me. I'll let you experience the power of an immortal king, Tian Muyun said. With a sway of his body, he vanished from where he stood. This was the unique means of an immortal king. It was the control of the power of space, allowing one to tear the void at will and launch an attack from within. The moment Tian Muyun disappeared, the void beside Zhou Qian suddenly exploded. A sword pierced out from the inside, aiming at Zhou Qian's vital point. This kind of attack that came without warning was akin to a sneak attack. Who could withstand the sneak attack of an immortal king? It was too fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to react. However, Zhou Qian wasn't an ordinary person. The heavenly dragon combat halberd seemed to have predicted it in advance. The moment Tian Muyun's sword appeared, the heavenly dragon combat halberd met it head-on. What? Tian Muyun's exclamation was heard from the void, as if he hadn't thought that Zhou Qian could react so quickly. No, this wasn't a matter of reaction. It was Zhou Qian who had already predicted where he would appear. This was the scariest thing. Just luck. Tian Muyun absolutely didn't believe that Zhou Xian could predict his position in advance. Once again he hid in the void and launched another attack. Unfortunately, no matter how Tian Muyun attacked, Zhou Xian was always able to clearly capture his position. Zhou Xian even launched an attack in advance, strangling Tian Muyun's attack in the void. This move is not enough at all. The great divination art is still very good when used in actual combat. Chapter 1386. Many of them couldn't help but be surprised that the battle had progressed to such an extent. At this time all the surprise was on Zhou Xian. The performance of an intermediate golden immortal was beyond everyone's imagination. Scary. Zhou Xian is really scary. Even if Tian Muyun uses the law of space, he still can't do anything to Zhou Xian. You guys still don't know that Zhou Xian has long received the inheritance of Elder Tianji's great divination art. That's why he has the ability to predict the future. That's why he can sense the direction of Tian Muyun's attack in advance. In this way he is almost invincible. Good. That's great. I can see that Tian Muyun is getting irritated. This kind of irritation in a battle like this will seriously affect his performance. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, has been extremely calm and confident from the beginning to the end. From this point alone, Tian Muyun can't be compared to Zhou Xian at all. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion rejoiced. Zhou Xian's performance was beyond everyone's expectation. Now he had vaguely gained the upper hand in the battle. This was undoubtedly an exciting thing. Good kid. He can actually operate the great divination art to such an extent. He can even predict the law of space of an immortal king. This old man hasn't been able to reach such a realm even after cultivating for a lifetime. This is really a blow to my confidence, Tianji said with a sigh. But even a fool could hear the joy in his tone. To him it was a great pride to have such a disciple. Elder Tianji, you have taken in a good disciple. Daoist Yufeng stood beside Tianji and said with a smile, but he still felt incomparably sorry for Tianji's current state. He even felt a little guilty in his heart. He should have done his best to stop Tianji from being imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Daoist Yufeng knew that Tianji and Yang Shu weren't on good terms, but he didn't step forward to stop them. As a matter of fact, he had never thought that Yang Shu would be so ruthless as to destroy Tianji. This is because Sect Master Ouyang has a good eye, Tianji said with a smile. What he said was the truth. Obviously, Zhou Xian came to Tianyun Pavilion because he had promised Ouyang he. Without Ouyang he, Zhou Xian might not come to Tianyun Pavilion, and if Zhou Xian didn't come to Tianyun Pavilion, Tianji wouldn't have the chance to accept Zhou Xian as his disciple. In the distance, the 6 experts of the one-line 8 immortals were also shocked. They were already terrified by the power of Zhou Xian's power. But now they knew how ridiculous their thoughts were. They were glad that they didn't find Zhou Xian, or they would face the Tianji be to them. T to be Tianji was the same time to say to T. Now that they could use Tian Muyun to deal with Zhou Xian, it was a good thing for them. Up in the sky, Tian Muyun finally stopped after experiencing so many failures. The combat sword in his hand emitted a cold light, but his eyes were even colder, glaring at Zhou Xian, wishing that he could shred Zhou Xian into 1,000 pieces. Edited by Lifer. You can actually predict the direction of my attack, Tian Muyun said in disbelief. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to look down on Zhou Xian anymore. If he didn't consider Zhou Xian as his opponent before, then now Zhou Xian's existence had become a great threat to him. The mysteriousness of the great divination art is naturally not something you can imagine. Tian Muyun, you should have used up most of your means. If you don't have more trump cards, you're basically going to die today, Zhou Xian said with a smile. After fighting with Tian Muyun for such a long time, his combat strength had stabilized a lot. He had also gained a lot of benefits from the battle. This was also what he wanted. Next, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Given his current combat strength, he could already use the 3rd style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. As for how powerful the 9 Dragons Annihilation art was, even Zhou Xian himself didn't know. Even Ouyang, he was just a beginner in this style. Don't tell me you still have more means? Tian Muyun sneered. Indeed, he had used up most of his means. Plus, he was feeling a little annoyed. After all, he had already advanced to the Immortal King realm, but he still couldn't take down a golden immortal. How could he feel good about this? Looking at his face, it was as if he had been insulted. However, Tian Muyun wasn't afraid, because he had reason to believe that Zhang Chen had basically used up most of his means. He felt that Zhang Chen's most powerful weapon now was the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, but even it couldn't do anything to him. So what else did he have to fear about Zhang Chen? I have a lot of means, but I don't need to use too many to deal with you. Zhang Chen's qi grew stronger, especially the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand. It erupted with unparalleled murderous intent. That was the aura of destruction, the aura of annihilation. That's right. Zhang Chen was ready to use his last move, the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. It was also the most terrifying move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Zhang Chen had said before that he must use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to kill Tian Muyun. He would use Tian Muyun's blood to stain the halberd red to comfort Ouyang He's spirit in heaven. What? Damn it. Don't tell me this bastard has mastered the last move of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes? Even that old bastard Ouyang He has only just mastered this move. What kind of power can he exert? Tian Muyun's expression changed slightly, because he felt the aura of annihilation coming from the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Under the impact of the aura he had a very bad feeling. He had never felt this before. It was the aura of danger. However, Tian Muyun didn't believe that Zhang Chen could exert the power of the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. After all, even Ouyang He himself couldn't exert the power of this move. However, Tian Muyun had overlooked one point. Ouyang He was merely a half-step immortal king. The present Zhang Chen's combat strength had far surpassed the former Ouyang He. Given Zhang Chen's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to exert the 9 dragons extinguishing the world. Ho! A dragon roar sounded. It was twice as powerful as before. The energy in Zhang Chen's qi sea was tumbling. All the energy was pouring into the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd like a tide. Chapter 1387. The destructive qi carried by the 9 black dragons had nearly destroyed the entire sky. Such terrifying attack power had gone far beyond everyone's imagination. Heavens! How could this bastard be so powerful? I've fought against Ouyang He before and I have a very good understanding of his Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. However, even Ouyang He is unable to unleash such power. I really don't know how this guy did it. Xianxia's mouth was agape. He was completely subdued by Zhang Chen's combat strength. In his point of view, Zhang Chen's combat strength was something incomprehensible. In the past, Ouyang He relied on the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to become famous, but even at his peak he couldn't exert such great power in the last layer of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. It's not the same. This kid is a peerless monstrous genius. Plus, his current combat strength has far surpassed that of Ouyang He. Although he's only an early golden immortal now, he has the combat strength of an immortal king. That's the scariest thing. Zhang He said. Let's wait and see. I believe that it won't be easy to exert such powerful combat strength. Such an attack will certainly consume a lot of Zhang Chen's energy. Even if he can kill Tian Muyun, he will also be exhausted and become an arrow at the end of its flight. Huang Fukun and Leng Leng said, but their faces were filled with nervousness. Seeing such a powerful Zhang Chen, it would be a lie if they said they weren't nervous at all. Good, very good. The Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes can be exerted by Zhang Chen. It will be gratifying for Sect Master Ouyang to know this in the netherworld. Daoist Yufeng seemed very excited. The one who had the best relationship with Ouyang He and the deepest understanding of Ouyang He had to be Daoist Yufeng. After all, the two of them had been together for a long time. It was precisely because of his understanding of Ouyang He that Daoist Yufeng was even more surprised, because Zhang Chen's performance was shocking enough. In the sky, Zhang Chen was exerting the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to the extreme, but the consumption of this 9 dragons exterminating world made Zhang Chen feel like vomiting blood. Such consumption was just too great. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to bear such consumption. Even if it was Zhang Chen, 90% of his energy would be consumed by this move. This was, in fact, a huge gamble and a very dangerous thing to do. Because if Zhang Chen couldn't use this move to kill Tian Muyun, he would be in a very dangerous situation. Of course, Zhang Chen still had great confidence in this move. This move could be said to be the most powerful attack he could exert at the moment. The powerful lethality wouldn't let him down. On the opposite side, Tian Muyun's expression changed. The dangerous aura that came from the heart made him truly afraid. It was the aura of death. It was the first time in his life that he had felt it. However, it was too late. Jiang Chen's attack had already pressed down mercilessly. The 9 black dragons of annihilation circled around, almost forming a destructive domain. Tian Muyun was completely shrouded by this domain. Even if he was proficient in the law of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this domain. The only thing he had to do now was to face Jiang Chen's attack head-on. Come on. I, Tian Muyun, will never be afraid of you, and I will never lose to you, Jiang Chen. Tian Muyun roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He knew very well that he had no other choice at this time. The only thing he could do was to fight recklessly with Jiang Chen. If he lost, he would die. This was a battle of life and death. Tian Muyun's eyes were bloodshot. He had raised his combat strength to the extreme. His black hair fluttered in the wind. All the energy was instilled into the sword in his hand. The sword let out an earth-shattering sword howl. This was an attack launched by an immortal king at the risk of his life. Its power naturally couldn't be underestimated. Fish, fish, fish. Tian Muyun's movement was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out hundreds of sword lights. Bright and sharp sword lights rushed towards the 9 black dragons of annihilation. He wanted to completely tear this domain apart and destroy the destructive energy. As long as he could do that, it would be his victory. As an immortal king, his perception was naturally incomparably sharp. He could already see that although this move of Jiang Chen's was powerful, it wasn't easy and consumed a lot of energy. At this point in the battle, there was no way out for both of them. Perhaps this move would decide the victor. Hong Long. Countless terrifying energies collided and intertwined. The entire sky was completely smashed. This was like the scene of the end of the world. No one could imagine the horror. The battlefield had completely turned into chaos. Black waves of destruction kept rolling, spreading for hundreds of miles. The sky above Tianyun Pavilion was completely dark, as if the night had fallen. It was like the end of the world. Everyone's expression changed. They had never seen such a terrifying battle. They couldn't imagine what kind of realm it was. Barf. Many of the weaker disciples of Tianyun Pavilion couldn't help but spurt out blood due to the shockwaves. They were so far away from the battlefield. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Jiang Chen and Tian Muyun didn't open up another battlefield, the entire Tianyun Pavilion would have been destroyed. To the people of Tianyun Pavilion, this was simply a kind of destruction. Despite coughing out blood, they were still paying full attention to the battle, because they knew that they would be able to see the outcome soon. This outcome would directly affect their fate. Every one of them was hoping that Jiang Chen could win. Skycloud Pavilion didn't need a person who would betray his own master and ancestor in their sect. Everyone get ready. No matter who wins or loses, we'll be the first to act. This is our last chance, said Huangfu Yaotian. Huangfu Yaotian spoke. The immortal weapon in his hand had already appeared. The other 5 also did the same. They were instantly prepared for battle. This was the chance they had been waiting for. They had no path of retreat and could only attack. If they missed this chance, what awaited them would be death. Finally, the thick smoke on the battlefield began to disperse. 2 silhouettes reappeared in everyone's sight. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen's face was pale. Blood was constantly flowing out of the hand that was holding the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries and concussions in the collision just now. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen had consumed a lot of energy. The energy in his body was no longer as vigorous as before. Chapter 1388. Tian Muyun was finished. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was no different from a dead man. Given his present state, any golden immortal would be able to finish him off. The 9 dragons annihilating world had dealt a heavy blow to his foundation. Haha. Good. Good. Jiang Chen has won. Tian Muyun is finished. A person who deceives his master is the shame of Tianyun Pavilion. Such a beast must be hacked into pieces. He has been deceiving us for more than 2 years. Retribution. Retribution, this is retribution. Sect Master Ouyang's revenge has finally been avenged. With his current condition, Jiang Chen can easily crush him to death with just a finger. In front of Jiang Chen, he is just an ant. Awesome. This is awesome. Such a person deserves to die. Jiang Chen is really good. If Tianyun Pavilion is under Jiang Chen's control, it will definitely soar to great heights. Ruling the entire one-line sky won't be a problem at all. Cheers rang out in Tianyun Pavilion. Everyone was excited. It showed how much Tianmuyun had lost the support of the people in Tianyun Pavilion. He had become the target of public criticism. Even if he died, he would be despised by the future generations and become a symbolic shame in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. In the sky, Tianmuyun tried his best to stabilize his body. He looked at Zhou Xian in front of him and began to shake his head. No, impossible. How could this be? How could I be defeated? I can't be defeated. Strong unwillingness filled Tianmuyun's chest. But so what if he was unwilling? His fate had already been decided. He knew very well that Zhou Xian would never let him go. He was going to die today for sure. Tianmuyun, you deserve what you've done today. You can't blame others. I will cut off your head with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, and then use your head as a sacrifice to Senior Ouyang's spirit," said Zhou Xian. Without giving Tianmuyun any chance, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in his hand swung out and directly beheaded Tianmuyun. Since then the legend of One-Line Sky had fallen. Tianmuyun, who had been glorious for many years, had completely come to an end. He died tragically in the hands of Zhou Xian. Tianmuyun was dead, but his reputation was also completely ruined. Even if he died, he would still be despised by the people. As the saying goes, a single slip may cause everlasting sorrow. If Tianmuyun hadn't met Zhou Xian, his future would have been limitless. One-Line Sky would have been his world sooner or later. He was destined to be a glorious king. Unfortunately, Zhou Qian's appearance changed everything. Just like the northern and southern dynasties, encountering Zhou Qian was a tragedy for them. Zhou Qian, Zhou Qian, Zhou Qian. Below, no one knew who shouted loudly, and then everyone followed suit. They chanted Zhou Qian's name at the top of their lungs, as if the name itself represented great power. At this moment, the entire Tianyun Pavilion was boiling with excitement. Their sect master was killed, but it seemed like a great thing had happened. This scene stunned the 6 immortals in the distance. They didn't know what was going on. They thought that after Tianmuyun was killed, everyone in Tianyun Pavilion should be in pain, but they didn't expect it to be this joyous. Of course, they didn't care about the reason. What they were concerned about now was to kill Zhou Qian. Tianmuyun's death meant one less disaster for them, but the threat of Zhou Qian was obviously greater than that of Tianmuyun. Zhou Qian has consumed too much energy just now. Now is his weakest moment. We must take action now. Otherwise, when Zhou Qian recovers, the first thing he will do is to deal with us, said Dugusheng. Dugusheng said. There was no way out for them. Because of the ancient tomb, the 3 major powers had become Zhou Qian's archenemy. They knew very well about Zhou Qian's means. If they allowed Zhou Qian to recover, he would certainly attack them. That's right. That's right. Kill. The 6 of them had reached an agreement on how to kill Zhou Qian. 6 half-step immortal kings attacked at the same time, turning into 6 rays of light and lunging at Zhou Qian. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had arrived at the battlefield in the sky, firmly besieging Zhou Qian. Not good. It's the experts of the 3 major powers. How despicable. They actually want to take advantage of Zhou Qian's weakened state. Damn it. How could I ignore them? They have always wanted to kill Zhou Qian, but it's understandable for them to take action. After all, Zhou Qian is too powerful. If they don't take action now, they won't have the chance to do so in the future. I just don't know whether Zhou Qian can deal with them or not. If it was before, Zhou Qian wouldn't care about the alliance of 6 half-step immortal kings. But now that Zhou Qian has consumed too much energy and is in his weakened state, I'm afraid he's no match for them. This sudden turn of events made many people in Tianyun Pavilion nervous. At the beginning of the battle between Zhou Qian and Tianmuyun, they never thought that the experts of the other 3 major powers would appear. Now that they wanted to take action against Zhou Qian, their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to kill Zhou Qian when Zhou Qian was weakened. This was their only chance. Otherwise, they could only wait to be killed by Zhou Qian. Damn it. Daoist Yufeng flew up into the sky and shouted. Dugusheng, you all are too shameless. How dare you join hands and come to our Tianyun Pavilion? Humph. Daoist Yufeng, we don't know what happened to your Tianyun Pavilion, but Zhou Qian's growth is just too fast. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him now, I'm afraid that tomorrow will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You'd better get lost and not get involved in this. Huang Fu Yaotan harumphed coldly. It was true that they didn't have a choice. Daoist, you should retreat. Now that they have appeared, it saves me the trouble of looking for them. Today we'll kill Tian Muyun and avenge Senior Ouyang, and at the same time rule the entire one-line sky. Jiang Chen spoke to Daoist Yufeng. Jiang Chen had already noticed these 6 people the moment they appeared, but to be honest, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. Given his current combat strength, no ordinary half-step Immortal King could be compared to him. Even if 90% of his energy had been consumed, it was still enough to deal with these 6 old men. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Daoist Yufeng retreated without hesitation. Firstly, he believed in Jiang Chen's strength. Secondly, in his heart, Jiang Chen was the boss of Tianyun Pavilion and the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. He had to listen to the sect master's words. Chapter 1389. Jiang Chen didn't put these 6 people in his eyes at all. Since they had taken the initiative to attack him, it was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. After killing Tian Muyun, he would eliminate them all at once. From then on, one-line sky would be the world of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen could be considered to have completed the unification of one-line sky, fulfilling Ouyang He's wish. After everything was settled, he would leave one-line sky and head to East Xuanyu. The 6 of them exchanged a glance and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Although they knew very well that Jiang Chen was in a weakened state, the fear they had for Jiang Chen didn't diminish. After all, they had seen Jiang Chen's means with their own eyes. He could even kill a genius Immortal King like Tian Muyun. This meant that the gap between them and Jiang Chen had completely widened. Especially when Jiang Chen said that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, it filled their hearts with worry. Because what he said was right. In the eyes of Jiang Chen they were horses, and in their eyes Jiang Chen was a camel. Even a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. We can't care so much. Let's attack together. This is our last chance. We must fight for it with our lives. Du Guxing gritted his teeth. At this time, other than attacking, everything else was meaningless. Even though they knew that fighting Jiang Chen was a very dangerous thing, they had no way to retreat. This was their last chance. If they didn't attack, Jiang Chen would attack them. At that time they wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Moreover, none of them had the confidence to break through to the Immortal King realm in the shortest time possible. More importantly, even if they had broken through to the Immortal King realm, they still had no chance of winning against Jiang Chen in his peak state. Tian Muyun was a good example. Kill! Huang Fu Yaotian bellowed. The 6 immortals unleashed their qi to the extreme. All 6 of them were famous figures in one-line sky, existences that stood at the peak of the pyramid. Each of them had reached the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, only a step away from the true Immortal King realm. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The entire sky was ravaged once again. Violent energy was everywhere, destroying everything. 6 half-step Immortal Kings joined forces. The destructive energy gathered into an ocean, drowning Jiang Chen in an instant. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion tensed up. They were even more nervous than when Jiang Chen fought against Tian Muyun. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't in a good state right now, apart from being in a weakened state. He had also suffered some injuries during the battle with Tian Muyun. Those 6 old fellows are too despicable. They actually chose to take advantage of someone's precarious situation and attack at this time. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with them. Don't worry. Didn't you hear what Jiang Chen said? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Jiang Chen is in a weakened state, he's still not someone they can deal with. They are no longer on the same level as Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was in his prime, he could crush them with just a finger. See, I believe that Jiang Chen will be fine. He has always been creating miracles. Even Tian Muyun, an Immortal King, died in his hands. These 6 old fellows are nothing to him. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was worried about Jiang Chen, but most of them were still very confident in Jiang Chen. This confidence came from Jiang Chen's strength. Just as the energy of the 6 engulfed Jiang Chen, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly came from the ocean of energy. Then a series of colorful dragons raged out. Each of them was earth-shattering, as though they could tear the heaven and earth apart in front of Jiang Chen. These dragons were like ancient dragons, very powerful. Ka-ka. Under the ravaging of the dragons, the energy net formed by the 6 shattered inch by inch. It simply couldn't withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen's 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was the true dragon combat skill with the strongest offensive power among all of Jiang Chen's combat skills. Now that it was fully unleashed, its destructive power was unimaginable. Under the frenzied impact of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, the energy of the 6 Immortals was completely destroyed. The 6 Immortals themselves also suffered a great shock. All of them spurted out blood at the same time. Despair. That's right, the 6 Immortals were completely in despair. This kind of despair was like a germinating seed, growing rapidly. Some of them shook their heads with a bitter expression. They weren't fools. They naturally knew what this situation indicated. Jiang Chen's strength was not what they had imagined. This was a kind of true strength. They were no longer on the same level as Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen was injured, even if Jiang Chen was in a weakened state, he could still crush them easily. This was the gap between them, a gap that couldn't be bridged. Good, amazing, too amazing. Even the 6 of them together are no match for Jiang Chen. Someone shouted. The atmosphere in Tianyun Pavilion was once again stirred up. This situation was even more exciting than when Jiang Chen killed Tian Miyun. Because the defeat of the 6 Immortals heralded the rise of Tianyun Pavilion, heralded the destruction of the 3 major powers, and heralded the complete destruction of One Line Sky. I've said it before. You guys are not qualified to fight with me. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. The Heavenly Dragon combat halberd in his hand had been replaced by the Heavenly Saint's sword. He looked at Du Guxing and approached him step by step. Du Guxing, I heard that you've been looking for me everywhere, wanting to kill me. Unfortunately, I'm by your side now, but you don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen sneered. For Du Guxing, this was undoubtedly a kind of mockery. A dignified giant of One Line Sky had ended up like this. It was a sad thing. Jiang Chen, I only regret that I didn't kill you back then, giving you the time and opportunity to grow. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I have nothing to say. I only hope that after I die you can let Xianyang School go, said Du Guxing. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he knew that he would die without a doubt. In front of Jiang Chen there was no meaning for him to live. Don't worry. After you die, Xianyang School will no longer exist in One Line Sky. In the future there will only be a Tianyun Pavilion in One Line Sky. As long as the people of Xianyang School know what's good for them, they can live on. Jiang Chen said lightly. Du Guxing was stunned at first, but then he burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with sorrow. Xianyang School was destroyed in his hands. Even if he died, he wouldn't die in peace. But very quickly Du Guxing regained his composure. He knew very well about the battles in the immortal world. Although Jiang Chen's method was ruthless, it wasn't a big deal. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would also do the same. Moreover, Du Guxing could see that Jiang Chen's character was much better than Tian Miyun's. He was a courageous man, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. As long as the people of Xianyang School surrendered, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live on. Bring it on, Jiang Chen. Du Guxing suddenly unleashed a tyrannical force. The immortal weapon in his hand slashed towards Jiang Chen. This was his last attack. It seemed like he was going to unleash the last brilliance of his life. Jiang Chen made his move decisively. An incomparably tricky sword strike pierced through Du Guxing's glabella, ending his life. You are a man, but unfortunately you shouldn't be my enemy. Jiang Chen killed Du Guxing and left his corpse intact. Even if he had to kill such a courageous man, Jiang Chen would still respect him very much. Du Guxing was dead. A glorious generation had fallen. The other 5 stood there with an ugly expression on their faces, motionless. They didn't choose to run away as they were completely disheartened. They knew very well that running away was useless. In front of Jiang Chen they didn't have the ability to run away. Failure was failure, and there was only one ending waiting for them. The same ending as Du Guxing. Jiang Chen, I want to have a life-and-death battle with you. Xianxia also made his move. He unleashed his most resplendent light, attacking Jiang Chen with the mentality of meeting death. He understood that this was his last attack. His ending would definitely be the same as Du Guxing. He didn't want to die, but since he was going to die, he wanted to die a glorious death. Puchi. As expected, Xianxia died in the same way as Du Guxing. He was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword strike. At this point, the 2 heavyweights of Xianyang School had died tragically. This also represented the passing of a glorious era. It also represented the end of Xianyang's school in one-line sky. It's your turn. Zhou Xian didn't want to waste time and energy. He decisively attacked with the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. The other 4 experts had already given up on resisting. So without any accidents they all died in the hands of Zhou Xian. He had killed 4 people in a row. Yun Zhonghe and Yun Zhonglong of Yun clan, Huangfu Yaotian and Huangfu Kun of Huangfu clan. All of them had fallen. At this point 7 of the one-line 8 immortals had died. They died on the same day in the same place and in the hands of the same person. Just this point alone was enough to create Zhou Qian's fame and become a legend in Zhou Qian's life. Facing such a scene, Daoist Yufeng was the one who felt the most emotional. The one-line 8 immortals had always been the representatives of one-line sky. Now 4 of them had died, leaving only him alive. This was a kind of fortune but also a kind of misfortune. What awaited him was loneliness. Zhou Qian is too ferocious. He has created a legend in one-line sky. 7 of the one-line 8 immortals have died in his hands. He has completely unified one-line sky. This is something that all the 4 major powers wanted to do but failed to do. But Zhou Qian has done it. This is a miracle in itself. I still remember when Zhou Qian first came to Tianyun Pavilion, he wasn't even an earthly immortal. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time he would have the means to change one-line sky? For our Tianyun Pavilion, this is a great blessing. This legend belongs to Zhou Qian. The people of Tianyun Pavilion were sighing with emotion. Zhou Qian had left behind a legend in one-line sky. Chapter 1390. It was over. Everything had come to an end, but to Zhou Qian an end was a new beginning. His path of cultivation would never stop. There was no time to stop. He still had a lot of things to do. Daoist Yufeng. Zhou Qian retracted his dragon form and called out to Daoist Yufeng. Daoist Yufeng didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily came to Zhou Qian and clasped his fists towards Zhou Qian. At this time, whether it was Daoist Yufeng or the others in Tianyun Pavilion, they had basically acknowledged Zhou Qian's position in Tianyun Pavilion. After Tian Muyun's death, Zhou Qian was the well-deserved pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion. Other than Zhou Qian, no one else was qualified to be the pavilion master. Yes, master. Daoist Yufeng spoke in a clear voice, acknowledging Zhou Qian's identity. Immediately bring people to the other 3 major powers and gather all of them. Kill anyone who resists. From today onwards, Tianyun Pavilion will be the only major power in one-line sky. Anyone who refuses to obey, kill. Anyone who resists, kill. Zhou Qian's voice was as loud as a bell. He was like a newly appointed emperor who had begun to reorganize this region. In his eyes there was only submission. Any other actions would only lead to one outcome: death. This was the cruel immortal world. Only by being strong could one truly gain a foothold. Those who failed were destined to be eliminated. It wasn't that Zhou Qian was ruthless, because others might be more ruthless than him. For example, if Tianyun Pavilion fell into the hands of any of the other 3 major powers, it wouldn't end well. Yes, Pavilion Master. Daoist Yufeng didn't dare to have the slightest doubt. He immediately led a group of experts from Tianyun Pavilion and flew towards the other 3 major powers. All the people who left had an incomparably excited look on their faces. They had been in one-line sky for a long time. To them this day was simply unimaginable. They didn't expect that it would come so soon. Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master. Among the crowd, Fu Hui took the lead and shouted. Then the rest of them began to shout as well. All of their shouts converged into a thunderous sound that resounded across the sky above Skycloud Pavilion. This was a form of respect and recognition for a man. Zhou Qian, the #1 expert in one-line sky, the sect master of Skycloud Pavilion, was a well-deserved title. Looking at the imposing Skycloud Pavilion, Zhou Qian heaved a sigh of relief. After the unification of one-line sky, all the resources would belong to Skycloud Pavilion. It was imaginable that Skycloud Pavilion would develop rapidly in the near future. Not only would it become a first-class major power in one-line sky, but the major powers in the surrounding regions would also have to submit to it. Senior Ouyang I Zhou Qian have done what I promised you. You can now rest in peace in the netherworld. Zhou Qian spoke to the void. He believed that everything he did today was what Ouyang he wanted to see the most. It was also his lifelong wish. Now that he had helped Ouyang He accomplish it, it could also be considered as giving Ouyang He and himself an explanation. After all, in Jiang Chen's heart, Ouyang He's matter had already become a responsibility. Everyone in Tianyun Pavilion, listen up. Restore the original order. From now on, all of you will be the most distinguished people in this region. Tianyun Pavilion is the emperor here. You are everything. I will now go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. During my seclusion, all of you must listen to the command of Daoist Yufeng. There must be no chaos. Jiang Chen spoke to everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. When he fought Tian Muyun, he had indeed suffered a certain injury. Although the injury wasn't very serious, it would still take some time to recover. Plus, Jiang Chen had consumed too much energy in the previous battle, so he also needed time to recover. Moreover, the situation here had basically been stabilized. Daoist Yufeng was enough to take charge of the overall situation. Currently, he was the only half-step immortal king in One-Line Sky. To put it bluntly, he was the #1 expert in One-Line Sky. With his presence, everything would no longer be a problem. It was enough to control the situation. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen had another intention in handing everything to Daoist Yufeng, to let Daoist Yufeng establish his own prestige. After all, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to stay and be the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. He was going to leave soon. After he left, the most trustworthy person in Tianyun Pavilion would be Ouyang He. Ouyang He was a true elder of Tianyun Pavilion. In the beginning, he was the one who followed Ouyang He. Now it was only natural for him to take charge of Tianyun Pavilion. Yes, sect master. Countless people answered in unison. No one dared to disobey Jiang Chen's order. After that, Jiang Chen prepared to go into seclusion. Before entering seclusion, Jiang Chen went to the treasury of Tianyun Pavilion and took out a large number of immortal meta stones. Of course, this was only relative. Jiang Chen only took the immortal meta stones that he needed to restore his cultivation base. The rest of the stones were useless. These were the foundation of Tianyun Pavilion, the foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to take away all the immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen was very clear about his own situation. His future path of cultivation would require a lot of immortal meta stones. Ordinary immortal meta stones were no longer useful to him. Therefore, Jiang Chen's target was king-grade immortal meta stones, emperor-grade immortal meta stones, venerable-grade immortal meta stones, and even the legendary emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Of course, these high-grade immortal meta stones weren't available in One-Line Sky. Even in the mighty Tianyun Pavilion, there were only hundreds of king-grade immortal meta stones, let alone emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Going into seclusion in this place was a very satisfying thing. The law of time that was 30 times faster was enough to drive people crazy. This time Jiang Chen went into seclusion for a very long time. He had been in seclusion for a whole month. This month was relative to the time in the outside world. In other words, Jiang Chen had actually been in seclusion for 30 months. 30 months was equivalent to 2.5 years. This was probably the longest seclusion that Jiang Chen had ever spent in seclusion. To Jiang Chen, this long seclusion was very significant. During the 2.5 years in the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's cultivation didn't progress at all. Not a single new dragon mark was condensed in his qi, but Jiang Chen's whole body had undergone substantial changes. This was a type of settling, a type of purification. The reason why Jiang Chen had spent so much time settling himself was because he wanted to build a solid foundation. Jiang Chen's current foundation and knowledge were unimaginably solid, as stable as Mount Tai. This situation would be very helpful to his future progress. The life of a cultivator was an incomparably distant and long process. During this process, it was necessary to stop and consolidate oneself. Only then would one be able to obtain more. Within this 1 month, a historical change had also taken place in One-Line Sky. Tianyun Pavilion had risen in power. The 3 major powers had no choice but to submit under the divine might of Daoist Yufeng. According to Jiang Chen's order, all those who resisted, disobeyed were all killed. Tianyun Pavilion had become the absolute overlord of One-Line Sky. The news of Jiang Chen killing Tian Muyun and the 6 immortals had spread across the entire One-Line Sky, setting off a storm that made people sigh. Today was also the day that Jiang Chen came out of seclusion. He came to the meeting hall and summoned all the golden immortal experts of Tianyun Pavilion, because today was the most important day for Tianyun Pavilion, and also the day when Jiang Chen would make an important decision. Jiang Chen sat in the seat of honor. Everyone, including Daoist Yufeng, looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of respect. Tianjizi was sitting beside Jiang Chen with a smile. Only Tianjizi was qualified to sit in that seat. Even though he was now a cripple, who would dare to neglect him in Tianyun Pavilion? Sect Master, in this 1 month, all the matters in One Line Sky have been stabilized. Elder Lu, report all the details to Sect Master. Daoist Yufeng said to an elder beside him. That elder got up and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Daoist, you don't have to report these trivial matters to me. Today I've gathered all of you to announce an important matter. It's about the Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion. I, Jiang Chen, have never thought about it. The matter in One Line Sky has been settled, and Senior Ouyang's wish has been fulfilled. I'm ready to leave One Line Sky tomorrow and head for East Xuanyu. From now on, Daoist Yufeng will be the Sect Master of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen said. What? Sect Master is leaving? Many people exclaimed, but they soon calmed down because to them, this situation wasn't too surprising. After all, Jiang Chen was too outstanding. How could such a monstrous genius be willing to stay here and be a little sect master? Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't put a mere sect master of Tianyun Pavilion in his eyes. Chen, have you made up your mind? Tianjizi looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, master. To me, One Line Sky is no longer a challenge. Moreover, I'm powerless to help you with your current injuries. So, I have to go to a bigger place to find powerful treasures and methods to help you recover. Master, are you willing to follow me to East Xuanyu or stay in Tianyun Pavilion? Jiang Chen said to Tianjizi. No matter what choice Tianjizi made, Jiang Chen would agree. After all, in his heart he still felt that he owed Tianjizi. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi shook his head. How could he not know what Jiang Chen was thinking? But he also knew that with his current condition he would only be a burden if he followed Jiang Chen. I won't go with you. I want to stay in Tianyun Pavilion. After all, I've been here for a long time. Given my current condition, I won't be able to do anything if I go to East Xuanyu. Instead, I'll become your burden. I'll wait in Tianji Peak, waiting for my good disciple to help me recover one day. Chapter 1391. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely come back. When I come back, I'll be able to cure you. Jiang Chen said firmly. This was a promise to Tianjizi and also a promise to himself. Every responsibility was a burden and Jiang Chen's burden had never been small. Of course I believe you. Tianjizi smiled. By the way, Daoist Yufeng, send someone to Yen City and bring Yen Qingqing here. I hope Daoist Yufeng can accept her as his disciple. Jiang Chen looked at Daoist Yufeng. No matter what, Yen Qingqing would always be his wish and a knot in his heart. Now that he was going to East Xuanyu, he had to give Yen Qingqing an explanation. Yen Qingqing's talent was also good, but the cultivation resources in Yen City were really lacking. If Yen Qingqing could become Daoist Yufeng's disciple, it would be a great thing for Yen Qingqing. Rest assured, Sect Master. This old Daoist will go tomorrow. Daoist Yufeng nodded in agreement. Just like Tianjizi, he had never accepted a disciple in his entire life. But now that Jiang Chen had said it, he naturally had to do it. Moreover, there were 2 things that could be recommended by Jiang Chen. Firstly, the disciple had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Secondly, Yen Qingqing's talent was pretty good. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have recommended her. The next day, Jiang Chen, the Huang Dog and Tyrant left quietly. The matter here had already been settled. Jiang Chen didn't want to make a big fuss. In some aspects, Jiang Chen was also a low-key person. 1,000 miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, 2 men and a dog were floating in the air, looking at the mountains and rivers below. They couldn't help but sigh. After all, Tyrant had always been in Evil Abyss and had never stayed in One Line Sky. He didn't have any grudges here, but it was different for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. When they first entered the immortal world, they were merely human immortal shrimps. Along the way, they had gone through many hardships. Finally, they reached the peak of One Line Sky. They had gone through many peaks and experienced many new beginnings. This was their fate. They liked the exciting stories in the process. They liked the scenes and images where their blood was spilled. Here and in many other places in the past, there were many exciting stories that belonged to them. Xianxia, in the future there would also be exciting stories waiting for them. When someone rose, there would be someone vanishing. This was the case in One Line Sky. He used the whole structure of One Line Sky to create a legend. This was Xianxia's extraordinary life. There was no end to cultivation. Life had to continue moving forward. Now that this stop had come to an end, the next journey had also begun. Their next stop was East Xuanyu. That was the real stage of the immortal world. It wasn't something that a small place like One Line Sky could compare to. The gap between One Line Sky and East Xuanyu was like the gap between Yen City and One Line Sky. Yang Bufan once said that East Xuanyu had 2 great worlds, 3 great empires and 6 great immortal sections. There were many geniuses overflowing with monstrous geniuses. This was a big stage that Xianxia liked. Competing with those geniuses was always an exciting thing. Are we going to East Xuanyu now? De Huang Dog asked. Before going to East Xuanyu, I want to look for Ah Yen. Xianxia said. After parting ways with Han Yen, they hadn't met again. Han Yen must have left One Line Sky, but no one knew where he went. Now that the matter in One Line Sky was settled, Xianxia also wanted to find Han Yen. Otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. That's right. I haven't seen Ah Yen since I ascended to the immortal world. I wonder how that guy is doing now. Tyrant said. Little Qinzi, don't you know the great divination art? Calculate where Ah Yen is. De Huang Dog said. Xianxia nodded. His great divination art was still at the heavenly vision realm. Although he couldn't calculate Han Yan's exact location, he had no problem calculating his general position. Subsequently, the aura of divination began to flicker on the surface of Xianxia's body, giving people an illusory feeling. Even De Huang Dog had to admit that this great divination art was magical. If this ability was cultivated to the extreme, no one could imagine how terrifying it would be. A few minutes later, Xianxia opened his eyes again, his bright eyes looking towards the southeast. I've already calculated Ah Yan's general position. It's in that direction next to One Line Sky. It should be Han's spirit zone. It's said that there are powerful devil sects in Han's spirit zone. If I'm not wrong, Ah Yan should have gone to Han's spirit zone. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia said. 2 people and a dog flew toward Han Ling at top speed. This was their last stop before heading to the eastern profound domain. After seeing Han Yen, they felt relieved. Black Demon Cliff. This was the most important place in Han's spirit zone because it was the holy land of the devil cult. The terrain of Han's spirit zone was complex, with various forces, immortal sects and devil sects. It was much more complicated than One Line Sky. There were only 4 major forces in One Line Sky, but in Han's spirit zone, there were more than that. There were 5 immortal sects like Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School, as well as an extremely powerful devil cult. The devil cult had a long history and Black Demon Cliff was like a natural moat. The terrain was extremely dangerous. There was a natural demonic nature here and devil chi filled the air all day long. It could be said that it had the geographical advantage, which was also one of the reasons why the devil cult could rise. For many years the 5 immortal sects had wanted to eliminate the devil cult from Han's spirit zone, but they had never succeeded. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to completely eliminate the devil cult. Black Demon Cliff was known as the holy land of the devil cult. It was the place where the cult thrived, but recently, Black Demon Cliff was in chaos. The devil cult was facing an unprecedented crisis. After planning for a long time, the 5 immortal sects finally joined forces to besiege Black Demon Cliff. This was a major event in the entire Han spirit zone, just like how Xianxia killed Tian Muyun and One Line Sky 6 immortals, changing the situation of the entire One Line Sky. And today's incident at Black Demon Cliff was destined to change the situation of Han's spirit zone. Rumble. On Black Demon Cliff there was a sea of people. Immortal chi and devil chi collided fiercely and colorful lights were everywhere. The union of the 5 immortal sects represented an irresistible force in Han's spirit zone. This force was like a vast ocean, completely covering the entire Black Demon Cliff. Fighting and blood filled the entire battlefield. The horror of war was perfectly displayed. After Xianxia and the others entered Han's spirit zone, they could feel the fluctuations of the battle coming from Black Demon Cliff almost without asking. What a terrifying battle fluctuation. This is no longer a battle but a war. Han's spirit zone is going through a war. That's right, it's a very cruel war. It seems that something big is happening in Han's spirit zone. Let's go and have a look. Tyrant and a Huang dog said. Let's find someone to ask about the situation first. Zhang Qian said. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they came to the sky above a city. Zhang Qian made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A strong suction force suddenly fell on a cultivator. The cultivator couldn't help but fly up to Zhang Qian's side. Feeling the terrifying qi exuding from Zhang Qian's body and the terrifying means he used just now, the cultivator was so scared that his face turned pale. Lord. The cultivator bowed at Zhang Qian. He was just a puny earth immortal. He wouldn't dare show any neglect in front of a big shot like Zhang Qian. Presently, a major event was taking place in Han's spirit zone. It was impossible for him not to be afraid when he was brought up to the sky by an expert. That's right. Let me ask you, what kind of war is happening in Han's spirit zone? Zhang Qian asked. The cultivator was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted. It seemed that this big shot in front of him wasn't from Han's spirit zone. Otherwise, he would have known what was happening in Han's spirit zone today. However, it didn't matter whether Zhang Qian was from Han's spirit zone or not. The cultivator didn't dare to neglect Zhang Qian's question. He immediately said respectfully, Lord, the 5 major immortal sects have joined forces to attack the Black Demon Cliff today. They want to completely wipe out the devil cult from Han's spirit zone. Now that the war has been going on for several hours, I think the devil cult can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian, Tyrant and a Huang dog were taken aback for a moment. Then they basically understood what was going on. There would be major forces in every place, and when there were major forces, there would be conflicts. Moreover, the war between the immortal sects and the devil cult was even more irreconcilable. All right, it's none of your business. Zhang Qian waved his hand, sending the cultivator down to the ground. In the immortal world, Earth immortals weren't able to fly yet. It wouldn't be a joke if they fell from such a high place. The reason why Zhang Qian caught this cultivator was to ask him some questions, not to kill him. Little Qinzi, do you think Yan is in the devil cult? Tyrant asked. It's hard to say. Since we've bumped into each other, let's go and have a look first. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. He didn't want to get involved in the war between the immortals and the devil cult in Han's spirit zone, but since Yan might be here, he had no choice but to participate in it. Subsequently, 2 people and a dog didn't dare to hesitate and quickly flew towards the Black Demon Cliff. With their speed, it was an incomparably easy thing for them to reach the Black Demon Cliff from here. When they arrived at the Black Demon Cliff, they saw an incomparably tragic war going on. Facing such a cruel war, Zhang Qian and the others were calm. After all, it was nothing to them. Chapter 1392. The battlefield is too chaotic. I can't find Yan at all. Tyrant said with a frown. The Black Demon Cliff was currently in a state of chaos. The 6 major sects were involved and the situation of the war had completely opened up. Everyone was fighting and the battlefield stretched for thousands of miles. Judging from the situation of the war alone, it was even more magnificent than the war in Nifa's Abyss. The war between immortal kings, golden immortals, heaven immortals, all kinds of battlefields had begun. People died tragically at every moment. Blood flowed like a river. Devil Qi soared into the sky. Black Demon Cliff was littered with corpses. One could imagine how cruel the war had become. It was either you die or I die. The 5 major immortal sects had joined forces and made up their minds to eradicate the devil cult. This was a major event in the entire Han spirit zone. Could it be that Yan isn't here? Little Qinzi used the great divination art again. If Yan isn't here, there's no need for us to meddle in the affairs of Han's spirit zone. De Huang dog said. Zhang Qian nodded. He wasn't interested in the war in Han's spirit zone. This was the law of survival in this place. There was no need for him to destroy it. Just like the battle between the 4 major powers of one-line sky, the major powers of other regions wouldn't participate in it under normal circumstances. Zhang Qian used the great divination art once more to calculate Han Yan's whereabouts. If Han Yan was here, it would be very easy to find him. After a brief calculation, Zhang Qian couldn't help but frown. How is it? Tyrant asked. Yan isn't here, but he has indeed been here before. The great divination art has hinted that Yan hasn't left for long. His aura is still lingering here. Zhang Qian said. It seems that Yan is indeed related to the devil cult. But there's one thing I don't understand. If Yan is really a member of the devil cult, given his loyalty, he definitely wouldn't leave when the cult is at its most difficult time. He would definitely stay and fight a life-and-death battle. Tyrant said. They knew Han Yan too well. He was a hot-blooded man. If he was indebted to the devil cult, he would never leave at this time. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he would still stay and fight the 5 immortal sects to the death. It seems that Yan's departure has a secret. Maybe the devil cult knows where Yan went. What should we do now? The Huang dog looked at Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian was the one who could make the decision. Looks like I'll have to meddle in the affairs of Han's spirit zone. You don't have to do anything. I'll put a stop to this war and ask about Yan's whereabouts. I'll find out what happened. As Zhou Xian spoke, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation and flew toward the chaotic battlefield. On the battlefield, Zhou Xian let out a dragon roar towards the sky. It was an earth-shattering dragon roar. It was so loud that the ears of many people on the battlefield buzzed, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Such a huge movement naturally attracted the attention of countless people. From half-step immortal kings to ordinary disciples, all of them temporarily stopped their battle and fixed their eyes on the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. Those with discerning eyes could already tell that this dragon man had just used some kind of transformation technique. But immediately after that, the battle continued. Both sides clashed fiercely once more. Both sides had already killed each other. It wasn't something that could be stopped by a single roar from Zhou Xian. Stop. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xian bellowed once more. This time he exerted his full strength. Terrifying sound waves spread out like tidal waves, covering the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield came to a stop once more. Countless eyes fell upon Zhou Xian once more. By now many people had understood that this uninvited guest was actually here to stop the battle. In other words, he was on the same side as the devil cult. Because the devil cult was already on the verge of collapse, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight and had run out of luck. At this time the dragon man came out to stop the battle, clearly indicating that he was on the side of the devil cult. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How dare he stop the battle at this time? He's clearly going against our 5 immortal sects. Humph. Someone is courting death. He's just a mere golden immortal. How dare he come here to stop the battle? He's simply overestimating himself. Let's kill him. A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll kill him. The 5 immortal sects instantly regarded Zhou Xian as their enemy. Victory had gone to their heads. Now they only knew how to kill blindly. They only knew that the devil religion was on the verge of collapse. At this time whoever came to stop the battle would be the enemy. A late golden immortal expert bellowed and attacked Zhou Xian. Where did this crazy devil come from? You don't know the meaning of death. I'll kill you right now. That late golden immortal expert's chi surged like a rainbow. His murderous intent soared to the sky. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all. He had already killed a lot of people from the devil religion. His confidence was inflated and he thought that he was invincible. He thought that he was a peerless war god and anyone who encountered him would only end up dead. It was a pity that this golden immortal expert didn't know that he had encountered a true peerless war god. Zhou Xian lifted his dragon eyes, casually glanced at the late golden immortal expert, and casually threw a punch. Bang! The horrifying fist wind was like the most destructive hurricane in the heavens and earth. It fell on the late golden immortal expert at lightning speed. All the attacks of the late golden immortal expert were destroyed by Zhou Xian with a single strike. Arg! Along with a blood-curdling scream, that late golden immortal expert was torn into pieces by a casual punch from Zhou Xian, dying miserably on the spot. Overestimating your own capabilities. This is your ending. Zhou Qian's tone was as calm as the wind and clouds. Killing a late golden immortal expert was as easy as crushing an ant to him. Wah! This scene immediately caused an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone's gaze towards Zhou Xian had changed. Zhou Qian's overbearing and ruthlessness had completely shocked everyone. So powerful. This bastard is clearly only an intermediate golden immortal expert, but he could kill a late golden immortal expert with just a lift of his hand. This is simply unbelievable. Who is this dragon man? Could he be a hidden peerless genius of the devil religion? But the means he displayed doesn't seem to be the style of the devil religion. Humph. So what if he's powerful? Could it be that he plans to turn the situation around with his own strength? Today, the alliance of the 5 great immortal sects to annihilate the devil religion has become an unstoppable fact. This dragon man doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. He simply doesn't know how to write the word, death. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.